Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV audiobook channel. Chapter 691, Nina vs. Arad, Clash of Immortals. Arad stood behind Nina, glaring at her back as she stared forward. The mere presence of those two monsters forced the animals and monsters to flee the area. It wasn't bloodlust flowing the air, but the arid wind of a coming natural disaster. The wind blew strong, pushing snow down the frozen trees. Crack! The first lump of snow hit the ground, and Arad swung a punch at Nina's head. A shock wave engulfed his fist as it accelerated, reaching Nina's ear. Blop! Nina's body sunk into the ground in the blink of an eye, evading Arad's fist at the last moment. The shock wave released from the attack blasted all the snow around them into nothing, echoing across the ruined capital. Bam! Nina popped out of the ground behind Arad, swinging a fist at his back like he did to her. Zon. Arad teleported in place, using the void step to instantly face Nina, his arms open in a T-pose. As her punch approached his torso, Arad clenched his arms down like a trap, sending two lightning-fast slaps toward her cheeks. Nina bent down, accelerating her fist even further and dodging Arad's slaps at the same time. Arad smiled, lifting his knee up, kicking her wrist up, and clenching his fists. He then dropped his two arms like hammers, aiming at her shoulders. Ba-bam! Nina swung in place, kicking Arad's stomach with a roundhouse kick as he smacked her to the ground, sending a powerful blast. "Those two," Merlin growled. The shockwave of each of their attacks sent a powerful burst of air and debris, making it almost impossible to get close to them. Two unstoppable forces colliding. Ginger growled, rolling backward on the wall. "It's not something that we wizard who are physically weak can endure." What's happening? The king, who only woke up that morning, gasped as the ground shook, and the candles beside his bed danced. Everyone gasped in terror, thinking it was another attack. He tried to stand, leaning on the chair beside his bed. "Jinn, what's happening?" he shouted. Jinn opened the door and looked at him. "Arad and Nina are fighting." "What?" he gasped, his face paling. "Don't worry," Merlin says, "it's just them playing around. Nina is an unstoppable monster that cannot be controlled. Are you saying Arad didn't just lose in one hit?" "He's fighting back," he cried. "That's unbelievable. We told you he beat Vlad." Jinn stared at the confused king. Vlad's power was blood magic, not raw strength. Nina would lose to Vlad as she has no way of overpowering his blood magic, but in terms of raw power, she's league above, the king growled. "Two things," Jinn smiled. While Father Kinryu used self-induced time stop to freeze his own body in time and halt Vlad's blood control, Nina didn't. Her eyes flashed blue. She entered the Blood Lord's expansion and kicked him down from his castle. She overpowered the blood control on her own. That can't be. And the second thing, both of them possess a mind-boggling regeneration speed. Near immortality, she looked at the ceiling as the ground shook violently once more. The fight won't end easily. Crack. Arad's body crashed through the ground, digging a trench before bouncing from a boulder and smacking into the forest, ripping several trees from their roots. He immediately regained his balance, grabbed one of the severed tree trunks and threw it forward. Splat, splat. Nina butterflies through the solid ground as if it were water, diving in and out like a speeding dolphin before jumping at Arad's face, dodging the tree trunk. Earth glide is the ability to move freely through the ground, a unique trait of the great Tarrasque, and she could access it through her blood. Albeit the true monster moves through the ground like a ghost, she seems to treat it like swimming, but much faster. Wash! Arad dodged her fist and teleported behind her, grabbing her by the hair and swinging her around. Crack! He tried to smack her on the ground, but she landed on her feet, pulling her neck back. Arad could feel an immense pull on Nina's hair. "Ha ha!" He laughed as she swung her head, swinging his left and right with her hair, and smacked him on the ground. Bam! Arad smacked the ground, standing up in the blink of an eye. Crack! Nina lunged at him, swinging a lightning-fast kick. Arad blocked, but the strike ripped his arm off like it was made of jello. Clack. Arad's arm regrew immediately as he used it to swing an instant punch at Nina. She lifted her arms, blocking Arad's punch with a boxer's guard, but she got sent flying back at an immense speed and crashed onto the city's wall. Ginger protected her face with her arms from the debris while Merlin used a transparent barrier. "They are insane," she growled. "Grrr!" Nina stood, pushing the crumbling wall left and right as she shook her shoulders, the muscles on her body bulging a bit as veins emerged on her forehead. "She's getting warmed up." Thud, thud. Arad walked out of the forest with a smile on his face. "How did you survive that?" He lifted his hand. "Doesn't matter anyway." He swung his palm down, sending a slash of compressed air. Bam! Nina lunged forward and the ground where she stood exploded into a blast from the sheer force of her legs. She plunged into the ground, swimming around Arad's slash and lunging at him with a flying kick. Arad took a step forward, shifting his torso to the side and dodging her kick, swinging a fist at her chest in the same motion. Tap, clap. Nina grabbed his fist and used it as leverage to spin around, wrapping her thighs around his neck and twisting him in the air, smacking him to the ground head first. "You know I have those." He opened his jaw, ready to bite a chunk out of her. Bam! Nina jumped, dodging his bite at the last moment. She spun midair and stared down at him laying on his back. Arad lifted his arms, then smacked down at his side, busting his body into a standing position in the blink of an eye. He stared at her with a smile. "I can hold my own." He pointed his hand at her. "Sorry, but I'll use some spells." Droplets of water emerged from his fingers, dancing before his hand. Ba-ba-bam. The water spun at a high speed and then fired out as jets of piercing, high-pressure water. Nina lifted her arms to block the water, but the jets ripped her forearms and calves off upon contact. Crack. She landed standing on the stumps of her legs, roaring as they regrew in the blink of an eye. Her skin turned dark red as the Tarask magic in her blood started to boil. Arad smiled, swinging his palm and sending another slash of compressed water. Bam! Nina dodged and lunged toward him, swinging a fist. Arad wanted to dodge, but she was too fast for him to make it in time. He instead teleported a quarter-meter to the side, effectively dodging the strike. He swung a slap at her face, but she blocked it and grabbed his wrist, punching him in the guts and ripping a chunk of his left side off. Arad didn't even flinch, punching with his other arm at her face. She opened her mouth, biting his fist off, but he pierced her shoulder with the stump of bone on his forearm. Nina swung her fist off and ripped the bone in her shoulder off, only for Arad to fully head his fist and grab her by the neck. Nina lunged backward, pulling Arad with her. She quickly lifted her right foot, about to kick him in the jewels. Arad opened the palm of his other hand, putting it on Nina's chest. "This'll hurt." Bay-bay-bam. He unleashed a barrage of compressed water and air slashes, blasting Nina away in a splash of blood. "Did I really grow strong enough to stand up to you?" Arad said with a smile. But he quickly felt something strange, a chilling, warm feeling below his navel. He looked down, seeing a hole ripped from beneath his belly button down to his ground. Nina had ripped everything off. Her kick missed, but her toes pierced his stomach. So when she pulled her leg down, she ripped everything apart. Nina stood, the front of her body cut apart. Her wounds started steaming as they healed rapidly, and in a matter of 2 seconds she was fully healed as if never been injured. "I thought magic deflects off her body." Ginger gasped. How is he hurting her with spells? "Those aren't spells," Merlin replied with a sweaty face. "He's using his void and gravity magic to accelerate water or air from his stomach and use them as weapons." What's hitting Nina is mundane, magicless water and air, but the speed and pressure still deal a lot of damage. "That's insane," Ginger gasped. Nina is a mage's worst nightmare, a fast and powerful, unkillable monster that's immune to magic. But Arad's magic is so out of the known magic that he's actually managing to use magic against her. Those who study magic in a conventional way, or level up to gain powerful magic like sorcerers and warlocks, can never hope to reach this level of mastery. Merlin giggled. They aren't called magic dragons in vain. He's a magic monster. The most up-to-date novels are published on Chapter 692, Nina vis Erad, Boiling Blood, Chapter 692, Nina vis Erad, Boiling Blood Zon. Arad teleported forward, landing in front of Nina's face, glaring down at her as his muscles expanded and void crackled out of his back. Sending a violent gust of air, Nina stared at his face with a passive face, the wind gushing out of his massive body, flapping her back as if she stood in a tempest bear crack. She swung her arm, punching in the guts as he kicked her in the side. Neither of them budged, but their bones shattered from the violent impact, tanking several punches from each other. Nina came on top, kicking Arad in the guts with enough force to shatter his whole body like an egg. She stared forward, seeing Arad's bits flying several hundred meters back, but she then gasped, seeing his head with spine attacked, flying toward her like a snake, crackling with magic. Burled, Nina jumped back, moving away from the charging remains of Arad. Arad's head unleashed several beams of compressed air and water toward her, forcing her to dodge by doing several backflips, the beams barely missing her. Arad's head and spine teleported toward her, and she did another flip, dodging a spine swing. The upper half left of Arad's body regenerated, swinging a punch at Nina's face mid-spin. The hit got in, and Arad used that change to grab her face. His whole body regenerated, and he wrapped his legs around her face, locking her head between his thighs just as she did to him before. And with one violent hip jerk, he smacked her head to the ground, sitting on her face. Nina swung her leg, kicking him in the face and sending him rolling away from her. How can he fight like that? Father could fight with severe damage, but even he wasn't sane. Ginger gasped, seeing Arad's spine fly toward Nina while still casting spells. It's not that he doesn't feel pain, he doesn't care about it. To a shapeshifter, the body is but a golem controlled by the brain. Pain is the signal the brain gets for damage, nothing more or less. Since Arad knew he could regenerate, pain means nothing to him. Ginger mumbled, but she sighed, staring at them with a passive face. He could have worn something after getting healed. Yeah, I know that with how fast Nina is, trying to wear something would be a big enough opening to get blasted. And I'm sure Nina doesn't care at all. But sitting on her face like that, bam. As Arad landed on his legs, he pointed his hands toward Nina, sending a barrage of slashes and piercer spells at her. Nina clenched her fist. Those slashes were like blades, and the pierce spells were like spears. Both of them only damage when hit by their front. Clang. She punched one of the compressed water blades at the side, blasting it into a mist. And she did the same to another spear of air, and then again and hair, boxing the spells away as Arad faced her, unleashing even more. We did look at them, Merlin pointed. They aren't even serious about the fight yet. She's right. Arad is still in his humanoid form, and Nina didn't rage or call her axe. Ginger sighed. It's like they are playing for fun. Eris looked at the fight. Why is Arad naked? She asked. Nina blasted his body alongside his clothes a moment ago, Ginger replied. Merlin looked at Eris with a smug face. He just sat on her face naked. Are you okay with your husband going around chasing other women? She giggled. Isn't that cheating? Speak for yourself. Eris sat beside them. Let him be. Do you think he'll be doing this if we said we mind? I don't live in your house, so I don't know. Merlin stared at her with a smile. It's not my job to consult other people's marriages. You're right, Eris looked at the fight, seeing Arad blasting spells at Nina and her deflecting them. Some of the spells started hitting Nina's body, cutting her up as she tried to deflect them all. Arad was simply overpowering her by the sheer number of projectiles he could fire. Nina ducked down, rushing between the slashes and tanking most of them until she reached Arad, swinging a fist at his chest. He jumped over her fist, and she swung her second arm at him. He grabbed both and dual-kicked her in the chest, ripping her arms off and sending her flying toward the wall. Before she could hit the wall, her arms had already healed back, and her skin burned with a red mist as she roared, finally entering her full rage. Seeing her, Arad smiled, summoning a pair of pants on himself from his stomach. Two massive black wings emerged from his back alongside a long and thick black tail. A whole 4 black horns emerged on his head, pointing upward as he glared forward. Black scales covered his forearms, calves, palms, and feet as his nails and toenails turned into long black claws. Bam! Nina disappeared, sinking into the ground. Arad stood still, looking at the ground, trying to sense where she was. Splat, out of the dirt behind him, she lunged in with a clenched fist. Arad turned his torso, swinging his wing at her. Blop. But she went back into the ground. The attack was a feint. Splat! Splat! Nina kept jumping out of the ground like a fist, swinging at Arad, but going back right before he could block her attack. It was clear she was trying to disorient him, and he smiled. She isn't that good at hiding her strategies. Everything is clear and straightforward. If this was a real fight, this is the point where I summon the accursed pillar. I did consume half of it when evolving, so it's not as strong as it was, but it should still take her down. He lifted his hands, but I'm not trying to kill her. I need her alive, and she's the same. He took a deep breath. Void expansion, devouring void. Arad's expansion can extend up to 40 kilometers now, but out of consideration of the capital, and the fact he doesn't need such a range for this fight, he limited himself to a 50-meter radius. His gushing void consumed all air and dirt from the affected area, creating a void. By that, the air tried to feel the gap, collapse onto the space, and pull Nina with it toward Arad. "If you won't attack, then I'll bring you to me," he said, his arms open and his voice unheard due to the lack of air. Nina stared at him as she got pulled in, and she screamed. The air in her lungs burst out of her mouth like a jet, sending her flying back. Arad gasped, sweating as the air impact blasted him back as well. The hell was that? No, it's her insane muscles that compress her lungs. Of course, she could exert such power. He stood, seeing Nina's foot flying toward his face. Crack! She kicked him in the nose, sending him rolling again before he could regain his balance. She grabbed him by the face and swung him into the air and back to the ground, pushing him harder into the ground. She then looked at his face and screamed, blasting him with another burst of air from her lungs. From beneath her palm, a beam of pure light gushed out and then blasted her in the face, exploding in a massive rose of flames. As the flames rose to the sky, Arad flew out of them with a ball of fire after him, growing with a roar. Thud, he landed on the ground, and Nina rolled after him, charred to a crisp. "I didn't want to do this, but you made me use it." When Arad uses his void to crush matter and releases the energy as a beam, that beam has nothing to do with the magic that started it and is just a reaction. That means it can hurt Nina. Flat immunity to magic means nothing when facing it, as he isn't bound by it. Swash. Nina's body regenerated in the blink of an eye as she roared, lunging faster than he could see. He lifted his arms to block in a boxer's guard, but she punched him in the gut so hard that her arm pierced him. Arad opened his mouth, blasting her in the face with a powerful beam. The beam of light rushed forward, splitting the capital walls in half and cutting a line in one of the districts. "He's a monster," Ginger growled, protecting her face from the heat with a shield of blood. "No, something is off," Merlin growled. "Nina, stop! Calm down!" she shouted. "What is it?" She filled me in about what happened in her village, and I started keeping a tab on her body. Merlin said, looking at where the charred Nina healed from the beam. Nina stood still, and blood started gushing out of her body like rivers. Arad froze in place. "Ah, shit! Nina, stop!" he screamed. "This fight must stop. Follow current novels on Bibiad, Ubeir Camp, Chapter 693, The Mother of Steel." "Nina?" Arad screamed, seeing rivers of blood gushing out of Nina's body. He could feel it. The scream of survival. The ancient blood in her body was scared, feeling their death creep closer. Death is close. A voice rang in Arad's head, booms like the cries of 1,000 women singing, a screech of pain. No one knows, no one feels. Arad lunged forward, extending his hand to grab Nina, but the blood blasted him away. It hurts. Thousands dies. The blood ate Arad's arm, melting it like acid. And when he tried to heal, what his body fixed got immediately ripped apart before it took form. Arad looked at his own arm. I can't heal? His head started hurting badly, and his vision blurred, feeling a strong urge to vomit as his veins turned black, his own blood disintegrating from the inside out. But I must carry on this suffering. Nothing worse could happen. Clap. Arad's vision blurred as Nina punched him in the face, ripping his skull off and flying off with his body to the mountain peak. As Arad's twitching body fell on the ground, Nina stood beside him, shaking as the blood on her skin turned into brown scales and fingers into massive claws. She screamed, swinging her fist at Arad's chest. Equaled, end it now, make it better. Crack! Her punch cracked the mountain in half, but Arad was nowhere to be found. She stood still for a second, staring around with blood gushing out of her skin, eyes, and ears. Zon Arad appeared in the sky, his body covered in tattoos and his eyes glowing with a pink light. That was close. Who is that? Doma glared at Nina. No, it's obvious. Her blood is alive. It's fighting to survive. I felt a void. Not even hope as long as I breathe. I may have a chance equals this voice. Doma thought. It must be that Arad blasting her with magic has triggered the Tarask blood flowing in her veins. When faced with an unknown power that threatens its survival, the blood will fight to the last breath to protect its host. She's in pain, and those voices are of her blood. Doma flew down, standing in front of Nina. Both Nina and Arad are out, leaving only me and this blood monster, she smiled. It's a monster against another. Doma lifted her hands. Tarask blood, mind calming down. Bam. Nina lunged forward, swinging a fist at Doma's face. Time slow. 99% Doma phased away from Nina's fist, extending her hand forward. Sleep curse. The more I damage you, the more terrified you'll get of death, and the harder you'll fight. Isn't that right, Tarask's blood? Doma laughed. Nina's eyes turned back, falling forward as the curse took hold. Crack. But before she could hit the ground, she extended her right foot forward and stopped herself from falling. My curse isn't taking over. Doma stared at her. I see. Nina roared, blood gushing out of her body as she lunged toward Doma, swinging a punch once more. It's useless, Doma smiled, dodging the attacks. You might be able to move faster than Arad can react, but you'll never be as fast as Soul controlling a body with magic. Those made of flesh and bones are always at a disadvantage. Mart, this isn't just a state or a form. Her internal anatomy has shifted greatly. She has no brain, but thinks and acts by using her nervous network as a decentralized processing complex, allowing for lightning-fast reactions. That explains why a curse that targets the brain didn't affect her. Arad, what's going on? Alcott lunged in and quickly noticed the tattoos on Arad's body. Doma? What happened? Nina lost it and her blood took over. Arad got knocked out and I swapped with him, Doma replied, but in the blink of an eye Alcott found Nina's fist rushing toward his face. He lifted his sword and deflected the punch. How? He saw a kick approaching and blocked it, only to get punched back. Zon. Doma teleported to him. She's thinking with the nerves on the muscles that would act. If she's punching, the thought happened in her arms. Even Arad, who thinks with his spine, has no chance of reaching her reaction and action speed. Crack. As the two talked, something heavy crashed behind them. Who is it now? Alcott growled, staring back. This magic, Doma gasped, seeing a tall woman with long blonde hair and glowing golden eyes and wearing heavy steel plate armor standing there. I'll deal with it. You two stand away. The metallic queen, Alcott gasped. What are you doing here? It's not like our fortress would have moved that far. She pointed up with one finger, and the camouflage fortress showed back up. In the past few days, It's moved far enough that its edge was finally visible. No, you won't do that, Doma cried, ignoring Nina and lunging at the Dragon Queen. Restart, the Queen mumbled, and everyone's vision turned black. Swash! Nina's body regenerated in the blink of an eye as she roared, lunging faster than Arad could see. He lifted his arms to block in a boxer's guard, ready to blast her with a breath. Swash! The metallic queen appeared between them, catching Nina's fist with one hand and closing Arad's jaw with her other hand. Your fight shall not proceed further, she said. Arad grunted as he found a metallic fist grabbing his face, ready to punch her as hard as he could, and Nina roared as she swung her other arm. That won't be wise, the queen said. Restart. Crack. The egg hatched in silence, and the creature was born. Arad opened his eyes and his head was hurting. He looked around, dazed. Where am I? The mortal world, Arad Orion, the queen said, standing right beside the tree where Arad hatched, staring at him. Who are you? He asked. Mary Askarath, queen of the metallic dragons and daughter of Bahamut Askarath, the metallic dragon god, she replied. Good, Arad sighed. Why is a crazy person here out of the blue? Arad looked to his side as if talking to someone. They all say that, and in fairness, I'm not important to you now, just remember to listen, or I'll kill you before you even hatch, or at least leave you tailless. She turned, walking around the tree. Arad chased her, but she was nowhere to be found. Bilog? Eh? Nina ran out to the village's border, 7 years old. Blee. She extended her tongue out, mocking the other barbarians as she ran away. They sighed, staring at her before walking back into their tents. One hope after another, she ran across the dirt road. Ga-la-la, ga-la-la! Clack. Nina stopped, seeing a tall woman with long blonde hair wearing full plate armor walking in front of her and standing there. Nina tilted her head, walking toward the woman with a sharp glare across her face like a wolf. She growled. The armored woman took a step and grabbed Nina by the neck, lifting her up. Nina struggled, but she couldn't escape the woman's grasp. Name Mary. She slapped her once, twice, and then another one. Barbarians don't remember people well, let alone names or speech. Mary walked toward a tree and kicked it down. She sat there and put the struggling Nina on her lap.
Slap, slap.
Slap. She started whipping her, but with one slap after another for the rest of the day until the enraged Nina started crying like children her age. Mary stood and threw her on the ground. I hope this is enough for you to remember me for the coming years. She started walking into the sunset as Nina lay on the ground, crying and unable to move an inch. Do you two remember me now? Both Nina and Arad started sweating and jumped away from Mary. It's you, the insane woman. Arad growled, the armored bitch. Nina screamed, I'll kill you. Arad started charging a breath while Nina lifted her hand up, summoning her axe from where she was, keeping it in the capital. Mary sighed. You two should understand by now. Restart. As Arad looked behind the tree for Mary, she grabbed him by the shoulder, appearing behind him. I'm here, Arad gasped. How did you get behind me? You're quite dense, so I'm here to tell you that I can kill you. She sighed. Really? I'm sorry, Swash. Arad swung his fist at her as hard as he could. Tap. Mary caught his fist with ease. Nice swing for a newborn. She pulled him toward her and kicked his ankle, tripping him on his face. As Arad tried to stand, she sat on his back. Get off me. She stared at him. No, it's comfortable here, but I leave if you promise to listen to me, like I would. Get off me. He screamed. She clenched her fist and smacked him in the head. Make me come here another time, and I'll treat you like an idiot barbarian and spank until the sun sets. She suddenly disappeared, leaving Arad puzzled. Nina was rolling on the ground, rubbing her burning butt. Who was that? Is the outside world all like this? Clack. She heard the sound of metal and turned to look, seeing Mary squatting beside her. Gay! Nina screamed, rolling away, but Mary caught her. You never listen. So time for the second round. She spanked her till morning, then walked away into the sunrise, leaving Nina crying half-conscious.
Want more? Mary said,
Standing between Arad and Nina.
I can keep going until you grow some brains. Who are you?
Arad growled. Fine time for spanking, she glared at him, and he jumped back. No, I know Mary, Queen of the Metallic Dragon, and all, but what are you doing? Nina kept glaring at her with a sharp, bloodthirsty gaze. Good, you two are finally getting some sense, she smiled. If you kept fighting, this won't end well. She looked at them. Arad and Alcott would be killed by Nina's blood, and I'll kill Nina after she murdered what remained of the capital. Arad, that woman is a problem, Doma growled in his head. Don't offend her. Say yes and get over it. Legend has it that thousands of years ago she slept with the Overgod, and the children that came from her were the Time Dragons. She's their mother who taught them to defy fate itself. Follow current novels on Werbra Ek. Chapter 694, The Queens of Dragons. Chapter 694, The Queens of Dragons. The Metallic Queen. Arad looked at Mary standing in front of him. I see now, he smiled. Unlike the other dragons, she felt vastly different. Her very mana burned the air around her, being several times denser than his. Even standing there without much effort, she's emitting more magic than he does when about to unleash a white nova that, since she's maintaining the steel fortress afloat, he started walking around her like a prowling animal, keeping the same distance while staring at her. Can you travel in time? He asked. It doesn't work like that, she replied. But you can say I travel in time. The results aren't that different, she turned toward Nina. I'm glad you know when to stop. The Metallic Dragon Queen? Why did you come to me that day? Nina growled. Since you didn't listen to me now, she stared at her. What I'm saying is that I can go back in time and kill you when you're weak. Albeit, I don't really need to do that. I wonder about that. Nina growled, her axe flying out of the capital and landing in her hand. Why did you interfere? Why did you stop our fight? Mary stared at her with glowing golden eyes. You're a hard-headed one, she smiled. I wanted to show you that trying to fight me is useless, but I'll beat some sense into you now if you want. She turned toward Arad. Dragons could be as hard-headed as barbarians as well. Don't fight her. We can't win. Not today. Not in a decade. Even if I had my body and items, I'd still doubt my chances, Doma warned Arad. Probably not, he pointed up at the flying fortress. If you can lift that, I doubt I'll win a fight. Albeit being a descendant of her, you're quite reasonable. Mary stared at him with a passive face. Descendant of who? The chromatic dragon goddess. Void dragons came from her, and the light dragons came from the chromatic queen. Time dragons are my descendants, she replied. I thought you'd have a higher temper than her. She pointed at Nina. As I said, Arad sighed. I'm not stupid. Even though my expansion can't fit that fortress, I'm clearly outclassed, and you don't look like an enemy. You're right, I only came here to stop a disaster. She smiled. Feel free to visit the steel fortress. Only make sure not to cause trouble there. Kinryu is a nice dragon, but I can't say the same for the other metallics. I thought the metallic ones were good, didn't they? Arad stared at her with a smile. I guess it's Kinryu carrying the goodwill. No specific race of dragons is good or evil. We're all arrogant monsters of destruction. The only difference is the target of our destruction. Her eyes flashed with a golden light. With such powerful gravity magic and time travel, I can see where that destruction could come from. Not? What do you call time travel is an innate ability I have, not my draconic magic, and the gravity magic is something I learned from scratch, like everyone else. That's my draconic magic. She pointed at the steel fortress. Arad looked up with his void eyes and his face paled. Wait, he gasped, glaring at her. No, you aren't. Steel creation magic. She opened her wings and started floating with gravity magic. All dragons are born strong. Even wormlings can change the ecosystem of their environment. That power only grows when the dragon ages and then stops at the great worm stage, where dragons stop, and at that stage they reach the limit. She stared at Arad. Don't get arrogant. Those who surpass the twilight are few, but they are to great worms. What great worms are to ants. She flapped her wings, flying into the fortress. I read about the theory of twilight before. It's the stage of rapid deterioration that dragons enter upon reaching the end of their lifespan. It's then that they grow old and frail and eventually die. But some speculated that if a dragon managed to push through that stage and not die, they'd achieve a height of power that the mind of mortals can't imagine. That book also said that the two draconic queens have surpassed the twilight. Do you think that's her expansion? I can tell how much mages exert themselves when using magic. I didn't feel like she was using any magic. All of this is nothing to her, he sighed, looking at Nina. Seems our fight was cut short. I'll kill her one day, Nina sighed, plunging her axe onto the ground. Don't try, you'll get killed, Arad approached her. Let's get back to the capital for now. Arad. Merlin and Ginger rushed toward them. Who was that woman, half-dragon? I saw gray wings. It didn't feel like a normal woman. Ginger landed, and Merlin remained flying on her broom. What took you so long? Arad looked at them. Our magic stopped working when she appeared. Merlin replied, Did she use any anti-magic spell? No, I didn't feel anything. Arad looked at the steel fortress in the sky as it got camouflaged once more. Who was she, anyway? Ginger asked. Mary Askorath, the metallic dragon's queen, he replied. Wait, the queen came down? I never heard of her leaving the fortress. Merlin gasped, People are going to freak out about this. Ginger sighed, scratching her head. I don't care, Arad sighed. I'm tired. Let's go back to the city and rest a bit. We're heading out after tomorrow, right? Yeah, but are you all right? You look pale. Merlin approached him and stared at his face. I'm not told you I'm tired. He walked and extended his hand to them. Want to get a ride? I won't say no to teleportation. Merlin smiled and touched his hand. Ginger and Nina did the same, and Arad teleported them back to the side of the church with Void's step. Beneath the snow, Arad sat on a bench outside and stared at the sky. How do I drop that thing down? The fortress. You should be able to swallow it in your expansion when you grow old enough, but that would be like dropping a hornet's nest. The queen will be a hard fight even if you're a great Wyrm. That time travel thing is something else. Can I stop her from doing it? He mumbled, watching the snow falling. I don't know. I never heard of it being stopped. Doma, what do you think? Don't fight her. Even if you matched her in raw strength, she could go back in time and kill you when you were weaker. She's someone to be avoided, not fought or beaten. No wonder she sat on the dragon's throne for thousands of years. If this is the metallic queen, what about the chromatic one? Arad asked. Her name is Lola, but doesn't have a family name. Legends say that she and the over-god rebelled against her father and killed him, and that is why doesn't carry a family name. She's also the progenitor of the light dragons, a tall woman with rainbow-colored hair, eyes, and scales signifying her mastery over all the chromatic dragon elements. So she has all colors, another broken monster, Arad sighed. Vir ad tact. She's known to have a snotty brat attitude and laugh maniacally a lot. Even though she can't have a conversation without insulting the chromatic dragon goddess Tiamat, she still seems to be able to take a humanoid form and master divine magic. How about magic dragons? Do we have a king or a queen? Not that I know about. There are a lot of powerful magic dragons, but no one was able to claim the top as an absolute power. You can try doing that, and you might stand equal to the queens. Arad smiled. The throne is empty for those strong enough. He stood, cracking his neck. I got a new goal for now, Arad, Eris called him. Mind coming here for a moment? What is it? Arad turned and walked toward her. Is there a problem? I won't call it a problem, but do you mind helping us clear the street from debris? We need a clear road to get the wagons here to carry people, she pointed toward the street. The battle with Vlad has left them filled with rubble, blood, and ash from the burned houses. It'll only take a minute, he smiled, walking alongside her. Merlin was talking about the metallic queen showing up. How was she? Eris asked. The steel fortress is made and maintained by her steel magic and levitates with her gravity magic, and she can teleport, since she said she's the daughter of Bahamut. I expect her to have a fair amount of holy magic, so a crap ton of smites and regeneration. To add salt to injury, she seems to be able to time travel freely and has a near infinite supply of mana. Arad stated what he knows, clearly annoyed. How can someone fight her? Can she even be beaten? Eris gasped. Any one of those powers would have been a game over, but all at the same time. I don't know. I can't think of any way to hit her, let alone injure or beat her. She can just go back in time and kill me right after I hatched. He sighed as they reached the road that needed cleaning. Follow current novels on rear. Chapter 695, Arad's Magic. Chapter 695, Arad's Magic. Arad lifted his hand, sucking the debris from the street straight into his stomach. Eris stood beside him, watching the streets get clean with each passing second. How is your magic doing? The void, Arad looked at her. What else would I be asking about? She stared at him, tilting her head. I managed to divide it into 3 types. Null, which is the nothingness of the void, is my elemental type. That's the part that powers my stomach and innate void breath that erases things. Arad shook his hands. This one. Eris stared at his hands sucking the debris. This was the null application of his magic. Then I have a negative application of it, which I subtract void from matter to cause it to collapse into pure energy and heat. He stopped sucking matter and lifted a finger up, conjuring a ball of bright light akin to a welding arc. This is the negative application. It's the one you use to make that destroys everything in a general direction. She nodded. Yeah, the fuck everything in that general direction. Breath, as my spawns named it. I learned it from brother. He smiled. That name is a horrifying one, especially when you hear how loud that breath is, she giggled. And the third application is positive, right? Yes, the positive is when I added void to existing energy to force it to stabilize back into matter. He smiled, the ball of light on his finger fading into a puff of smoke. For now I can do 2 things. The air around his finger exploded into a blue flame, and it faded quickly, releasing a whistling sound. The first one is a gas that burns bright blue hydrogen, and this one that I had to make when trying to cool my blood when facing Vlad. It's quite a decent insulator for heat, and it doesn't seem to catch fire or harm living tissue helium. But making it was extremely harder than the first one, and took almost 4 times the energy. He sighed. At this rate, I won't have enough to make that much. 4 times the energy for something can only insulate things. It's bad, isn't it? Eris stared at the air. It doesn't do any damage, does it? Well, Arad smiled. At last, I can do. He spoke, his voice booming in a high pitch, startling Eris out. What was that voice-changing magic? Why did it sound so funny? She stared at him, weirded out. It wasn't magic, I breathed. The second gas I made instead of air, depending on how much of it I breathe with air. I can make my voice sound louder and louder, and even louder. I won't call that loud, it's just high-pitched, like a whistle or a ringing sound. She looked at him. But wait, if you have some of that gas stored in your stomach, you can change your voice without using magic? Yeah, I won't call it without magic, as I would need to use it beforehand to create the gas. But once it's stored, it can be called magicless. Arad smiled and kept cleaning the street. I'll try to focus a bit on studying my own magic and void. I bet I could get something powerful by combining it with gravity and barrier magic. You're mastering gravity magic, Eris looked at him. But I never saw you cast a conventional spell. I can do that. Arad stopped cleaning the street with his left hand and pointed toward an empty spot. Reverse gravity, the ground cracked, where he pointed out in a purple haze, and pieces started levitating. This is a conventional gravity spell. It simply reverses gravity in a designated spot. Arad wiggled his fingers. But the best it can do is cause things to levitate. It isn't that powerful and only useful as a trap to catch fighters. And that's why you started modifying the magic. Yes. Arad closed his fist, then reopened it, stopping the spell he had cast. Look at this. His hand glowed with a purple light, pulling a boulder to his palm. This is gravity magic that pulls things, he smiled, and then the boulder flew out of his hand, smacking a wall so hard it blew a hole in it. And this is the reverse of that magic, the reverse gravity that pushes things away. Harris looked at his hand. And you can change the point of effect. Yes. Arad pointed at a part of the road, making it pull things toward it. You're right. I can understand those too, but what about barrier magic? It doesn't have that many properties to modify besides shape, does it? Eris waved her hand, creating a small barrier of plasma. In fact, it's quite powerful. Arad stopped cleaning the street and put his hands together, creating a small plank of barrier magic 1 meter on each side that floated ahead of him. As you can see, it has 2 sides. If I used 50 mana, I had to spread it across the magic and choose which side to reinforce. An equal spread would be 25 for each side. He smiled. But I can make one side have 49 and the other only 1. You'll make one side vastly harder for defense, but still spend the same amount of mana. You can't make a side have 0, as it'll shatter just from the air. Iris punched the weak side of the barrier, shattering the whole thing. That's right. That also means I can use it to trap people inside a barrier or keep them from entering one. Arad smiled, creating a second barrier, but it doesn't have only 2 surfaces. He pointed at the edge and made the barrier just 4.1 meter, akin to a thin blade. Let's make this edge far harder and sharper by changing its shape. Arad then waved his hand, sending the barrier flying toward a wall and cutting it in half. You can use the barrier as a way to create magical weapons, blades, spears, and crushing mauls. She sighed. That's horrifying, especially since they are almost fully transparent. It is, but I still don't like it that much. Since it can be nullified by magic immunity, he looked at the wall, sending hundreds of barrier blades and diced them into cubes in the blink of an eye. He then waved his hand and sent a blade made of compressed wind and blasted another wall. I can shoot compressed wind or water blades that can't be nullified with magic immunity, but I'm limited to 1 shot at a time. I can fire them rapidly, but that's still limited by my casting speed. On the other hand, barrier blades can be nullified by magic immunity, but I can create hundreds of them and fire all at the same time. Arad waved his hand, dicing a second wall. I use the wind blade against those immune or resistant to magic, and the barrier blades against everyone else. Eris walked toward the diced walls and looked at them. This is horrifying. This still doesn't count your physical speed and strength. If someone got hit with this, even if they survived, they'd still have a whole dragon around that can blast a mountain with a single breath. And I can use the barrier blades multiple times, so I can just cut the target again. Arad added, quickly finishing cleaning the street. What about fire magic? You learned that, didn't you? Eris looked at him. I did, but it's mostly useless as I can generate more heat with crushing matter. I'll only use fire magic or make fire with my void if I need to hold back against someone. I can't see anyone getting a chance against you, she sighed. Nina managed to hold up. In fact, I was the one holding against her. Her skin deflects magic, so I can't use the barrier blades, and she managed to punch my compressed wind and water blades with her bare hands. Not to mention her speed matched mine, if not being faster and stronger. I could have tried using my void or expansion, but it wasn't the goal to kill. Arad looked around the clean street with a smile, proud of his work. He then walked toward Eris. I need to figure out other ways to use what magic and powers I have, especially gravity magic. I feel like there is a lot to discover and learn there. You're going to train a bit? She looked at him. I'm pretty sure Baltos won't need that much convincing to let me get a look at the Royal Library. Even some secret books. I'm sure he has some stored in the castle. He smiled. Kingdom secrets. I doubt he'll agree. Iris stared at Arad. What do you bet? Arad stared at her. I'll teach you about plasma magic if he agrees, and you'll let me suck your blood if he disagrees. She stared at Arad with a smile an hour later. Want to reach the kingdom's secret library? Baltos gasped, who lay on the bed with Charlie beside him. Arad and Eris nodded, facing them. Sure, but the vault in the castle's basement only opens with my magic. You'll have to take me there to open it for you. If you tried to brute your way inside, it'll destroy all the books. Baltos smiled, and Eris slapped her forehead. It's my loss, she growled, then glared at Baltos. Those are the kingdom's secrets. You sure want to give them out this easily? If there's someone who should be able to access them, Charlie smiled. It's Arad. He saved the kingdom twice, albeit we lost the capital in the second one. This chapter is updated by Chapter 696, The Guardian Doll. Arad teleported to the castle's main gate, staring at the crumbling portcullis. He stepped forward, looking at the side and spotting blood trailing down the white snow, an armored arm poking from white fluff. This was a battlefield. Eris looked at the snow. Tens of soldiers died when Vlad attacked. Of course, Arad replied. When we get out of the capital, I'll use my void to suck all the corpses, and we can then bury them one by one. Our catacomb would get filled quickly, Eris sighed. I can't believe that we haven't even built the castle, and we're already burying more people than a city does in 5 years. I can get more land from Baltos in our catacomb isn't enough. I'm sure he won't mind, considering that the capital just got blasted. He'll probably shift the capital into another city. It'll take years for the kingdom to heal, and it'll be an easy target for invasions. She looked at the several corpses scattered on the snow. Without the capital, it's a headless kingdom. Let them come. Arad looked at her. I'll blast them at the borders. I doubt anyone would get as threatening as Vlad. That depends on when and how they attack. We aren't the only ones with adventurers, S-ranks, and monsters. Eris stared at him. Remember that Alcott and Nina are S-ranks. Other high-ranked adventurers could be dangerous if they joined a war against us. Baltos isn't dead, and he'll keep ruling out of another city, and with me still around, I doubt anyone would dare mess with us after we killed Vlad. Arad sighed, but I'm sure some idiots would think this is a good time to strike after we're exhausted. They walked through the main keep door, went through the hallways, and headed toward the basement. This is where Baltos said it was. Arad pushed the door open and looked inside. The room looked normal, with a ton of old, dusty furniture, weapons, and piles over piles of junk. This place is a mess, Charlie said. It's purposefully left like this to hide the entrance. Arad walked around looking for any traces of magic. There it is. At the corner of the room, he could see an old tattered doll missing an eye, sitting on a box with its robe ripped apart and cotton leaking out of its back. It looked as if a dog had ripped it apart. Is this the doll? Eris gasped, staring at the thing. It's weirder than I expected. She looked at Arad. Are you sure this is it? Arad approached the door. Open the library. I know you can hear me. The door remained silent. We must have the wrong one. No, we have the right one. Arad approached the door and grabbed it, staring at its one eye. Open the library. Baltos told us you're the only one who could do that. And if you don't... He started squeezing it in his fist. For a few seconds, the door remained silent until something cracked inside. Peaky! Ah, click! Ah, click! The doll's mouth ripped open as it screamed. The sheer loudness of the scream ripped Arad and Eris's eardrums out, shattering half the windows of the castle as the horrid screech was heard from the capital's walls. Arad stared at the doll unfazed. It's your fault for not replying. He tightened his grip. I can do this all day. Sorry, stop, you broke my spine? The doll cried, for real? Can't you have a joke? Eris blinked twice, seeing the doll move but not hearing anything besides the painful ringing in her ears. Vlad attacked the capital. I killed him, but Baltos was injured. He gave me permission to use the castle's library. He glared at it. Open the library. I'll do it. Put me down. I only wanted to scare you a bit, that's all. The door sighed, wiggling and trying to escape Arad's palm. Thought it would be funny seeing a big guy like you jump up startled. Arad put the doll down and it turned around. My back. She walked toward the wall and lifted her hand. Open, she said, and a magical white door appeared on the wall. Teleportation gate. This will lead you to the library burned underground. She looked back at Arad. At that time, Eris had already healed her ears. Buried underground, so it's not here? Even I don't know where it is, the doll replied. King Baltos paid Alice Dagan to hide the royal library, and so she did. She also made me act as a gatekeeper. So you're a golem? Arad stared at her. You can say that, but I'm quite different, the doll replied. I'm a human soul bound to this doll as a punishment. What kind of punishment would lead you to this? Eris sighed, staring at the little doll with a confused face. She had never heard of such a strange punishment. I was an alchemist who experimented on humans. Got a sentence of 400 years, and so she put me here to actually spend that time, the doll growled. I'm almost done, 356. Why don't you run, or what would you even get when that time ends? Arad stared at the doll as he approached the white gate. I don't run because I can't. She put a slave contract on my soul, and when the time ends, I can finally die in peace. But I'll likely end up in hell, so I'm not that excited about it. The doll sighed, staring at the ceiling. Due to boredom, I spend most of my time asleep down here. No wonder the doll is that tattered if it was here for over 3 centuries. You've really fallen off from an alchemist to this. Arad looked at her with a sad face. You could have just done your alchemy without experimenting on people. Shut up. It's none of your business. I was trying to impress the great Olivia, and I did reach my goal, the doll growled. Who's Olivia? The greatest alchemist in all of existence. What kind of muscle-head fool are you to not hear of her? I heard she's been looking for an elixir of immortality that bypasses divinity, probably for her to live for all eternity, and I found her a solution. The doll smirked, philosopher's stone. It's made of humanoid souls to extend the user's existence. The more you sacrifice and pile into the stone, the longer you live. It basically steals others' lifespan. Then apparently Alice Dagan got a divine mission from the goddess of magic to punish me, and so she did. Cosmic what? Eris stared at her, even more confused, large humanoid steel golems of various shapes and sizes and shapes. They hold an imaginable power, and their mission is to stop anyone that tries to break the world's integrity. From what I knew about them, only 2 people managed to beat them. The current overgod and current goddess of magic. I can understand the overgod as he probably rules over them, but what did the magic goddess do? Arad asked. Alice said that the magic goddess was targeted by them as she was immortal for centuries, but each time they came for her, she beat and turned them into maids serving her. That kept until the overgod appeared and gave her the title of the magic goddess after she killed the previous magic goddess. Have you never read her scriptures? The doll glared at Arad with a confused face. Every mage should know this. I don't, he replied, looking toward Eris. Neither I? Where did you read it? As I said, the magic goddess scripture. Never heard of that. Eris stared back at her, the doll face palmed. How ignorant the world has become in the past centuries. It matters not. Go to the library before the gate closes. Arad and Eris walked through the gate, and the doll sighed after they left. What kind of monster is that man? He's terrifying. Arad and Eris walked through a white walkway until they reached a small portal. Going through it led them to appear in a large, dark room. Here we are. Eris lifted one finger and conjured a tiny ball of purple glowing plasma, illuminating the place. It's true that both of them can see in the dark, but that won't be as good or as comfortable as seeing normal. Discerning colors with dark vision is a real problem, and reading books could be a major issue. Let's look around for anything that might help. Updated from Chapter 697, The Royal Library. Chapter 697, The Royal Library. Chapter 697, The Royal Library. Arad walked around, looking at the seemingly endless shelves of books spreading across the library. So much in one place, he said. All those books must be worth a fortune. She looked at one shelf, finding several magical books for spells and weapon schematics. Arad approached one shelf that was locked inside a steel cage and ripped the lock apart, looking at what was inside. Eris, look at this, she approached. Hair, art, and toes. What in the hell is this? It's a basic witchcraft guide, nothing amazing. Doma created a mouth on Arad's face and spoke. I can translate it for you if you want. Arad opened the book and looked inside. From the first chapter to the last, it looked like a guide on how to make delicate haircuts, nail care, and how to draw tattoos with a needle and some ink. A weird subject, but it didn't look that witchery for him. You say it needs to be translated? Eris looked at Arad, talking with Doma. It's one of the books I read in the past. I won't call it great, but it's a start. Tattoos spread across Arad's arms and neck as Doma took control. Let me show you how to translate it. Some body parts are considered dead in the magic formula that includes nails and hair. Witches paint their nails with magic-infused ink, usually created by the witch herself after years of brewing. They can then use all of their nails as an arcane focus, enabling move versatility with spells. She pointed at the nail care section. It's not that accurate, but this is how you apply it, and it's usually extremely painful as the magic seeps into your nerves. I remember, Eris gasped, feeling a shiver down her spine. When I used that ink I bought to paint my nails black, it hurt like hell. The purer and stronger the magic, the more painful the painting is. It felt like a nail piercing my finger. Eris looked at Arad. No wonder your witch nails are weak. Not only you didn't make it yourself, it barely caused any pain. You should try making one and repainting your nails. Doma smiled. It's called painting for a reason. It did hurt. Eris gasped. How much else should it hurt? A good measure is that if nothing leaked out, you probably didn't make it good enough. I writhed in my own waste for a week after painting each nail. She lifted her finger and showed them to Eris. Look, even in Arad's body, they still show up. They are engraved into my soul. Arad blinked, retaking control of his body. What about the hair? The hair isn't used as an arcane focus, but it's used as a substitute for consumables and a medium from magic. Curses especially benefit from it, like you can make someone insane by just putting a hair strand on their door. Eris nodded. And I heard that blood is used as a sacrifice. That's a whole other subject of witchcraft, and an advanced one that this book doesn't even mention. This one here is tattoos. You can think of them like writing a spell's formula on a scroll, but now the scroll is your own skin. Those tattoos on my body draw channels for mana to move through efficiently, amplification, and sensors. I also have several ones running passive tasks like deflected lower-tier spells and sending a wave of jamming magic to make casting spells harder, and also muffle detection and prevent people from seeing me through high-level detection magic. It's the most complicated one, and not something a beginner witch should dabble with. I'll probably be bald with black nails and a body full of tattoos if I wanted to become an experienced witch. Eris sighed. I've seen many witches turn into shriveled hags with long noses and half-balding heads. Don't go overboard. Doma giggled, fading into Arad's body. Guess I'll keep this one. He swallowed the book into his stomach and kept looking inside the locked shelf while Eris exploded the rest of the library. Several minutes later, Arad, I found this one, she approached, carrying a thick book with a leather cover and title engraved with gold. Sarah's Guide to Kingship. What's that? Arad looked at the book in her hand. It doesn't look like a magic book. Because it's not. It's written by the first queen of the kingdom and talks about how to manage a kingdom. I bet several kings have read this to learn from it. I'm going to manage a castle, which is more like a small kingdom, so this would be useful. Arad opened the book to read it, but his eyes immediately started hurting the moment he saw the pages almost black with how much was written on them and how absurdly small the font was. Did she have to pack it like this? He looked at how thick the book was. She could have written 4 or 5 small books, he sighed. The thing weighed over 10 kilograms. It'll be useful, so keep it. She gave the book to Arad, who swallowed it immediately. It's going to be a pain to read it all, but I'll manage over a few weeks. Rebrud, we'll probably need to build you a study or a wizard's lab. Eris looked at him. I can't wait to see you sitting behind a desk, starting a book for an entire day. I'll probably use time slow to finish it quickly. Believe me, time slows on its own when you try studying magic. She giggled as Arad kept looking for any useful book. She, on the other hand, looked around and found several notable books about agriculture, cooking, and entertainment. There were even several stories thrown around. As Eris explored the library, Arad pulled another strange book from the locked shelf that tickled his interest. King of the Seven Seas, Jack Parrott. It's the man buried in Rita's temple, he smiled. Was he important or something, I guess? A king is a king. Did I hear Jack Parrott? Eris started toward Arad from behind the bookshelves. That man ruled all of the world's water with his massive fleet of pirates. If you want to travel the seas, reading about his life and how he navigated is a must. Arad opened the book. This one seems to be written by the man himself. I have never written a book before, so I don't know how to start. I'll just wing it. I love my wife. Her red hair is striking. Arad flipped several pages of the book, and Jack was still praising his wife in detail. Then it suddenly shifts in tone. Beware, the Overgod's brother resides in the seas. His name is Abel, a one-eyed, tall, and white-haired slender man with a toned build, and 7 beautiful witches that live with him. They are his wives. After a conflict with his brother, he decided to live a calm life of peace on a private island and keep to himself. I only ruled the seas because he isn't even trying. Don't sail the waves with arrogance, or he'll strike you down. That escalated quickly after a long, dragged wait. Arad sighed, closed the book, and threw it into his stomach. I'll read it if I want to sail across the sea. He kept looking, and he quickly pulled out another strange book. Heroine of Bronze, Shout of Thunderclap. He stared at the book for a second and gave the first pages a few reads. The book was written by a woman called Roberta about a bronze dracana called Nemoxen. She mastered the power of her draconic shout, the supersonic blast of the bronze dragons, to a degree where she could fine-tune it into an even deadlier weapon. It details a theory about how the dracana used her wings and scales to amplify the volume of her force breath to the point it could reverberate across the whole world like a massive explosion called Nemoxen's thunderclap. There are even records of her shouting at a devil so loudly she erased him out of existence. The book also details that sound is waves, vibrations that travel in the air. When the pitch is high enough, it can shatter glass. Even humans can achieve this. But when someone like Nemoxen learned that, she screamed a devil into nothingness by creating an extremely high pitch that vibrated through his body and destroyed his molecular structure. A dracana that loud, I wonder if she would be alive somewhere. Arad flipped the pages of the book. Nemoxen was fond of sharks and whales, and she almost ate them to extinction. The book had too many details. I can be quite loud, so I might be able to weaponize this as well. He tucked the book in his stomach and kept looking. What's? Arad gasped, feeling his head hurting when he saw the next book's title. Heaven's Kitchen War. Goddesses of the Divine Order stomped by an old lady. What even is this? He opened the book and looked inside. The few first chapters detail the crisis that occurred in the world after the ancient god abomination war, and how all divine magic halted across the world as the goddess reserved all of their power to face off an old lady called Mabel in a contest to cook off the overgod. And they lost badly. The book details several recipes that could grant various effects and blessings depending on the way they were prepared and the ingredients used. This content is taken from Mrirdot, chapter 698, Golem's Army of the Infinite Droplets. Arad lifted his hand, sending a wave of void magic to cover the whole library. Eris, come back here. I'll suck everything into my stomach. We can read it later. Wait, did you ask Baltos about it? She gasped. I didn't, but I'm sure he won't want to leave them here unguarded. They only have that little doll outside. He lowered his hand, and Eris rushed to hide behind him. Just be careful not to damage anything. Arad's magic extended from his palm all the way across the library, sucking everything into his stomach from bookshelves to old scrolls. Only they could realize how large this library was, far bigger than they expected. Let's go back. He turned around, seeing a wall where they came from. How do we get out? Eris asked, with a passive face. I don't know, Ared replied, touching the wall. We're locked here. That stupid doll. Eris growled, looking around for any door that could lead them outside, but she found none. The library is a closed box with no windows or doors. The only way in and out is the magical link created by that stupid doll, and they are now stuck until she opens the door for them again. Arad turned toward Eris. Come here. He approached her. You'll dig out? She held his hand and he slowly sucked her into his body. That's the plan, he said, as she faded into his body. Arad slowly lifted his arms, releasing faint waves of his magic into the walls, sensing where they were exactly. He closed his eyes, feeling the stone engulfing the library. He can extend his magic for 40 kilometers, the range of his expansion. He smiled, taking a stance. Void step Zon. Arad disappeared in the blink of an eye, landing, emerging above the clouds. The library was buried 12 kilometers beneath the ground inside a massive boulder, 2 kilometers in diameter, most likely built by an ancient, powerful human wizard. Since Arad teleported the maximum distance he could upward, he ended up 28 kilometers above the surface, far above the clouds. He looked down with a smile, shifting into his draconic form to get the best of his eyes. Even at that distance, he could locate the capital, and specifically the castle, with ease. Found it. He took a dive, falling head first with air burning around his wings. The nuns walking around the church stopped, hearing something above them. One of them looked up, seeing a massive burning dragon parts the clouds as it fell head first toward them, turning the sky red. The nun dropped the basket of clothes she carried and pissed herself, terrified that the capital was about to get blasted into ash. Zon. Void step, Arad disappeared, leaving a powerful gust of hot wind to fall on the surface, melting some of the snow and drying the wet walls in the blink of an eye. The nuns looked up, feeling their skin dry from the heat as they searched for the dragon. Where did it go? Ib? What? The right. What?
What? Was I dreaming? One cried.
Clack. Arad landed in the castle's basement in his humanoid form with his skin smoking. His glowing purple eyes glared at the doll sitting on a barrel. Yo, I'm back.
You came on your own?
She glared back at him. Why go through the hassle? Since you tried to lock us there, Arad said with a passive face. I didn't try to lock you there, buffoon, the doll stared at him. Did neither of you think of reading the sign on the wall? It said to chant, out portal, to teleport you outside. I didn't see it, Arad said, and Eris in his head confirmed that she didn't. Even so, why didn't you tell us about it? It's been years since I sent someone there. You can't blame me for forgetting to state the obvious. It's like telling a man that he should read the signs on the road to know his direction in the capital. She waved her hand. Blame yourself. Arad looked inside his stomach, and he quickly found the sign there. He sucked it into his stomach before they turned around to leave. That is why they didn't see it. If he didn't suck everything, he would have seen it when they tried to leave. Fine. It's my mistake. He sighed, scratching his head. So, what would you do? Arad looked at the doll. Stay here and guard. What else could I do? She glared at him. It's my punishment, and I can't leave. The capital was destroyed, and I emptied the library. You're guarding nothing. You what? Stole everything from there? She gasped, standing up. It's my job to guard it. I can't let you steal the books. We're moving the capital, and the library should go with it, he replied, with a passive face. The doll lifted her tiny hands. It's my job. That's all I need to say, Tap. She put them together. Arad blinked, staring at her. Conjuration's expansion. Golem's army of the infinite droplets. As Arad stood there, he could see the area around him disappear as it got replaced by an endless field at sunset. Hundreds of thousands of armored soldiers faced him with all the weapons they had as the sky got engulfed in black clouds, dripping acid, poison, and a bunch more alchemical concoctions. That rain buffed the army by healing and granting them effects, while it only acted to debuff and damage Arad. What? He gasped, finally sensing the magic leaking out of the doll. Alice Dagon had to personally stop her. which means whoever this doll was in life, she wasn't someone that the human kingdom or anyone weaker than Alice could hope to beat easily. Peedwell ye! The doll flew out of nowhere, punching Arad in the forehead and sending him spinning backward at an insane speed, clap before he could land. An armored knife rushed in with his great shield and smacked Arad back toward the doll. Arad shifted into his half-dragon form, expanding his wings to slow down, and swung a claw at the doll. Thud. She jumped over his wrist and kicked him in the face, grabbing him by the hair and throwing him into the sky in the blink of an eye. The army behind her pulled their bowstrings, firing hundreds of thousands of poison-engulfed arrows at him. Arad looked down, his vision slightly blurring. I'm getting weaker, and she's getting stronger, and how come she's this strong? She might be worse than Vlad. He pointed his hand forward. Barrier magic, and conjured a massive barrier to block the arrows. Now you've done it, he shouted with a smile, pointing down with a finger. A ball of light emerged at the tip of his finger, flashing as he fired a powerful beam toward the army. The soldiers in the army lifted their swords up, wings emerging on their backs as they scattered everywhere like a storm of mosquitoes, completely avoiding Arad's blast. Stab. As Arad stared at them, he felt something sting the back of his neck. Judging by that beam, you're a void dragon, aren't you? The doll had stabbed his neck with a syringe, pushing a strange green liquid into his veins. Arad tried to swat her with his palm, but she flew away, and he only ended up smashing the syringe. What was that? I already expected that you're a dragon, judging by your magic. That's a general-purpose poison to kill draconic creatures. It attacks the nerves first and is tested through hundreds of dragons and half-dragons, she said with a smile, flying away from Arad while keeping an eye on him. It's posed it. The poison is nothing, Arad smiled, not feeling anything wrong with his body. It's supposed to feel like nothing, she said, seeing as his skin turned purple and his hair began to fall, slowly forcing him into the deformed shape of a humanoid with draconic parts. It goes beneath the dragon's immune system and slowly eats their brain from the inside. The first symptom is the inability to keep your shapeshift, she smiled. I don't have anything specific for void dragons, but I'll whip something new just for you. Give me a second or two. Arad couldn't feel anything strange with his body. He could only watch as his face elongated to that of a dragon. What? He gasped, forgetting how to even stay in a human form. Something he had done since birth without a thought needed. Then, I don't need it. He roared, letting it go and shifting into his draconic form. What would you gain from forcing me into my strongest form? He opened his jaw to fire a breath at her, but he suddenly started falling. He tried to flap his wings, but no matter what he did, he kept falling. It takes a lot of power and precision for a dragon to lift his massive weight, only by flapping his wings. The poison messes with your nerves, throwing them out of rhythm and making flight impossible. Arad tried to fly, but his shaking wings failed to respond to him. The flying army of soldiers rushed toward him, stabbing him everywhere like a crazed swarm of bees, and even so he couldn't feel a thing. His sense of pain had already faded. Follow current novels on Chapter 699, The Queen in Purple. Chapter 699, The Queen in Purple. As the swarm of soldiers left Arad to fall to the ground, they watched him hit the ground, skewered like a pincushion, cracked. Arad instantly swung his claw, ripping his own head and spine off, and threw them away, fully regenerating in the blink of an eye. It doesn't matter since I can recreate my whole body. He stared up at the doll, ready to blast her with a breath. You forgot your hind legs and wings. She pointed down, and Arad turned to see that her words were true. His body didn't fully heal. I bet you're missing several organs as well. My poison targets your nerves, so your brain is already soaked with it. The breath Arad was charging faded away as he started puking blood. His arms started shaking as his scales seemed to fall off. The poison multiplies using a dragon's blood and would eventually surpass a lethal dose. That also means even if you were to get rid of it all and forget a single drop, you'll be at death's door again in a matter of minutes. The doll smiled. In my time, we used to poison dragons like this, and then wait for them to die. We can either do it by sending a suicidal attacker, or a trapped sacrifice. Erad's body started rapidly regenerating as the poison digested him from the inside out, stuck between life and death as he tried to stand. You're quite durable. Most dragons would have already died. Is it because of your vampiric blood? The doll lifted her hand and the clouds in the sky turned green. To make it quick, let's give you another poison. Wash! Iris flew out of Erad's blood, burning in an armor of plasma as she swung a kick at the doll's face. I was waiting for you to come out. The doll smiled, 5 armored soldiers rushing from behind her. One of them blocked Eris's kick with his shield as the remaining 4 swung their swords at her. Eris's foot flashed with plasma, melting the knight's shield and kicking him in the neck. With the same motion, she swung around and kicked the 4 knights with a spin. Stab. You're less perceptive than him. The doll smiled, sticking a needle into the back of Eris's neck. It'll work faster for a half-dragon. Think again, Eris glared back at her with glowing purple eyes, smoke gushing out of her skin as her clothes burned into ash. Death butterfly. What? The doll gasped, jumping back as far as she could as she sensed a powerful wave of burning heat gushing out of Eris's body. Shit, Erad didn't expect the poison, and his blood wasn't that hot, so he got infected easily. She, on the other hand, knew of it, and her blood was burning plasma. The poison can't survive inside her body. Bam! Eris flew toward the doll, kicking her in the guts and sending her flying backward, spinning violently mid-air with a burning body. The doll waved her hand, sending a horde of soldiers to block Eris's path. Eris's toenails flashed with dark purple magic as she condensed all of her plasma into her legs. Out of her toenails, she released a massive chunk of her mana as an explosion, propelling herself forward through the soldiers at an unimaginable speed, melting a hole through them as she swung a fist at the doll's head. Now you're a problem! The doll laughed, pulling a vial from her pocket and cracking it. Its soft cloth body expanded a bit, turning as hard as stone as its ripped parts got closed, magic rushing through its whole body. Bam! She swung her palm upward, deflecting Eris's punch and trying to kick her in the face. But Eris dodged and conjured a long spear of plasma, swinging it at the doll's torso. The doll lunged over the spear and she waved her fingers, blasting Eris in the face with a massive water burst. The moment the water touched Eris's skin, the raw heat disintegrated it into oxygen and hydrogen, which combusted at the spot, resulting in a massive explosion. Tens of apple-sized balls of purple plasma flew out of the steam, and the doll swung her fists, deflecting them left and right. Out of the steam, Eris emerged, pointing a finger at the doll, firing even more balls at her like a machine gun. From behind Eris, several tens of knights flew at her, swinging their halberds. She turned with a smile, conjuring a spear and stabbing one of them in the chest, melting a hole in his torso. She then caught one of the halberds with her bare hands and blasted the swinging with a kick to the face. No matter how fast or coordinated the soldiers tried to make their attacks, the heat gushing out of Eris's body melted their armor, making it hard to move, and she was far faster than then. Each hit of her was fatal. All attack at once, overwhelm her with numbers. The doll screamed, sending her entire army after Eris. I don't think so. Zia flew in wearing a strangely tight nun robe. What's that outfit for? Eris gasped. Shut up. You're wearing plasma, and you're the one who made Erad rip my maid outfit. I had him borrow this for me from one of the nuns, and it doesn't fit well. She glared at the soldiers with glowing red eyes. You're Vlad's maid. The doll stared at her. What are you doing here? Doesn't matter. Kill her as well. Think again, Zia smiled, pulling a small wand from her pocket. Rust, a green wave of magic, gushed out of her body, hitting the flying soldiers and causing their armor to rust, turning brown and cracking. Good one! Eris opened her hands, carrying a plasma ball in each of her palms. It's their end. She smacked the balls together, causing a massive blast that sent a shockwave, shattering all the soldiers into pieces. Rust magic. You're a pain to fighters, turning all of their expensive items and equipment into trash. The doll flew at them. Sadly, it won't work on me. As she said that, more soldiers started gushing out of the ground. Blood. The moment the soldiers stood up, a flood of blood washed them away, and everyone looked toward Arad, seeing him puking waves over waves of blood, rapidly filling the doll's domain. "Aren't you dead yet?" The doll growled. "Just kick the bucket already." Blood expansion. Army of Blood Arad released all the vampires he got from Vlad. Tens of thousands of them flew out of the blood, charging at the doll and her soldiers to rip them apart. The doll stared at the blood and vampires swallowing her army faster than she could remake it. "Then I'll help you die faster." Hemotoxin, she pointed down with a finger as she dodged a spear from Eris and a fireball from Zia. The clouds in the sky started ripping a clear rain. Each droplet that hit Arad's blood flood made it thicker, separating the white from red. The ground quickly started to look like patches of melted butter on the red crust of a cheeseless pizza as the plasma separated from the red blood cells. "This is bad," Zia growled, looking down. "You go help him, and I'll blast this doll to hell." Eris smashed her fists together, her eyes flashing with a purple spark. The muscles on her frame expanded slightly as a grin crossed her face. "She's too strong for you to beat on your own," Zia growled. "Nah, I'd win." She started lifting her hands, and Zia instantly felt the presence of a purple Dracana. Eris's magic spiked over what she had ever felt from her, reaching a height that even Vlad would have been on guard against. "I'll get him out," Zia screamed as she flew toward Arad as fast as she could. A massive blue lightning bolt rushed out of her left hand, while a blazing fire tornado burst out of her right hand. Red and blue dragons, upon mating, their offspring could be a purple dragon. "It's the literal mix between the two colors," Eris said, pulling her hands closer. The doll could feel that something was off. Eris's magic wasn't that of a normal purple dragon or a vampire. It's mixed with holy magic. Fire magic, heat, lightning magic, shock. She clapped her hands, keeping them closed. Those two mixed together would generate far more heat and pressure than what is possible under normal circumstances, resulting in a bright purple plasma. She pulled her hands apart, a fist-sized purple sun in front of her chest. Holy magic gushed out of her back, linking to the sun and feeding it, the holy magic of Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun. Most paladins extract her holy magic in smites, but I never heard of someone who can exert the true origin of her divinity. Worshippers of a fire goddess could cast fire spells and have them grow stronger by infusing their goddess magic into the spell, but no one could do that with the sun. The doll turned to run away. "That's until I came," Eris said with a smile, the purple sun in front of her expanding rapidly. "I'm the sun in Arad's void, and you aren't going to pass without getting judged." Plasma expansion, divine smite of the purple sun. The purple sun instantly expanded to 10 meters, engulfing Eris. It then expanded again to 100 meters, setting the doll's domain ablaze and evaporating everything inside in the blink of an eye. Iris glared at the running doll. Divine flare, the purple sun exploded, ripping the entire dimension created by the doll apart. The sheer heat and gravity enforced by the death of a star twisted time and spar, ripping everything on multiple levels that even the doll couldn't comprehend. Clack. The doll appeared again inside the castle's basement with Iris stepping on her face. "You had a spare body here. You're smart." She glared down at her, pushing her head into the ground. "Were you crazy?" the doll screamed. "There are innocent civilians in the city. You could have killed them if my expansion didn't take the hit of your son. I only care about Arad's life." Iris's toenails turned into long purple claws, piercing into the doll's forehead as purple scales appeared on her calves and arms. She lifted her hands, putting them together in the same pose, ready to unleash another expansion. Burn, livered, updated from Eyebrowed. Chapter 700, Fragment from the Past. Pink. You'll never find an antidote if you killed me. The doll growled Arad would just wither and die with time, losing his mind like he has a rotted brain with dementia. Eris turned around, seeing Arad looking down at the ground as Zia carried him. Something seemed off, as his eyes flashed with sparks of purple magic. "How is he doing?" she shouted. "I don't know." Zia shook Arad. "Can you hear me?" Say something. Arad's muscles pulsed and expanded for a moment, surprising Zia. "Wait," the doll gasped. "Why is he in his human form? He shouldn't be able to maintain it." She stared at him and would be sweating if she wasn't a doll. Black tattoos spread from Arad's chest across his entire torso, and his eyes flashed with a pink light as he stood, taking a deep breath and cracking his back with a twist. "I never thought about the day where I think my fast brewing method is too slow," he said in a woman's voice, and the doll's face paled even though she wasn't alive. "Let me go," that voice. She started flailing around, but Eris kept her pinned to the ground. "I was thinking about it, but your magic has changed a lot in the past many years." Doma stared at the doll. "How are you doing?" "Well," the doll gasped. "I'm fine." She looked away. Around 600 years ago, snow had been falling for the past month in the elvish Great Forest. Even the snow, the cold monsters had retreated to their dens, avoiding the coldest winter in several decades. Crackling through the frozen roads, a large caravan of 3 wagons dragged by 2 ice drakes. The first wagon was a massive wooden one, covered with cold-resistant magic and barrier magic for protection. The other 2 in the back were massive cages of steel covered with old ragged clothes, filled with slaves getting trafficked through the human-elvish border. The wind started to blow violently and the drakes refused to move. The driver jumped down from the front wagon and stared at them. "They can't keep going. We have to stop," he shouted at the first wagon. A tall man looked out with a sore face. "Shut up and whip them. They'll move with enough effort." "I can't do that," the driver replied. "It's best if we rested for a night than to risk them dying on us in the middle of this snowstorm." He looked at the man with a stern face. "It's not something that we should ignore. Fine, get them to move us to the tree shade at the roadside, then let them rest." The man sighed, getting back into his wagon and closing the window. Lord Amelie, an elvish woman who sat inside wearing a large white fur coat, looked at the noble elf. "What about the slaves? A night wait and some of them might die of cold. Just have some of them gather firewood to heat themselves," he sighed. "We shouldn't stay in this forest for long, damnable drakes," he growled. "I told you we should have bought something stronger, probably some dire drakes." She looked at him with a disappointed face. "You know how expensive those things are? That'll eat all of our profits from this trip." He looked out of the window, "And don't tell me it's an investment. I'm not going through this forest again. Not that now we know that Witch might be making her hut around here." The woman stared at him with a worried face, a droplet of sweat dripping across her forehead. "The Witch of Curses, the bitch a psycho. You heard the letter from the capital, what she did to the queen?" "Shh," she growled at him. "Keep those thoughts until we leave the forest. She might be listening with her curses." The wind blew stronger, and the wagon shook to the core. The driver growled as he walked toward the back wagons and looked inside, seeing the slaves bunched together in the cage to survive the cold. "Come 5 of you. You'll gather firewood and light a fire." He picked 5 strong-looking men for the work and dragged them out. "The fire is for you, so make sure to gather as much wood as possible. Put it between the 2 carriages where I'll set it ablaze." Time quickly passed by as the slaves gathered firewood, until a scream rushed out of the forest and they ran back toward the carriages. "The fuck was that?" The noble stared out of his wagon's window. "Kill the ones who want to attract monsters." The driver rushed toward the slaves and looked at them. 1 was missing, and 2 of the other 4 had heavy scars on their backs. "What happened?" he asked, looking at the forest. "A large monster. It has white fur," one of them cried. "Leave them for the monstera to eat. We're moving." The noble shouted. "They're the ones who attracted them by their screams." The slaves looked at the noble, terrified. Large with white fur isn't a description. Is it a bear? A yeti? The driver growled. He wanted to ignore the noble's screams, as that bastard was slowly getting on his nerves. "I don't know," the slave cried, holding the wound on his shoulder. It stood on 2 legs, looked like an ape, and had 2 horns on its head and glowing blue eyes. "Shit, how big was it?" "As the trees, we're dealing with an abominable yeti. That means there is a den of yetis around. We might be surrounded by tens of them, the driver growled. They want us to move so they can ambush us. Those slaves never fail to cause troubles. The noble growled as he walked out of the carriage. All we need is to kill that abominable one. He walked toward the forest and stopped, suddenly pointing a finger back and blasting the slave with a fireball. This is for dragging the monsters to us, he growled. Why did you kill them? The driver screamed. If monsters found them, they should have run in the other direction and got eaten on their own. Why drag us with them? He grunted. Now I have to fight in this cold. He pulled a wand from his pocket and looked around. Detect magic. He sent a wave of mana through the woods. I found him. Fire engulfed the noble's body as he flew between the trees like a meteor. Fiery explosions started illuminating the forest as the driver watched, but then suddenly hordes of yetis started showing up from the woods. The driver pulled his sword and unlocked the slave's cage. Get ready to fight. They intend to kill us while Lord Amel is fighting their leader. He looked around, counting over 20 yetis. Even one of them would have been a problem, but with such numbers there is no escaping death. As the battle heated up and the deaths started racking up between the slaves, the driver threw a key into the cage after losing an arm. "Run away!" he screamed at the women and children there. "You bastard! What are you doing?" The woman inside the carriage cried, seeing the keys fall between the slaves. "I'm dying anyway, so I'm giving them one last chance." He laughed, turning toward the yetis. "White apes, come get fucked." He lifted his sword with one hand, wind blowing around his body as he smiled. "Heard I care." The yetis growled, staring at him with caution as they slowly got closer, ready to charge all at once. The driver pulled a necklace that he had around his neck. It had the symbol of the world tree made of wood. He kissed it, praying, "O Sylph, divine queen of the world tree and rulers of the elves, this soul is getting wasted. May you grant me strength one last time?" As if his prayer had been answered, he could feel his mana spiking up with the pain of his wounds fading. Instead of blood, he could smell a faint odor of lemon in the air. He leaped forward, swinging his sword at one of yetis, and the beast growled, swinging its massive claw at him. Using his wind magic, he dodged the strike and slashed the monster's arm. The monster roared, and the driver laughed. "An arm for an arm, you bastards!" He flew between swinging left and right like a madman. "I feel it. The gaze of the divine queen. She's watching, and a great show I must make." He started getting faster and faster, cutting the monsters as if he were getting stronger after each strike. The women and children locked in the wagons unlocked their cuffs and ran into the forest, trying to make it as far away from the monsters as possible as the woman in the carriage screamed her lungs out, "Amelie." The slaves are escaping. That bastard Leon has betrayed us, as she looked out of the wagon's window at the running slaves. She felt a foot on the back of her head. "Who's there?" she gasped, turning around with a knife in her hand. The first thing she saw was a pale foot with long pink nails close to her face. The woman froze in place. The carriage was locked. Where did this one enter? "Put that thing aside." The foot slowly moved, grabbing the knife by the blade and pulling it away. The blade rusted and crumbled as the wooden handle rotted into nothingness. Sitting behind the woman was a young elvish girl with long pink hair and glowing blue eyes, wearing a black robe. Barefoot and barehanded, pained nails. She looks young, like 15 years old, but her face says otherwise. Those glowing eyes and long pink hair, not to mention this arid magic twisting around her body. The curse witch. The woman pissed herself, freezing in place as Doma glared at her, sitting with one leg on the other. "Nice body you have there? Do you think I can make a bag out of your skin?" Doma said with a smile, glaring at the woman, and slowly pulled a scalpel. Visit. For the best novel reading experience, Chapter 701, Fragment from the Past. Queen of Curses, no, the woman cried, moving away from Doma. "Don't be," Doma said, but stopped as her head hunched back, about to sneeze. Acho, bam. The moment Doma sneezed at the woman, she blew her skeleton out of her back, shattering the wagon's door and only leaving a pile of flesh in place. Doma pulled a handkerchief and cleared her nose. I should have worn more clothes, but she shivered. But who would bother? She stared at the pile of flesh ahead of her with a smile. Sorry, you're already dead. She walked over the pile of flesh and out of the wagon, leaving a trail of bloodied footprints. Most of the slaves ran away, and Yetis are winning. She didn't control the monsters. They were natural predators around here, and their presence was a well-kept secret since they were so meticulous about killing everyone and not leaving survivors. Who would survive a gang of 10-foot-tall apes in the middle of freezing snow? The apes had just finished killing the slave warriors and the driver as they looked toward the carriage. Their faces paled as they saw Doma there. They weren't intelligent, but even they could tell that she was a problem. Every time they clashed with her, she ended up toying with them. All of the Yetis have now developed a primal fear of pink. In this white and brown forest, seeing that pink hair was enough to trigger terror in their bones. Doma turned her head toward them. Carpet. They immediately turned heads and bolted away, but one of them fell down, feeling something grab him by the leg. The Yeti stared down, seeing a hand of snow pulling him toward Doma. He screamed and cried, but she started clapping. "Come here, Carpet! Come here, Carpet!" with a smile on her face. She approached the terrified Yeti and looked at it with a smile. What fine fur. I did need one for the study room. She pulled the scalpel and cut a small wound on her hand. But I won't waste you like this. She drew a large circle in the ground with her blood filled with magical scripts in less than a minute, and then approached the woman's pile of flesh, took the heart and liver, and walked back to the circle where she put them in the middle. The Yeti started struggling left and right as she approached him. "Come, baby, time to cut you apart." She grabbed him by the ear, dragged him over the blood circle, and pulled a large kitchen knife out of her pocket. She looked around with a sore face. It's really annoying to find the lines of magic in the ground with such weather. Don't you think so? She sat on the Yeti's shoulder as she looked everywhere. Ah, found it. She quickly stared back at the Yeti with a grin and turned the Yeti to face the line of magic. She then took the knife and slowly sliced the monster's throat, letting him flail on the circle as he bled out. When a monster is killed like this, all of their mana crystallizes into a crystal that can be used in magic. It's basic witchcraft. She watched the monster die and his stomach bulge as the crystal formed. As the monster let out his last breath, she waved her hand and stored the corpse in a magic pocket to skin later. Bam! From between the trees, the noble Amelie flew in with a terrified face behind him. The abominable Yeti flew in riding a massive white dragon. Guga. The monster screamed. The moment they all looked toward the wagons, they saw Doma standing there and stopped in their tracks. Both the noble and the abominable Yeti started sweating, their hands shaking as she glared at them. The dragon glared at Doma, cold wind gushing out of his body, and froze the blood on the ground. No wonder, the snowstorm grew stronger. Doma stared at the dragon with a smile. It usually doesn't get this snowy or cold. She turned toward them and took a step forward. White dragons are the dumbest of dragon kind, the most bestial and violent. She slowly lifted her hands. "You're a worm, so you should understand when I tell you to get out of my domain." Amal stared at the destroyed wagons and gasped. "Where is everyone? I killed the woman. The slaves, other than the dead ones, have escaped." She pointed back. "Yetis killed them," he growled, flying away as fast as he could. "Fuck this crack." Something forcefully stopped him, and he looked down, seeing Doma grabbing him by the ankle with a crazed smile on her face. "Why are you running?" She swung him down, smacking him back to the ground. Amelie smashed on the ground and bounced back, his eyes jolting left and right as he searched for Doma with his fists burning with a crimson blaze. "Gee, blah, blah," the abominable Yeti growled at the white dragon to run away, but the dragon didn't move an inch. Even he wasn't stupid enough to turn his back on Doma. "You're slow for an idiot who tried to traffic slaves through my domain." "I thought rats were supposed to be fast and nimble," Doma said, standing with her back leaning on Amelie's back. "Swash!" Amelie spun rapidly, swinging a backhand toward her face. Doma, being quite shorter than him, ducked down easily and avoided the strike. Her foot spun alongside her body and kicked Amelie in the side, sending him rolling. Amelie rolled on the ground, coughing blood. Even though she didn't use any magic or curses, her kick still shattered one of his ribs over the enchanted leather armor he was wearing. Such strength could be well over 90 wash. A fire burned beneath Amelie's feet as he blasted toward Doma as fast as he could. Like this would stop me. He swung a fist at her face, but she easily dodged with a smile on her face. He didn't stop swinging fists and kicks at her, but she kept waving through them as if she was dancing. Her hands in her pocket told you're slow. She grabbed him by the robe and pulled him closer. "Use AoE magic. You can't beat me in a fistfight." She glared at him with glowing pink eyes. Amelie's strategy wasn't bad. In fact, it was a good one. With Doma looking like a little girl, him being a grown man who had trained in martial arts for decades, he should have been able to overpower her in hand-to-hand combat. To make sure he won, he even enchanted his attacks with magic. But even with that, he didn't seem to be reaching her. He lunged back, glaring at her with a worried face. "I knew it was a losing battle to challenge her in magic. That's why I'm trying to beat her in close combat." He growled, lifting his hands as his staff spun around his body, unleashing a blazing flame that rose several meters into the sky. "That's it. Use the empty space. Don't hold back, human." Doma laughed. "You little bitch," Amelie pointed his staff at her. Hellish blast crack. The moment he fired the spell, Doma's barefoot crushed his nose, sending him flying through the trees. "Using a beam? Are you stupid? How is that supposed to hit me?" She ran after him, and the moment he was about to stop, she kicked him into the sky. As he slowed down in the sky, she appeared above him and punched him back to the ground. As Amal hit the ground, he coughed blood. Several of his ribs and bones had shattered, and his organs had started to fail as if hit by 3 bulls in a row. He couldn't even hold his bowels down. Doma landed beside his head. "Still alive? You're durable for a wizard." She pulled a tiny glass tube from her pocket and pointed it toward him. "I see if I can make a chimera out of you." With strange black magic rushing out of the tube, she sucked him inside and closed it. One sample gathered. "This what you get for trafficking people on my domain." She stored the tube and turned toward the white dragon. "So what would you do, big one?" She smiled. "I'll let you go for 100 scales and 5 claws. Give me 2 fangs as well, and I might be bothered to heal you before you leave." She glared at him, her blue eyes burning with a pink light inside. Was that a curse? The dragon growled. Even the dumbest kind of dragons had intelligence that far surpassed the perception of humans and elves. Inspired by druids, Doma stared at him with a smile, licking the snow landing on her lips. Sacrifice magic to get physical power. The white dragon nodded. "Get ready," he growled at the abominable yeti on his back. "One wrong move and we'll die." Waves of cold magic started swirling around the dragon and yeti as a dark pinkish aura engulfed Doma as she lifted her hands. She canceled the strength curse and was ready to fight with magic. Far away, the slaves ran deeper and deeper into the forest, unknown to them, rushing toward Doma's hut. The source of this content is Mir, HHH. Chapter 702, The True Essence of Curses. The abominable yeti and the dragon stared at Doma, their eyes glowing blue as their cold magic slowly leaked out in a hazy mist. Doma's eyes flashed pink as she lifted her hands with open palms, cursed magic engulfing her whole body as she smiled. "My rat." She licked the snow off her lips. The ground shook beneath the slaves' feet as they ran away. Loud laughter came from behind them, silencing the sky. They stopped and looked back, seeing shards of ice floating in the sky. "Ha, ha, ha, ha!" Doma's laughs filled the sky, sending a bone-chilling shiver through their bones. Bam! Doma's body flew through the air at a blinding speed, with shockwaves bursting around her as she smacked back into the ground. Bam! Doma's body flew through the air at a blinding speed, with shockwaves bursting around her as she smacked back into the ground. The white dragon ran after her like a big cat, mowing down the trees as he rushed forth with the abominable yeti sitting on the back of his neck. Doma lifted her arm, pointing forward with her palm open. Paper cut. Frozen snow, thin layers upon layers of pain, frigid ash blasting demon's art. The falling snowflakes in front of her condensed into sharp blades and flew toward the dragon at a blinding speed, cutting all the trees on their way. Uncaring, the white dragon charged headfirst into the slashes. His front limbs and wings got cut into pieces before he could realize it. Wait. I'm resistant to cold and ice, he gasped as his blood tainted the ground and his limbs flew forward toward Doma. With a flick of her arm, Doma smacked the dragon's front claw away as if it were nothing. The curses gushing out of her body crackled like thunder. The ice slashes weren't cold magic attacks, they were a curse. Just as paper can cut the skin, she applied that unfortunate event on a wide scale and integrated it into thin sheets of ice. Paper shouldn't be able to slash a human, and ice shouldn't be able to slash a white dragon, but it works as a curse. The horrifying nature of Doma's magic isn't the extent of her raw elemental damage, but it's the implications of the true essence of the phenomena the curse conjures. Have you ever walked into a room and couldn't remember what you wanted to do there? Have you ever zoned while walking only to find yourself a fair distance away from where you wanted to go? Have you ever heard of a war starting over a stupid reason? What about the misfortune coming out of nowhere? Getting kicked out of your job due to something outside your control? The pain of losing someone, even though you hated them? What about the lingering anger and unrationalized hatred towards something you can't explain? Even what seems like positive emotions and events could be cursed. The sickening love towards someone only for you to start ruining your life over it. Even the hatred you might harbor when met with, not the same love. Grief, jealousy, compassion, solidarity, and even society itself. They are all shackles that hold a person's rational thoughts and beliefs. You might choose to compromise to keep a relationship. Harbor an idea you don't believe in just to fit in society and gain their trust and protection, like religions. You lost your job and suffered for a few months or years, only to get a far better job and make up for those years. Doma manipulates those curses of all shapes and sizes, shifts and twists them to her will, and uses them to fight a man praying to a god hoping for good fortune and seeking a blessing, or another finding hope in the dark path, learning witchcraft and sorcery to fend off what harmed him, fighting fire with fire. There isn't any other way to fend off Doma's curses besides holy magic or curse magic of higher power and refinement than hers, and she's the cursed queen. The dragon rushed forward, stopping above Doma, and growled. His deep grunts shook the ground as his limbs regenerated in the blink of an eye. Doma glared at the dragon's head with a smile as he glared back at her, their mana clashing between them to the point the abominable Yeti felt sick. Bria, with a strange force engulfing her fist, she punched the dragon's claw upward and kicked his wrist with a spin, ripping it off. The dragon's claw regenerated as he swung again at her instantly. Doma laughed as she dodged his attacks. Impressive regeneration. You aren't a normal dragon. She flew above his claws and touched his snout with her palm. After constant years of abuse, the mere movement of the abuser's hand could trigger fear and terror in the abused soul. Lingering terror, the dragon jumped back as fast as he could, his tail trembling as Doma glared at him with a grin, wigging her finger and calling him toward her. "Come to mommy, little dragon," she giggled. "I won't skin you alive, illusion no, a curse of fear." He growled, channeling a wave of magic across his body. Only the arrogant pride of the dragons could keep him standing on his feet. Without saying another word, Doma waved her hand in a downward motion. The abominable Yeti could feel the fur on his back stands, and without thinking, he jumped off the dragon's neck. A massive black lightning bolt fell from the sky and struck the dragon, exploding in a blast. How unlucky you are to get struck by lightning? Did someone pray against you? Is it the accumulation of karma? Doma smiled. The abominable Yeti growled, grinding his teeth. Doma's curses were too complicated to grasp, and he couldn't even predict the nature of her attack, let alone how to dodge it. He only survived as the attack targeted the dragon, and not him. He rushed forward, conjuring a spear of ice, and threw it at Doma. Gra! Doma dodged the spear, caught and threw it back at him. I never saw it before. Doma shouted as the Yeti dodged the spear. Someone so unlucky, so cursed that their enemy caught their spear or arrow and threw it back. How pathetic could it be? Tell me. She flew at him, swinging a kick. The dragon dodged several lightning bolts in the back, as some still hit him. Doma's curse against him still didn't stop. The Yeti dodged Doma's kick as it barely hit his face, but she twisted her ankle, grabbed his hair with her toes, swung his head around, and stepped on his face, cracking the ground. Now you get stepped on? How pathetic. Her eyes started glowing with a pink light. The abominable Yeti growled, swinging his arm to grab her leg, but the moment he was about to do that, she started running around with him, stomping his head on the ground several times before kicking him away. The heartless monster sat up, bowling his eyes out in sorrow. It took him a few seconds to wake up and punch himself. This extreme sadness is a curse. Get over it, as he wiped his tears. He could only see Doma's face a few inches away from his as she floated upside down. With glowing pink eyes and a smile, she made a box with her fingers. Want to see true sadness, devastation, true curses? Your techniques are mere illusions that hurt the mind. They aren't a reality. He growled in his language, but the Queen of Curses could understand him by sniffing his emotions. In the box made of her fingers, she showed him an image of his mate getting railed by another male. It's happening right now. You're fighting for the clan, and he's taking the chance. How unlucky you are. The abominable Yeti froze in place as she shifted the image. The one left at the clan is already nominating another abominable Yeti in your place. You are always replaceable, useless, a mere ape between hundreds of apes. You aren't special and will never be. Goo. The abominable Yeti extended his hand to grab the image between Doma's fingers, but she pulled it away and burst laughing. As Doma laughed her guts out at the abominable Yeti despair, a massive white Dracaena emerged out of nowhere, and the white dragon rushed in with his scales burned from the lightning. Another one, Doma thought as she danced between their claws. This one is a great worm. It's a dragon and his mate. A smile crossed her face. The white dragon couple planned it from the start. It is a plan to kill Doma and take her forest as their nest. There is no way a brat elf could beat a great worm and worm at the same time. Doma spun around, kicking the two dragons in the face, and jumped into the sky, staring down as they flapped their wings, reaching toward her with their claws. I see a decent plan for the stupidest kind of dragons. I might lose a lot of equipment if I had to kill you two here with raw power. The forest and my hut would get wrecked. An unbelievable amount of cursed magic rushed out of her body. Curse expansion, witch's cursed domain. Doman's expansion, witch's cursed domain, isn't like any other elemental expansion as it isn't set to a single element. It isn't limited to a range but instead covers anything Doma can sense or see, bathing them in a curse of her choosing and forcing it to take effect. She chose a primordial curse, the curse of existence. Everything is cursed to exist in the world, to suffer and wither to the torture of time and the elements. Objects get abused, crushed, and used above their will, and living things have to strive for survival. Fate binds everything with what's written for them. They can't change their fate and must follow it. This is everyone's inescapable curse. You're forced to breathe to stay alive. You're forced to eat, to feel sadness and happiness. You're forced into this game of doing good and bad in a slim hope of reaching either heaven or hell. You didn't have a choice, and never will. She floated beside the two dragons as time seemed to slow to a halt as they reached out to a shade of her. How pathetic, how sad, and how pitiful. Even the mighty dragons are slaves to their own fate, unable to break free. She waved her hand, pulling the two dragons' souls and putting them in a small jar. Doma canceled her expansion, and the two dragons fell dead where they stood. They lost their lives without even knowing it. Dree-glow, wah. The abominable Yeti screamed his lungs off and ran to the forest, crying his eyes out. Doma stared at him with a bored face. What I showed you is a lie, but you'll only discover that after you kill your mate and your children. She giggled, turning to look in the other direction as her curses sucked the 2 dragon corpses into small jars. I'm a curse in and of myself. There is a reason why people don't stray into my land. They'll only suffer. She teleported, landing in between the running women and children, slaves, glaring at them with glowing pink eyes. Your turn? Everyone froze in place, not daring to take a single step as she showed up. This chapter is updated by https://Lervbird, Chapter 703, Ashen Snow, Aisha. Chapter 703, Ashen Snow, Aisha. You aren't going anywhere, Doma said with a smile, standing between the running slaves. They remained frozen in place. As much as I hate it, the snowstorm isn't calming anytime soon. You'll stay in my hut for now. Doma clapped her hands, and a bright light showed between the trees. Go in, she said, and the slaves did as she said out of fear. Doma watched as they walked into her hut and turned back. Now one is missing, she sighed. I guess she tripped down the cliff, running barefoot in the snow, got a hurt. She flew away, right below a massive cliff. She found the little girl seemingly unconscious among the snow, and her fingers turned blue from frostbite. Doma stared down at the little girl. Are you dead? Those who fall asleep in the harsh could usually die within seconds. The little girl growled, her mind barely holding its consciousness by a thread. I see. Let's head back to my hut. Doma lifted her hand, and the little girl's body started floating. Zon. They teleported to the hut in the blink of an eye. The moment they landed, the little girl could feel a warm breeze wash over her body. The sun shines brightly in the blue sky above them. The other slaves were sitting around on the green grass, staring around with confused faces. How could such a place exist in this forest? You get warm water from the tap there. Doma pointed with her hand toward a small fountain. My golems would bring you food and help break your shackles. After you rest, I'll teleport to the elvish capital border. She walked toward her treehouse with the little girl floating before her. You're helping us? A woman gasped. It wasn't your fault that you got into my domain. I already took my payment from the slaver and his assistant. She smiled. Or do you want me to use you as a lab rat? The woman shook her head. No, please no. Then no complaints. Get your shit together and scram to your lives. She growled at her. Normal people shouldn't stick around in my cursed land. Nothing good would come out of it. The slaves looked at each other, then went toward the golems to break their shackles. Inside the treehouse, Doma put the little girl on her lab table and looked at her limbs. You already had a weak body, were malnourished, and then ended up buried in the snow longer than everyone else. She walked toward the counter and pulled some herbs. Stay where you are. I know you want to warm up, but we need to treat your limbs. The little girl growled, unable to speak. I know, you don't feel any pain. Doma looked back at her, reading her thoughts. That's a bad sign. Your nerves are dying. She crushed all the herbs into a paste and slithered the girl's hands and feet in it. Now, this might be a bit uncomfortable. She reached below the table and pulled out a long, thin tube. Hold still. She grabbed the little girl by the head and shoved the tube down her nose, all the way to her stomach as she struggled. You'll die of starvation if I give you a healing potion, and you can't eat or even drink now. Doma sighed, pulling a funnel and pouring warm water into the tube from a jug. It's working, Doma smiled, walking toward the counter and heating some milk. She poured the milk into a large glass and mixed some honey with it. She then went back to the girl and fed her that. Just stay calm for a while. Give it a few minutes to get absorbed, and I'll give you a weak healing potion to start with. Doma giggled, waving her fingers above the little girl. You'll be fine. Hey. She then jumped back and pulled a large black pot from beneath her counter. Time to cook, I guess. She looked at the little girl's eyes with an excited spark. I didn't do this in a while. Hopefully you won't turn into a frog, like my last patient. Doma flicked her fingers and a massive fire appeared in the middle of the room. She put the pot on it and poured a bucket of water, followed by a bag of strangely glowing green powder. Water, Vex's ash, chicken feet, a dash of crushed warthog's bones. With a cheerful face, Doma pulled a large cane and started stirring the pot. Now we added a live hummingbird. Sorry, that was a joke. It's a pickled one. She threw it inside and burst laughing as the pot started smoking. The little girl slowly turned her head, looking at Doma. "This'll take a while to simmer," Doma hummed. "But you see, I can make it faster by adding some of this." She pulled a jar filled with white dust. The little girl could only growl crushed children's bones. "Don't ask me how I got them. I certainly don't have a side hustle as a tooth fairy." Doma turned toward the little girl. "You still have all of your teeth, right?" She grunted. "You think this might be toxic?" "Don't worry. It won't kill you, at least." Doma flicked her fingers and increased the heat, singing as she stirred the pot, slowly pouring her magic into the mix. After about 10 minutes, the strange, bubbling green concoction, and Doma poured it into the little girl's stomach using the tube, even though she tried to resist. "Come on." Doma smiled as she poured the concoction in. "Don't resist. It'll help fix your organs, well, at least prevent them from dying further until I give you a potion." After she finished feeding her, she poured some water in to clean the tube and sat beside her on a chair. "Let's give you a few seconds before pouring this in." She waved her fingers and a weak healing potion appeared. "You eat to get energy. Then I'll give you a potion to heal. That consumes energy. You rest. Then we repeat until you're healed." Doma smiled. "But your limbs aren't looking that fine. We might have to cut the dead fingers." She pointed at the little girl's frostbitten hands and feet. After several healing rounds, Doma sighed, as I expected. She looked at the little girl's limbs. "They are already dead beyond repair. You don't have the constitution to grow them back at this age with healing potions or magic. It's sad, but it can't be helped." Doma approached the little girl's head and tapped her forehead. "To sleep with you." The little girl lost consciousness and only woke several days later in a soft bed inside a room that she didn't recognize. She sat up, and it didn't take her long to recognize her severe hands and feet. She cut them off. She sighed. "How am I supposed to?" "You're awake." Doma opened the door and walked in. "Well, you aren't sleepwalking." The little girl stared at her. "You cut my hands and feet. They were dead and rotting. I couldn't leave them." Doma replied, "And I have those for you. They should work as a replacement, except you can't feel anything with them." Doma had a small basket in her hand with a pair of doll hands and feet. "Where is everyone else?" she asked. "I already sent them to the Elvish capital. You're the only one left." Doma sat beside her, pulling a measuring string. She gently pulled the little girl's arm and started measuring it. "This one will fit," she started mumbling as she took all the measurements. "Will you kick me out soon as well?" the girl asked. "I'll kick you out as well, but not soon, in a few years at least." Doma smiled, standing up. "I'll bring you something to eat first. For now, rest. Putting those doll parts on is going to be painful. I'll have to sew them into your limbs directly." Doma fed her, and several hours later she sewed the doll's hands and feet into her body and let her recover until the next day, when they started her rehabilitation. After the girl learned to use her new limbs, Doma started teaching her alchemy for the next many years. "Mistress?" the girl asked. 5 years later. "I told you to call me Doma." Doma stared at her as they were in the lab testing some potions. "Why did you save me that day? Now that I lived with you for some time, I know you would have thrown me out with the rest of the slaves." The girl asked. Doma smiled. "Listen, Aisha." She looked at her eyes with glowing pink fire. "You almost killed my husband," Doma replied, her eyes glaring directly at the girl's face. "Is that enough?" "How come that I almost killed your husband? Are you even married?" The girl sighed. "Can you stop with the jokes?" Shifting to the current time, Arad stared at the doll as Eris pinned her down with her foot. "Remember the old days? Aisha," Doma said in Arad's body, his eyes glowing pink. "Mistress Doma?" Aisha gasped. "It's been a few centuries, my little student," Doma said with a calm, stern voice. "This chapter is updated by Mick. Who else besides you, Aisha?" It seems that you've grown stronger in the past years. Doma giggled. You did put Arad in a tough spot, didn't you? Crack. Eris pressed down on the doll's head, pushing her into the ground. Doma, do you know her? You can let her go now. She isn't a threat anymore. Doma smiled as Eris lifted her foot. Now that I'm out, she can't be of any harm. You say that, but her poisons are dangerous, Eris replied, as Zia nodded behind her. We can't trust her. It did take me a while, but I already created an antidote in Arad's stomach. He's recovering now. Doma sat beside Aisha and stared at her with glowing pink eyes. She can't beat me. Like I would fight you, Aisha looked at her with an emotionless, passive face. If you're in him, I find it hard to believe I won the fight. Doma giggled. It might be partly my fault. I told Arad that he'd lose the fight beforehand. That only railed him to fight. No wonder he didn't blast his expansion. Aisha sat up. I doubt I would have won in an expansion tug-of-war. It's between me and him, Doma smiled. Arad had this habit of underestimating some skills. Albeit he's quite willing to learn new skills and abilities, he's also prone to belittling some of them. He isn't a fan of the mundane disguise skill of some assassin around here. He can't see a benefit for makeup and outfits with shape-shifting magic existence. She waved her hand, creating a magic circle. He underestimated alchemy. Aisha stared back as Eris and Zaya sat down as well. With a high enough constitution, his body would naturally detoxify poisons. He can also buy and stockpile healing and recovery potions. Buying them seemed like an easier, simpler, and more effective approach. Doma giggled. I can't fault him. His thinking is valid, but the problem isn't in him. It's in the people he's facing. He couldn't comprehend the idea that his enemies already account for those defenses and work around them all the time. When a new wonder drug, a powerful antidote, is created, the poison makers usually develop a stronger poison to bypass it within a few months, making it obsolete, Aisha explained with a passive face. It's usually the role of the cleric to use their holy magic mid-combat to develop and change their spells to counter poisons for their party, but since Arad fights alone, he needs to find another way to do it. Doma clenched her hand, shattering the magic circle she created before. He needs to learn alchemy, study it, and become an expert capable of mixing and brewing concoctions in his stomach on the fly. Aisha sighed even though she was lungless. So he thought beating an alchemist would be easy since it's not a fighting skill, and you gassed him up to face me intentionally, so he'll lose. I wanted him to understand that there is no such a thing as a weak or a trash skill. Dalla showed him that before with her slaps, but since he underestimated alchemy, I had him feel it burn once. Doma laughed. Dalla, that slapper, Aisha gasped. You're evil, but I guess you're the queen of curses. He doesn't hate it that much. It was like a bet between us, Doma smiled. And since I won, he'll be learning alchemy, even with how boring it may get. If you want him to learn alchemy, does that mean he's going there? Aisha stared at Doma with a worried face. The great university of the arts, he'll be mainly learning alchemy and the basics of magic and spellcraft. I guess you sent me there as well. You know a lot about alchemy, but how do I explain it? Your concoctions are quite exotic and require strange materials most of the time. You aren't that good at teaching as well? Aisha stared at her with a suspicious glare. Like Arad, I'm good at learning, Doma replied with a prideful stance. He'll be better learning from actual teachers in the university. I'll only batch whatever misunderstanding or loopholes they have in their spells. There are a lot, Aisha confirmed. You'll have a lot of work correcting their books and lessons, Eris finally spoke. The arts they teach there are theoretical. They aren't necessarily trying to teach people how to weaponize magic or the likes. You went there? Doma and Aisha stared at her. I went 5 years ago to take a look. I ended up getting expelled due to poor grades. Eris looked at Doma with a smile. I hope Arad is ready to put on fast reading glasses. They might look good on him. It's been a while since I heard of those things. Aisha smiled. What are they? A new magic item? Doma asked. Yeah, didn't you hear of them? I was dead for a long time. I don't know, most of the items made in the past century or so. Doma shook her head. They look like normal glasses, but they allow you to read books faster, up to 1. 4 times the speed if you bought the expensive ones, Aisha replied. They made new ones in the past years. It's up to 2 times the speed now. It's one of the reasons I wanted to join. Sadly, the new glasses are only rented, not sold. Eris waved her hand. I didn't know. Aisha looked at her. No books about that came to the library. Of course, the new glasses work by linking to the university magic system. They don't function outside its perimeter. They say the magic is too strong to contain in the glasses without risking them exploding. Doma stood. Let's head out. We need to report back to Baltos, and I do want to let Arad rest a bit. He didn't wake up yet? Eris stared at her. The damage to his brain was a bit extreme. It'll take him a few hours to wake up, and several days to fully heal. Doma smiled. Read? Only that? Aisha gasped. My poison should have at least left him crippled for life, if not killed him outright, believe it or not. You're the one who done him the most damage for a long time, Doma sighed. Mainly since your poison keeps regenerating and damages the brain to a deep level that's hard to heal, and even after healing, reconstruction of the damaged information is what takes the longest time, Eris thought. So when he wakes up, the physical damage to his brain would have healed. But the days or week off is what he needs to completely regain the lost information in his brain. Zia stood. Then, could you take me back inside? Of course, Doma replied, sucking Zia back into Arad's blood. The remaining 3 then flew back to the church to speak to Baltos. Thud. They landed in front of the church, and Doma walked toward one of the nuns. Is Baltos awake? The nun jumped up in terror. What? She turned around and stared at Arad, confused more than an elf in a barbacoa party. Is Blatos awake? Doma repeated. The nun rubbed her eyes and the inside of her ears with her pinky. Did I hear that right? She couldn't get over the strange voice coming out of Arad, let alone the tattoos covering his body and the flashing pink light in his eyes. A woman's voice? It's a long story. Eris approached. Is Baltos awake? I won't ask again. Sorry, Baltos is awake. She bowed down and then looked at Arad's face. Was this a freak accident? You could say so, Doma replied, looking back at Eris carrying Aisha. After talking to the king and informing him that Arad had possession of the library, he told them that they should clear the treasury as well, which Doma quickly did in a few minutes and returned to the church. You done? Eris asked, as she saw Doma walk back into the church. Yeah? Is there a bed I can sleep on? Doma asked, her eyes darting around. I expected that. Eris stood. Follow me. She guided her deep into the church to an empty room with a bed inside and a small table. I had the nuns prepare this room. Doma quickly went on the bed and took a deep breath, yawning. I'll leave Arad to rest here. He'll wake in a few minutes, so wait for him. She fell asleep. Several minutes later, Arad opened his eyes with a horrible headache. That doll, he growled. You're awake? Eris stared at him as she sat on a chair beside his bed. Doma was right. That poison is something, he grunted, tapping his head. I did beat that doll. Her name was Aisha. Eris stood. Do you need something to eat? No, I'm fine. Arad stood and took a deep breath. How long was I out for? 3 hours, Doma said. You need to rest for a few days to fully heal. She approached him with a smile. How do you feel? Arad clenched his fist, sensing his void. A lot weaker. I can't control my void or body that well. Look. He grabbed her wrist and clenched on it. Even? Eris scratched her chin. You can apply your full strength, but aren't consistent with it. It's a common side effect of nerve damage. You better rest, as she said. We are moving, aren't we? Arad asked. Jinn is taking care of that. You should rest. You'll have recovered by the time we reach Alina. You're right? Arad sighed as the 2 of them walked out of the room and went to see Baltos. The next morning came, and Jinn stood outside the city, in her draconic form, ready to lead the caravan to Alina. Chapter 705, Spirit Attack. Chapter 705, Spirit Attack. Jinn walked in her draconic form, carrying a massive wooden carriage above her back, followed by several wagons. As it started to snow heavier than in the past weeks, the knights riding around her got close to hide behind her wings. It's getting insane, isn't it? One of the knights sighed, looking forward where a barrier made my Merlin clashed with the snow piled on the road, pushing it to the side as they moved. The magic in the air is moving strangely, Jinn said, looking around. I can't tell if it's a cold spirit, a dragon, or an elemental, but something is close by. The knights gulped. We shouldn't let our guard down, one of them growled, putting his hand on his sword's handle. It hasn't been a day since we left the capital. You'll be surprised how monsters show up. An adventurer riding a horse in the back said the moment you get away from cities, they start crawling from everywhere. Is that so? The knight looked back. You're one of the new recruits of the army, right? Jinn looked down at the knight. That's true. Vlad targeted the soldiers based on their strength and experience. Only us lower ranks were spared. The knight looked down. You don't need to feel bad about it. The adventurer hurried forward to ride beside the knight. I heard that he could sense how strong someone is by their blood, counting how much they bleed. I heard so as well, the knight nodded. Vlad could smell all the wounds someone sustained in their life. We were spared in favor of killing experienced adventurers first. The adventurer sighed, even though the A-rankers are out on quests. Of course, Vlad waited for them to leave to attack. He planned the attack, Jinn replied. If not for you, we would have lost. She gently lifted her head, Arad sitting above it covered with a leather coat. I only did my part, Arad replied, standing up, but troubles keep following us. He looked forward, seeing a tall, pale elf standing in the middle of the road, glaring at them as his long silver hair danced in the frigid wind. Get me down, Arad said. You sure? Jinn lifted her hand for Arad, and he climbed it. She then slowly lowered him to the ground. That's the source of the extensive cold. You should let me or Eris handle him. Let's hear what he has to say first. Arad walked off Jinn's massive claw and walked forward alone, approaching the strange elf. Do you mind getting out of our way? We're transporting refugees to a safer place, Arad said, standing 2 meters away from the elf. The elf smiled. My name is Corey, a high, cold spirit. He bowed down. I felt the Wind Queen's fall and the unfortunate events of the humans' capital. I don't feel bloodlust, but I have a bad feeling about you. Arad sighed, his eyes flickering with a fading purple light. So I'll cut to the point. I want Zephyr's seal and the king to grant me the land of the capital. In exchange, I'll preserve the land for him. Corey smiled. You're trying to use the chance and extort him, Arad sighed, and someone like you is a high spirit. Spirits are divided into several ranks, lesser, middle, high, noble, and then royal. Usually there is one royal spirit, for the wind Zephyr is the royal spirit of the wind. This one is 2 ranks below Cold Spirit Queen, a peer to Zephyr. Mom explained in Arad's head, using the library he has to bolster her knowledge. But it's a good deal, isn't it? Corey smiled. You can't fight in your current condition, can you? And I can freeze that wagon before anyone gets out. He stared at the wagon above Jinn's back. As a silver dragon, most of Jinn's attacks were that of cold and ice. They wouldn't even make the cold spirit flinch. The rest who could fight are inside the wagon. It'll take them a second to get out, but that's more than enough for Corey to freeze the wagon and lock them inside. Do you think I won't claw you down? Jinn growled, move at such speed, and you'll break the wagon. The recoil of the wizard's magic breaking would rip everyone inside apart, including your precious king. Corey smiled. Arad looked at Corey's face with a tired sigh. It was a silver dragon first, now a cold spirit. Why 2 ice types in a row? I felt that fight, Corey giggled. I doubt she knows you almost killed one of her kind. He stared at Jinn. I can't risk fighting with my void. It could go out of control and suck everyone inside into my stomach. Arad thought, you want my help. Yes, just like when I faced the Elvish Queen, you can act as my warlock patron, right? What do you want? Your expansion. I need to finish him in one hit. Even if you weren't injured, your body would barely be able to sustain my expansion for 10 seconds. Now you'll be lucky to hold for 2 seconds. It'll be enough to kill him. Drad's right-hand nails extended forward into claws. Corey smiled. So you've curse expansion, witch's cursed domain. The world around Arad seemed to crumble as he walked forward and stood facing where Corey was. The oldest and strongest curse is that of existing. By using Doma's domain, I can remove myself from the whole world. Stands outside it as an observer, Arad could see the reflection of the world in his eyes. So you've chosen death. Corey swung his arm, freezing Jin whole with wagons in a second. It's not even 2 seconds, it's 1.78 seconds. That's how long I can survive outside existence without being unable to turn back. Arad lifted his palm, but that also means I'm standing outside time and space. Time doesn't flow, and distance doesn't matter here. Whatever that spirit does in that 1.78 seconds, I can choose to act at any point in that time, and I know what should have happened there. Crack. Arad plunged his palm in the middle of nowhere, and he got back to reality where his hand was grasping Corey's heart. So you've, Corey shouted, about to cast his spell on Jin and the wagons, but he stopped. Seeing Arad suddenly appear too close to him, his palm plunged into his chest. What? He gasped, looking at Arad's face to see his eyes flashing with a golden and pink light, black tattoos covering his whole body, slowly fading with a gust of hot wind. Borrowed power, I should learn to put my hand in the dirt every now and then. Arad pulled Corey's heart out, and the spirit fell to his knees, puking blood. Did you do? He cried. Arad walked past Corey and opened his mouth wide, munching the heart in one bite, swallowing it in a single gulp. Arad's eyes flashed with a faint yellow light as the lycanthropic curse in his body pulsed. Corey turned around. You monster, I'll just heal, he growled with blood gushing out of his nose and mouth. But he soon realized his magic rapidly faded, and he wasn't able to heal. It was strange. A spirit like him shouldn't be killed from such an injury. He should have healed immediately. Arad looked back at him, licking the blood from his lips with a passive face. I ate your heart and soul, albeit I don't understand how the second one worked. Arad did physically eat Corey's heart, but eating the soul was something that Doma pulled off. You, Corey shouted, but his body immediately disintegrated into snow, crumbling down. Arad, what did happen? I'm sure he was about to cast a powerful spell. Jin gasped, realizing that her claw was already lifted before she noticed. I did zone out for a second. Did you do something? No one can escape the fate written for them, Arad said, walking toward her. Only the queen who rebelled against the curse of existence. The knights, adventurers, and escorting bandits just realized that they stood a few steps forward, their noses burning from the cold. He's dead, one shouted as they saw Corey's crumbled body. Arad looked at Jin's face. We should get moving. You're right, she lowered her claw for him and carried him over her head. You must rest for the rest of the trip. Even that small use of your lycanthropic curse is quite a burden on your mind. Go inside and sleep. Let Alcott or Iris guard the caravan. Arad smiled. This was an unlucky encounter. Jin should be able to handle any threat. He turned around, walked toward the wagon door, and knocked on it. Merlin, let me in, the door opened. Come in, Alcott opened the door. I'll sit guard from now. It's cold out there, Arad replied. Don't worry about me. Go and rest. You're still recovering, right? Alcott patted Arad's shoulder. Yeah, I can barely fight like this. Arad walked inside the carriage to rest. 2 weeks later, and after 7 monster attacks, the caravan finally reached Arad's domain borders. Visit. For the best novel reading experience, Chapter 706, Arad's Return to the Village. Chapter 706, Arad's Return to the Village. Upon walking into his domain, Arad could see the faint lines of a large stone castle emerging in the distance. They got this far, he smiled, sitting on Jin's head. It looks like they finished the walls and keep. It still needs some time, but it's looking great. Jinn nodded. Arad jumped from her head and landed on the ground, expanding his wings. "I'll go take a look." He flew into the sky, teleporting upward and reaching the clouds in the blink of an eye. Arad looked down, his purple glowing eyes jolting from left to right as he surveyed his land. The castle's main keep rested on the peak of the highest mountain, with the wall spanning around the mountain's base, a long stone road leading from the ground to the top in a spiral around the whole formation. The village rested right outside the wall at the mountain foot beside Arad's house, where they grew around it like plants around water. "It's growing," Arad smiled, closing his eyes to sense all the animals and monsters prowling the ground. Immediately he could see and hear the whole area through their senses. Alla, who was in their house's garden hanging the laundry, looked at the sky as she sensed Arad's magic. He's back. She turned toward the house and called Mira, who was cooking in the kitchen. "I see," Arad giggled. "Troubles always await. Of course, they won't let a growing city without butting their heads in." He lifted his hands. "Should have waited until I came back." But at that moment he saw a squirrel hanging to the ceiling, glaring at him with glowing purple eyes. In a back alley, a well-dressed man was talking with an old woman. "Come on, it's a good deal. Do you know how much is this worth? You won't ever find a better deal. You can even move to the best district in Alina," he said with a smile, shaking a small bag of gold. I said, "I'm not selling my land. It's not even mine." The old woman shook her head. "Riad, this isn't a deal." He paused, seeing a chunky fat rat glaring at him from over a barrel, standing on his hind legs with glowing purple eyes. Beside the village's entrance, the villagers have built a slightly larger house for their delegate leader, the village chief. His job was to bring the villagers' concerns to Arad or his wives in case something happened that was far better than having all the villages flock at once. At the chief's house, two noblemen were visiting with a concerning document. "Sir Luckery, I believe you can read this." He slipped a long, old-looking document on the table in front of the village chief. "My late grandfather owned the land around this area before it was overrun by monsters. I would like to get the papers for it fixed. Would you mind signing this out for me?" He smiled. "I can't. You'll have to wait for Lord Arad to return." "I did tell your servants this last week," the village chief replied. The noble sighed, leaning back on the couch. "I've been waiting for a week, you know," he growled. "This must be done." "What kind of stupid crap you're doing here? You can't even do this on your own." "I do not own the land, I don't have a say, and I can't sign that paper. My only job is to inform Lord Arad or his wives of such concerns. I did inform Lady Aella about this, and she asked for you to come visit Arad's house to speak with her." "Why didn't you go?" The village chief stared at the noble. "That and this are different matters. You're the village chief of this area. This is something you do." The noble glared at him. "No, it's not my job. Speak with Lady Aella or wait for Lord Arad to arrive." The village chief replied. "Clack!" The noble punched the table. "I'm saying you'll sign it. Zee!" The front door slowly opened up with a painful creak, as if it hadn't oiled in decades from the opening. A black goat glared inside with glowing purple eyes. "Ma-carrick. Back in the tavern, the squirrel jumped from the ceiling, landing in front of the stout man. The man looked at the small creature with a smile. "What are you doing here?" "I don't have any food for you." He looked at the squirrel with a smile, but soon he started to feel that something was off as he stared into the tiny creature's glowing purple eyes. Zon, with a thud and a gust of warm air, a large shadow fell over the stout man. "You've been shopping around for a while. Did you lose something?" Arad bent forward, glaring down at the man. "Clack!" the man gasped, standing and stepped backward, dropping his chair. "Wait, what are you?" he cried. "Lord Arad!" the bartender gasped, seeing Arad's massive body appear out of nowhere in the middle of his tavern. "Heard the bartender. Who's you're looking for?" Arad took a step toward the man. "Nothing. I'm just relaxing around." The man tried to explain himself, but Arad extended his hand forward, pushing 2 fingers into the man's mouth. Crack! He pulled a tooth out, and the man cried, rolling on the ground. I already know you've been looking for people to buy land around the village. Who said you can do that in my land? Arad squatted beside the man's head, staring at him, rolling on the ground in pain. You've been the least troubling one, so I'll let you off with this. Next time I'm pulling them all out, Arad tapped the man's head, then stood. Get the hell out of my land. Zon? He teleported away. I'm not selling, the old woman cried, taking a step back. Leave me alone, I need to go home. I'm telling you, this is one of the best deals you'll ever find. Just imagine a nice house. The man kept talking, cutting her way until he heard something. Who? The best deal? A large shadow came from behind the old woman, wrapping his arms around her shoulders. What's this one talking about, Grandma Zir? The old woman gasped, looking up to see Arad's head towering over her. Lord Arad. Arad looked at her with a smile. It's been a while? Is this man bothering you? He's wanting me to sell my house. You own it, right? She said with a worried face. Arad nodded. I do indeed. His eyes shifted toward the man. So why can't you understand that? You've been bothering her for a while. Sorry, if it isn't a deal, then it isn't. The man turned around, walking away as fast as he could. Sorry for any trouble. As the man raced away, he got stopped in place as Arad hugged him from the back, grabbing him by the neck. 25 persons you've approached while I wasn't here. From them, you forced 15 to sell you the land that they don't own. Am I wrong, Mr. R? Arad looked straight at the fat rat standing on the barrels in the corner. The rat shook his head in agreement. 26. I didn't count Grandma Zir. Arad smiled. Sorry about that. I'll leave the village at once. The man was about to start crying. What about the ones that sold their houses? Arad whispered. You're giving those back, right? I don't own them anymore. They've already been resold to nobles, he replied. Oh my. You don't own the land that you should be returning. That shouldn't be a problem. You also bought it from people that don't own it, Arad giggled. We're keeping the houses and the money you paid my people. You'll figure out how to deal with the nobles on your own after you heal your fingers. Fingers? The man gasped. Arad stared at Mr. R. Call everyone, eat his fingers and toes, then throw him outside the village. Make sure to eat slowly so you don't choke. A swarm of rats rushed out of the streets and barrels, dragging the screaming man into the shadows. Arad turned around and approached Grandma Zir. Here you go. He put the small gold pouch in her hand. He seemed to have forgotten about this. It's yours now. Are you sure about this? She asked, staring at the gold with a worried face. I'm sure, Arad smiled. Come on, I'll get you to your house. He touched her shoulder, teleporting to her house. She looked around and turned to Arad with a smile. Thank you, son. Don't mind it. I'm back, so call me if you need any help. Zon. Arad teleported away. In the chief's house, they all looked at the door and saw the goat staring at them. A goat? The noble gasped. Above the goat's head, Arad's face popped out, staring at them with the same glare as the animal below him, and soon another Arad appeared above Arad with the same glare. Lord Arad? The village chief gasped. Two? You? Lower Arad said. Own? Upper Arad said. A part of? Lower Arad added. My land? And the upper one added. Gah! Arad exhaled a gust of smoke as his eyes turned black. Your name isn't Zephyr or Losi, is it? This chapter is updated by https://Lifford Breed, eggs, chapter 707. Let's hear what the king has to say. You are, the two nobles gasped, and Arad's faces disappeared. I see. The two Arads appeared sitting on the couch beside the village chief, reading the document the nobles brought. This paper looks old, Arad said, but it feels off. Arad's Gemini clone added. The nobles slowly turned toward Arad, sweating buckets. They didn't plan on him showing up. Sorry about the intrusion. We have some things to take care of and must leave. One of them extended his hand forward to take the document off Arad's hands. Arad's eyes looked at the nobles with a purple flash. I'll ask someone who knows better than me, he said. Zon, before anyone could notice, Arad teleported back to the wagon on Jin's back. His clone followed him, carrying the two nobles. They landed right in front of Baltos, who was drinking his medicine for his wounds. "Baltos have a minute?" Ared asked. Baltos gasped, almost choking on water, as he saw Ared pop out of nowhere. At the same time, the two nobles instantly recognized Baltos. In fact, it was the first time they saw the king in a pajama. It's a green one with several lettuce sketches on it. Ared handed the document to Baltos as he pointed back. "Those two claims they own a part of my land." "Your Highness?" one of the nobles cried. "This paper is forged. It's not real." Baltos sighed. "I've seen tens of such things in my life." He put it on the table. "And even if it wasn't forged, it'll still mean nothing." He looked at Ared. "This is a kingdom, legally speaking. I own all of the lands and lease it to people I deems worthy. Since I gave you the area, it doesn't matter if someone owned it before or not. It's yours now." Baltos relaxed on the couch. "The chain of ownership goes even deeper than that." He looked at Arad and the nobles. "I'll explain it from the start. The true owners of the land are the gods. They're the ones who created it in the first place. Those gods granted dominion over it to the elemental high spirits to maintain order. Those spirits include Zephyr and the other royal spirits." Baltos pulled a pen from beneath the table and started drawing on the back of the fake document. Those royal spirits naturally only owned their element. Zephyr, for example, should only own air, and the earth spirit all the land. But just like human, they trade with each other, and their domains are one of their currencies. Zephyr bought this land from the earth spirit either for an equivalent of her wind or for a favor. Blados' drawings were quite bad, but they got the message across. After thousands of years, Zephyr got tired of managing the lands, so she gave it to the humans and dark elves to live in. She didn't ask for any payment besides some respect. Baltos drew the kingdom and their neighbors, the dark elf kingdom. Now you come to where I own the human kingdom land that Zephyr gifted to us. And this is Lotsi's back, so it's more than just land. Arad nodded. It doesn't matter who claims it theirs. You or Zephyr can always claim it back. Technically, it'll be Lotsi as it's her back, Baltos smiled. We own the land Lotsi lives on, not her back. If we say it's yours, it's yours. Legal papers don't matter here. Baltos smiled at the nobles. Claiming land is usually not a problem as it can be disputed, but forging documents like this, and especially picking troubles with Arad, are serious crimes. It's usually execution to the third degree. The two nobles paled. What's that? Arad asked. Execute them, their parents and siblings, their wives' parents and siblings, and their adult children and grandchildren. Baltos stared at Arad. But it's your land. I leave the ruling in your hand. Arad nodded. Got it, thanks. He teleported away with the nobles. Baltos sighed. I hope this ends well. He sipped his tea. The execution part is only there so people don't get any fun idea and start a fight with Arad. Those two idiots did it even though they should have gotten a notice from Alina's lord. He leaned back with a sigh. I don't care what happens to them, as long as Arad doesn't get pissed enough to blast the kingdom as he did to Vlad's kingdom. The two nobles woke up several minutes later in their mansion. Gah, where are we? One cried, looking to the side to see the other one asleep in the next bed. My lord, you woke up. A maid opened the door and walked in. What happened? We're back here? He gasped. Lord Arad dropped you in the garden drenched in blood. She mumbled with a sad face. The noble looked down, seeing that he was missing both his hands and legs beneath the knee. This, he looked at the other noble, finding him in the same condition. That bastard, he growled. He won't get away with this. Call Lyanna, we'll get her family involved. The maid looked away. About Lady Lyanna? What? The noble's face paled. Where is she? Arad took her and your daughters. He took Sir Garnold's wife and daughters as well. That includes your and his parents, aunts, and their children. You two are the only one left in the family, the maid said, looking away with a pale face. Back in the village, Arad clapped his hand. So, he said with a smile, staring at the two noble families. As per Baltos's judgment, you should be executed. But I don't think that's a fitting punishment. I mean, you're basically innocent. He pointed at a house in the back. "I'll be keeping you here for a month to give them a scare. You won't lack anything, so relax and enjoy your stay." Everyone stared at each other confused. The nobles shouldn't find it expensive to heal their hands and legs with potions, but it'll hurt their wallets well, and for this it was Doma's idea. Said it'll teach them how hopeless they are if they spend a month contemplating what they lost. "Seabass, keep them locked here and provide them with everything they might need. Don't let anyone know they are here until a month passes. At that point, send them back home," Arad said, giving Seabass a thumbs up. "You trust me?" Sebas stared at Arad. "You should already know, I do, and you protected Ignis. I'll trust you." "As you order," Sebas bowed. "I'll make sure it's done." Arad quickly turned toward the noble family with a smile on his face. "If you wonder why, he tried to scam my people out of their land and homes. He even sent several agents through the village and scammed over 50 people. My animal familiars and I caught him and his men in action, so there is no denying it." He then pointed toward Sebas. "My butler here is quite strong, so don't relax and don't try to escape, unless you want to end up dead." Sebas looked around and found a finger-sized stone on the ground and picked it up. In front of everyone, he munched it like candy. Zon. He teleported away, letting the nobles' families in Sebas's care. Arad landed in his backyard, looking around only to see Jin finally making it through the forest. "It took you some time," he waved his hand to her. "Mountainous land, the knights and bandit guards slowed me down." She looked at the exhausted men beneath her wings. Arad looked at them with a puzzled face. "You tired?" He pointed toward the mountain. "You're climbing that?" He pointed. As the men's faces paled, Jin smiled. "A lair on a high peak where you can perch and survey your land, 7,000 steps." "Steps?" A soldier gasped. "That's 7,000 meters in the air. How are we climbing that?" One tiny step at a time, Arad looked at them with a stern face. "Get moving," he shouted, and as soon as they started to move, he burst laughing. "I'm joking." He looked at them with a smile. "I know you're dead tired. You'll only have to climb Jin's wing. I'll take care of the rest." Jin lowered her wings for them, and they slowly climbed onto her back, leaving the horses down. Arad approached Jin and touched her claw. "Merlin, is everything stable on your end?" He called, and Merlin replied from the door of the wagon on Jin's back. "Go for it." Void steps on in the blink of an eye. Jin and everyone found themselves standing in the middle of Arad's castle yard, surrounded by walls at the peak of the mountain. Arad panted. That was at the upper limit. He gasped for air. "I probably shouldn't do it again." Arad usually can only carry up to his body weight in each void step. The people weren't a problem, but Jin almost broke his back. "You okay?" Jin stared at him. "I told you it's not going to be easy." "Then lose some weight." Arad sat down. "It's not my problem to worry about carrying you around, is it?" "Those are muscles and bones." "I'm lighter than most dragons my age." She stared at him. "Then learn gravity magic and make yourself lighter." Arad stared back at her. "That doesn't matter now." She lowered her wing. "Let's get everyone down and settled first. A real—" Gin gasped, her claws extending forward. "He isn't here to fight." Arad lifted his hand to stop Jin and walked toward the man. "You aren't the only one here," the giant man laughed. "You're as perceptive as I heard, Arad Orion." He extended his hand toward Arad for a shake. "I'm Zeus, ruler of the Storm Titans." Arad looked up at him. "I know you already shrunk yourself with magic, but is 10 meters the best you could do?" "I expected to meet you in a draconic form." Zeus shrunk even further until he became 10 feet tall. "This is the smallest I can get." Arad grabbed Zeus's hand. "It's enough to fit through the doors. Welcome to my land." "Old man Zeus, are you trying to get ahead of us?" A voice came from atop the keep. A 7-foot-tall man with flaming hair stared down with wide-open eyes. "You can't," he shouted with a smile, jumping down and landing beside Arad and Zeus. "You look strong," he shouted, staring at Arad while standing tall with his chest puffed forward and his hands on his hips, sparks of fire gushing out of his body. "You as well," Arad replied. From the fire, I suspect you're from the volcanic titans. You know about us? He laughed. I'm flattered. You're loud, Zeus sighed. At least introduce yourself, brat. The brat's head turned toward Zeus with a wide smile. Sorry, Uncle Zeus. I forgot. He then quickly turned toward Arad. My name is Tempo, the first prince of the volcanic titans. Father is bedridden from old age, so I'm currently taking on everything. Fire, heat, a burning spirit. Arad stared at Tempo for a second. He's strong. Arad, a nice castle you built here. He looked around with a grin. Reminds me of our mountains. Probably one of the best I've seen, Tempo said in a loud voice. He didn't seem to know how to speak without shouting. Like an exploding volcano, he's either silent or too loud. It's half-built. Arad stared at him with a passive face. Are you messing with me? No, Tempo looked at Arad, his head quickly turning. I like simple things, a massive keep above a mountain with a wall surrounding it. It's simple, easy to understand, yet effective in defending. That's why I say it's beautiful. I still intend to finish building it. It'll probably get uglier for you then. Arad tried to keep up. I'll try to understand the beauty in complicated things by then. Don't blame me if I failed. Arad sighed. I can't keep up with this idiot Tempo. A deep voice came from the other side of the yard, a 10-foot tall man with several green scales flowing blonde hair, a long, majestic beard, and deep blue eyes approached. You're too loud, too hot. I'll drench you with water again. Uncle Jason, it's been a while. Tempo kept yelling every word. Jason approached Arad, extending his hand. I'm the current king of the Deep Titans. We live at the bottom of the ocean. Arad shook Jason's hand with a smile. I'd love to visit one day. He then looked between the three titans. Zeus is a titan of storm, Doma added after him. He mainly has lightning and wind magic. His main weapon is a lightning spear and usually marches into combat engulfed in a violent thunderstorm. Tempo is a titan of volcanoes. He has the earth and fire magic, albeit he was never spotted in a fight. Rumors have it that he's quite a formidable swordsman, and he's loud, screaming every move, and could easily be baited into chatting instead of fighting. Jason is a titan of the ocean. He has water and cold magic. Their kind are known for ruling over the merfolks, fish people as some call them. Unlike the other two, he isn't known for fighting, but for how his kind usually helps the ships lost in the sea and helps them reach land. But people who manage to anger him tend to vanish silently without a trace. Those who forgot the path of God, a booming void echoed in the sky above, and everyone looked up, seeing a blinding ray of light fall from the sky. A 6-foot muscular man with massive white wings and a blinding golden halo above his head floated down, dripping with holy magic. Pray to your gods as their words have arrived. He pulled a sword of light. The bastard is charging a smite. Arad gasped, his muscles contracting as he was ready to fly and punch the shiny bastard down. Flap! A similar muscular man with black wings and a dark halo above his head rushed in and smacked the shiny one to the ground before Arad could move.
You bastard! Put that sword up your ass. We're in a neutral zone.
Zeus approached Arad. Relax. They aren't stupid enough to start a fight here, probably. He sighed. The shiny one is Lucifer, the ruler of the half-angels, and the black-winged one is Gabriel, the ruler of the half-fallen angels.
Angels? Fallen angels?
Arad stared at him. You sure? Don't ask me. Ask the humans who love sticking it everywhere. Zeus sighed. Jason approached. About 5,000 years ago. The God and Abomination War happened. As mortals couldn't fight alone, the gods sent their armies of angels, devils, and fallen angels to the front lines. You can imagine how the rest ended. Those who display angelic features are called half-angels. Those who don't but have the magic are called either Asimar for half-angels or Disimar for half-fallen angels. Doma explained in Arad's head. She then laughed. It's funny how those two are named. I bet their parents did it on purpose. Gabriel turned toward Arad. Congratulations on defeating Vlad, but it's quite troublesome to have Zephyr sealed. We need to figure a way to get her out as soon as possible. I'm already analyzing the magic of the seal. It's only a matter of time, Arad replied. We know that, and it's not about getting her out. Gabriel replied, it's about putting in the work. We can't just sit and wait for you to get her out. Riera. Arad imagined himself flying into the half-angel land and then flying at him like a swarm of bees flashing smites left and right. Yeah, that'll hurt. Where are the hags at? Jason asked with a straight face. They went to Alina. Said, they have someone to meet there, Gabriel replied. Hags? Arad looked at them. The chromatic dragon's Queen Lola and the metallic dragon's Queen Mary. Even the eternal queen of the beastmen, Hati Fenrisulfur, is here. A voice came from above the building, and when Arad looked up, it was none other than the Wind Devil, that masked little brat sitting above the walls of the keep, looking down at the chaos. The queen is here, Jin gasped. Arad looked at her. Get everyone inside for now. I'll handle everything here. Got it, she replied as she went toward the keep. As per Arad's order, it was built with a massive gate that even allows dragons to reasonably get inside with a slight use of size magic. The Wind Devil Chris jumped down and landed beside Arad. How are you doing? Fine for the time being, Arad replied with a smile. I'm glad you're all right. The fight with Vlad must have been hard. He looked around. Mostly everyone has arrived. What about the other spirits? Zeus asked. The goddess May sent an order for them to stand down. I'm to be their representative, Chris sighed. I hate my job. May? I feel like I've heard that name before, Arad mumbled. A 1-foot-tall, green and cheeky little fairy that wears flowers for clothes and has enough power to kill everyone here by just wanting to. Chires looked at Arad, and she's allegedly Zephyr's grandmother. She sounds like trouble. She is, probably more than you expect, Chris replied with a tired face. She's worse than Lola. Zeus sighed. The chromatic queen is, Tempo mumbled, at least painful? He looked down. Arad turned toward him with a surprised face. Tempo is speaking calmly. The chromatic queen can use all chromatic elements and is the one who gave birth to the prismatic dragons, the light dragons. She's energetic, explosive, bright and flashy, annoying, and on top of everything, arrogant as hell. Some even came to call the blast rainbow dragon. How strong she is. When you mix fire and lightning, you get plasma, and you know how strong Eris can get. See those titans. Each of them is strong, but only has 2 elements to play with. Now imagine a very old Dracaena that surpassed Twilight has all the elements and the light element on top. So he's here? Another loud voice boomed from the sky as a rainbow light fell down, shining like a sun in the sky. Arad looked up, seeing a tall woman, wearing a rainbow-colored wizard robe with long rainbow hair and eyes. Her sharp teeth shined as a wide smile crossed her face. Enough magic flowed out of her to make him feel sick standing on top of his keep. Those idiots got something for that spot. That's her, Chris sighed. None of us would survive a rampage. Don't tickle her the wrong way. I know, Arad replied. Read latest chapters at Weird Latest Chapters at only Chapter 7, no 9. I want knowledge. Chapter 7, no 9. I want knowledge. Do you mind getting down so we can talk? Arad said, staring at Lola with a passive face. I don't. I like to stare down at people while talking with them. She smiled, glaring down at Arad with waves of magic flowing out of her body like a blinding light. Clack, clack, clack. Mary appeared behind Arad and walked past him, staring up with a tired face. Lola, get down, she sighed. Arad's eyes shifted toward Mary, the metallic queen. Since when did she get here? I didn't sense her. I'll never stand on the same level as one of Sophia's descendants, especially not this young brat, Lola replied with a shout, laughing her guts off. I'm stronger than her. Who's Sophia? Arad asked, with a passive face, confused. The chromatic dragon goddess, Tiamat. She's the progenitor of void dragons like yourself. Mary looked at him. She's your kind great-great-grandma. She can't be stronger than Tiamat, Arad sighed, and Chris closed his mouth. Stop. Don't tick her off, Lola growled. I'm stronger than her. Mary smiled, staring at Lola with a grin. Just admit it. Neither of us can beat Sophia. Probably, even if both of us join powers, we'll still lose. Speak for yourself. I didn't give up yet, Lola laughed, but then a hand with long red nails grabbed her by the head. You're as noisy as ever, colorful iguana. From behind Lola, a beast woman appeared. A red-eyed, nine-tailed white Fenrir woman, the only one of her kind, the eternal ruler of beastmen. Hati, Lola growled, I don't want to hear that from you. You too. Come down, Mary sighed. We still have work to do. You can play later. Is this all of you? Arad looked around, trying to sense if more of them were coming. That's all of us. The rest already spoke to us, Chris replied. We can start the meeting. Please follow me then. The meeting room is inside. Arad walked toward the keep. He blinked, looking inside the keep from the eyes of bugs inside. It's well built. Everyone sat around the round table of the meeting hall, with Arad taking the host's seat at the front, looking around at everyone. All of them sat around the table except Lola, who sat upside down on a chair hanging to the ceiling with magic. Arad looked toward Lola. How isn't her skirt falling? Gravity magic? Probably reverse gravity. I'm not much of a talker, Arad said, but let's start with hearing everyone's opinions. Keep in mind that I'm not giving Zephyr to anyone. A dragon saying that? Lola stared down at him from the ceiling, giggling. Wealth belongs to those strong enough to rob it. That would include the right to protect and free Zephyr. Don't dangle meat in front of her. She's an idiot, so she'll bite it. Hati looked at Arad with a smug face. Nobody is taking her, Mary stated. You won't be fighting Arad. You'll fight me. Don't we fight all the time? Nothing new, Lola smiled. I don't intend to bully him anyway. It's a disgrace. Bully me? Want to test it out, Arad said, staring at Lola with a passive face. I'll assist you. Tempo shouted with a smile. I always wanted to fight a dragon. Can we cut her tails? She has more than one? Arad stared at Tempo. Sometimes she shows up with 2 and sometimes with 5. No one knows how many tails she has. I want to cut them. Tempo looked at Lola with burning eyes. Want to fight? Arad, Chris whispered to him. Are you an idiot? Leave her alone. She'll kill us all. You younglings are always hot-blooded. Zeus giggled. Maybe dying in a fight against the Dragon Queen is a fitting end. My lightning bolts are with you. Don't join in, you old fart. Christ shouted at him. You're supposed to be the wise old grandpa. Age is a good way to gauge your strength. Hati looked at Arad with a smile. Mary and Lola surpassed their twilight. Not even great Wyrm magic dragons have a chance to fight them. They gave birth to those monsters after all. You're still only a juvenile. It won't even be a fight, just one-sided bullying. That's why I say it's disgraceful. Lola growled. Also, I smell that her on you. She stared at Arad. Smell who? Arad looked at her. She's right, Mary mumbled. She'll probably come if we start fighting him. Who are you talking about? Arad sighed. That doesn't matter now. Lola sighed. Let's talk about Zephyr's seal. Arid pulled Zephyr's cube out of his stomach and sent it floating in the middle of the table. As you can see, this tiny cube holds a lot of space and time magic. It also strangely absorbs and releases mana passively. It's one of those things that we use to catch abominations. She got caught in one of them. Lola gasped. Is she an idiot? Said the woman who was caught in them 7 times. Mary sighed. I broke free on my own, Lola growled. Don't compare your damage output to Zephyr. Compare your smartness. Mary glared at her. Can't we contact Zephyr inside? Zeus stared at the cube with glowing blue eyes. We can use the magic leaking from it. We already tried that, but the cube twists the scripts of magic and turns it back into mana upon crossing. We can't contact Zephyr, Arad replied. Merlin has been testing that for the past 2 weeks. The Archmage of Alina. Jason turned toward Arad. Isn't that Lilia's student? Lilia? Arad sighed, remembering that red-haired half-halfling, the one ruling the Mage Tower. Lilia should be able to break the cube open. Haiti waved her hand, staring at them with a thinking face. But what worries me? The price, Lola growled. That woman never works for free, and her prices are always unpayable. Can't we just blast it open? Tempo asked. That shows how young you are. Lucifer stared at him. Lucifer is right, Gabriel nodded. You'll harm Zephyr inside, at worst might end up killing her. Do you have any plans for the future? Mary stared at Arad. I would love for us to work closely on this case. In fact, I have plans for the coming years. Arad looked at her. As stated before, I'm still too young and inexperienced about the world, its rules, arts, and magic. I barely understand how to use my own powers. You aren't going on a pilgrimage or something? Zeus stared at him. No. Arad shook his head. I'm doing what every kid should, he stared at them. I'm going to school, the great University of the Arts. It'll cause trouble if they knew you're Arad Orion, the one who blasted Vlad's kingdom. I doubt nobles would send their children knowing you're there. Jason sighed. You'll cause the university to close for the year. Not that many people know how I look, so I'll go in with an alias. Have you decided on a name? Mary asked. I have thought of 2 cases, Arad looked at them. The first is that I'll go with how I look now and only change my name. I'll probably pick a generic name and a backstory, probably even get Baltos to pull some strings. And what's the second case? Zeus stared at him. This, Arad's body started smoking as magic rushed out of him. His massive body shrunk down and his hair grew longer, taking on a shade of purple and pink, Virgo. I'll take this form. Arad's voice shifted into that of a woman. This disguise would cut any ties I have with my true nature. I bet none could find out who I am, even with magic. Everyone stared at him, flabbergasted. Even his magic and aura shifted. Lucifer sighed. I admit even I wouldn't be able to tell if I didn't know he's Arad beforehand. I can maintain Virgo all day long, as it doesn't consume that much magic, but I'll be limited in what power I can output, Arad replied. I mean, this is a solution. Mary stared at him. But can't you just use your natural shape-shifting ability? It's quite hard. Arad looked at her. I still haven't figured out how to do that. Are you an idiot? Hadi stared at Mary. Arad is smart, but that doesn't mean he can shift the laws of nature. His void develops alongside aging. It's not something he can rush. Most dragons can't get their shape-shifting ability until they reach the adult stage. He's in human form. Mary glared back at Hadi. I bet that's only a preloaded form his mother made for him. To shape-shift, you need knowledge about bodies. I doubt he studied medicine or the shape-shifting magic. Gabriel stared at Arad, then back at Mary. You metallic dragons have education for decades since you're at the very young stage. Don't expect him who only lived for a few months to be able to use shape-shifting out of the blue. That's why I'm going to school, Arad said in the back. Instead of having a childhood, studying, and figuring my life out, I'm here dealing with crazed vampires and world peace. Give me a break, or do you want me to turn into a destruction monster that only cares about amassing power? You're strangely aware of that. Lucifer looked at him with a pained smile. I'm sure it was tiring. Arad's body shifted back to his original form as he canceled Virgo. I'm no longer a baby. I want power, Arad sighed. This statement is fundamentally wrong. He glared at them, pulling Zephyr's cube toward him and sucking it back into his stomach. I don't need more power. I'll change it. He lifted his hand, creating a small white nova on his palm. This is my life. I want to live peacefully and raise my children. To maintain that peace, I need knowledge. The white nova grew from a pea-sized into a fist-sized ball of pure compressed energy, sending waves of heat through the room. Mary looked around. He's shaking space itself in a radius of 40 kilometers. It's a warning that he's capable of ripping it all to shreds. Lola stared at Arad with glowing eyes. Defensive magic is useless when the space itself gets ripped apart. Magic dragons are always a pain. I want to study in peace, he growled. Nobody is going to take that from you. Hadi stared at him with a smile. The young lion cub finally discovered that he needs to eat meat instead of grass. Your kind is called magic dragons for a reason? Zeus stared at him with a smile. Calm down. We wouldn't be sitting here if we weren't on your side. Arad clenched his fist, snuffing the whole-white nova. So what do you intend on studying there? A way to free Zephyr? Jason looked at Arad. It won't be easy. I doubt you'll find a solution in a year or two. I'm leaving that part to Merlin. What I'm saying is that I'll be focusing on studying what I want instead of what I need to save the kingdom or free Zephyr, Arad replied. And what would that be? Mary stared at him. Magic in general, especially gravity, earth, curses, time, and space. He turned his head toward Lola, alchemy, crafts, martial arts, bardic arts, and most importantly, his eyes flashed purple. Medicine and flesh arts. I understand flesh arts, but medicine was dropped as a form of study decades ago and was replaced with alchemy and healing magic. Shouldn't studying those be better? Chris stared at him. Healing magic relies on holy magic and the gods. But I might be able to mix medicine with my blood magic and achieve something. Arad smiled. You could say it's my own research. So you're already acting like a mage, Mary giggled. Just make sure not to cause trouble in the university. People there are sensitive. Mary already shared what she knows about the seal. Lola stood. We'll be conducting our own research and work with Merlin. You're already leaving. Hattie stared at her. My daughter got herself caught in some troubles. I need to go, Zahn. Lola disappeared in the blink of an eye. That has to be coy, Hattie sighed. I hope our supply of soap doesn't get affected. She stood. I'll go check on them as well. Wasn't she with Caledonia? Mary stood with a deep sigh. I hope they didn't break anything that can't be fixed. Mary teleported in the blink of an eye. Hattie pulled a long glass-like sword from her palm. See you soon, Arad Orion? She swung the sword and cut a portal in the air. That portal isn't magic, Arad immediately noticed. Arad looked around. Anyone wants some tea? New novel chapters are published on Re-8 ET. Chapter 710 Arad, the Insane Dragon. Aella stood in the kitchen when a crow landed in the window. K-W-E-B-A-A. Is it ready? K-W-A-A. Re. She turned toward him. It's ready. Send someone to pick it up. Got it. K-W-E-B-A-A, the crow replied. Since Arad arrived, he's been in contact with Aella with his animals. He couldn't stop at home due to the problems in the village, and he sensed the guests waiting. Arad, Mira walked into the kitchen. Who's coming to pick the tea? K-W-A-A-A. The crow flapped his wings. They've already arrived. K-W-A-A-A-A. Several owlapes landed in the garden. Over 10 of them stared at the window, cackling like hyenas. Monsters? Yeah, the ones living at the peak. Aella recognized them from her trip with Arad to the mountaintop. As monsters, owlapes only rank up to C rank individually at best, and most of them are E rank. But the fact they hunt in large groups makes them as dangerous as A rank monsters. You sure we can trust them? Those things are wild. Mira looked at the crow. K-W-F-L-A, don't worry, they won't risk getting eaten by me, Arad replied, and Aella isn't someone they want to mess with either. As an elf attuned to forests, Aella has spent days patrolling the forest, killing rogue monsters that caused trouble and hunting for the goblins and kobolds inside the dungeon, as she didn't want them crossing roads with adventurers. The silent killer of the forest, all monsters have learned to watch for the cold breeze, the gently whistling winds that always came before a spree of murder. The current monsters of the forest have already started teaching their offspring about Arad and his wives. Avoid angering the black dragon. Don't mess with the green-eyed elf. If you see a shade of purple, run away without looking back. Don't tickle the ants and don't follow the sweet whistles of flutes. They should all be giant monsters. Aella picked up a large pot filled with green tea and put it beside the window. I hope this is enough. I'm sure it isn't, but a sip is a sip. We can't send them barrels. Mira pulled several large mugs, tucked them into a bag, and tied it to the barrel. The owlapes grabbed the barrel and flew with it, racing to the mountain's peak. Flap! 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 The flock of owlapes flew through the keep's windows and landed in the middle of the meeting table, one of them flying back to Arad and landing on his arm. You were quite fast this time. Did you exhaust yourselves? He stared at the monster's eyes. Hot ka! I see. Aella is a bit scary, Arad smiled. Probably since I haven't dropped by her yet. He lifted his arm, and the owlape flew away, followed by the rest of the flock. Arad lifted his hand, moving the barrel and mugs with his gravity magic to each of the guests, pouring tea for them. Elvish tea. Lucifer smelled the tea, a good quality and made with care. It's amazing how this smells. Zeus smiled. It's been a while since I tasted elvish tea. I drink it a lot, but this one is quite good. Chris took a sip. I'm glad you liked it. Arad waved his hand, and a doll appeared on his shoulder. Aisha, you got it? Yeah, it's ready. She pulled a small wrapped paper and poured the white powder inside into Arad's tea. That doesn't smell nice. Chris stared at Arad's cup. No, Lucifer growled. I'm sure that's a toxin. It looks worse than most poisons that I know. Gabriel stared at Arad's cup. You aren't drinking that, are you? I'm just guessing, but that pure white crystallized powder reminds me of dracotoxin. Jason pointed at the doll on Arad's shoulder. You're right. Arad stirred the tea with his finger. This is dracotoxin, grade A. I made it, Aisha said on Arad's shoulder, puffing her chest with pride. Arad lifted the mug, drinking half of it. Do you want to die? That specifically kills dragons. Lucifer stood, pointing his hand at Arad and getting ready to cast detoxification magic. No need to worry, Arad finished the rest of the mug. I've been drinking it for the past week to build tolerance. Now, at worst, it gives me a headache. No, drinking that would kill even a worm, Lucifer growled. Don't worry, Aisha replied with a creepy simile. Even if he were to stand at death's door, I can fix him with an antidote. Dracotoxins are made specifically to kill dragons. Thus, no dragon is immune or resistant to them. In fact, they are weak. Humans are amazing, aren't they? Arad smiled, pouring a second mug of tea to fight us. The monsters that far surpass them in power and magic, they developed such deadly weapons from mere herbs and roots. Aisha pulled another dose of toxin, pouring it into Arad's second mug. She then quickly pulled another dose and added it. Wait, you're not making it stronger, Chris gasped. I'm indeed making it stronger. Aisha stared at him. This would kill Arad in several minutes if he doesn't take an antidote. Arad downed the mug in one gulp. Black veins spread from his lips to his neck, and strands of his hair started turning white as they fell off. From his stomach he pulled a small stove and several pots of herbs and glassware. He ignited the flame, poured some water into one of the glasses, and started mixing the herbs as blood tripped from his eyes and ears. This one is easy. It attacks small blood vessels and causes them to wither and burst. The worst case is a brain aneurysm. Arad lifted the boiling glass and drank it on the spot. Arad's bleeding stopped, and his hair started growing back as the black veins on his face reclined. Now this feels much better, he smiled. Good job. I want to give you a full mark, but you wasted some ingredients and took a bit longer than you should have. Aisha giggled. 8/10. You're only repeating what you memorized from me. Your knowledge about alchemy is just as shallow as a cook following recipes without understanding how the ingredients work together and why they do work together. If I got that knowledge, then I would be able to subsidize ingredients, modify antidotes, and create new ones or powerful toxins. And on top of everything, I might be able to shorten the brewing time, Arad said, looking at everyone. You can even create secondary costume ingredients and store them for use later. Like sauces and broth in cooking, that would be a way to shorten the brewing time. Aisha tapped Arad's shoulder. As everyone stared at Arad, they could only think of one thing. He's insane. Who uses themselves as a test subject? Arad pulled a large jar of blue powder and poured from it into his mug until he filled it halfway, then started pouring tea over it. Hoi, Tempo screamed. How much poison do you intend to put in that tea? Arad turned toward him with glowing purple eyes as he stirred the tea with his finger, releasing a blue smoke. You got it wrong, Arad said. What? Tempo gasped. I'm not putting poison in my tea. I'm putting tea in my poison to make it easier to drink. Arad's eyes flashed with a purple light as he stared down at the mug. That's not as much smoke as it should. He lifted the jar and poured more poison in. Halt, you madman, Zeus shouted. This is an anti-magic toxin. It attacks the magic circuit in the body, as the mages call it. Monks call them meridians. Arad lifted the mug and gave a sniff. It smells horrid and is as thick as honey. Pror. Arad started brewing the antidote based on Aisha's instruction as his body rapidly reached a critical stage. After half a minute of everyone hiding behind Lucifer's shield, awaiting for Arad to explode and blast the whole mountain to ash, he finally finished the antidote and drank it. Arad's chaotic magic quickly stabilized as the blue veins faded from his body. Now I'm good at this. He smiled. You're indeed good. I give this 9/5/10. Aisha smiled. Since it doesn't mess with my nerves, I can really focus when measuring ingredients. Arad lifted one of the ingredient jars and stared at the guests through it. I almost got it perfect. Zon. Behind Arad, Zia, wearing a nun outfit, appeared out of a splash of blood. I cleaned this, master. She reached over the table and started collecting Arad's brewing equipment. From Arad's back, several vampire nuns and maids walked out to clean the ground from blood and store everything that Zia collected from the table. I get maids, but why nuns? Chris sighed, staring at Arad. Myrdl, here. They already had a maid outfit from Vlad, but I know nothing about the nun outfit. Besides that, I borrowed one for Zia from the capital nuns, he replied. Is that a reason? And where did they get the rest? Zia turned toward Chris. It's because Arad told me it suits me. Zia replied with a smile, so I thought my best chance of seducing him is using a nun's outfit. That's the worst reason I've heard in my life. Chris stared at her, and it doesn't explain them. He pointed at the other nuns. They are cut into two groups, she replied. Half is like me, and the other half are people that were pulled out of Vlad's blood and didn't want to pass on. They are some of the human sacrifices that Vlad had. They either didn't want to pass on and die, or couldn't due to lingering regret and ended up being born anew as vampires. Arad was the one to explain. One of the nuns approached. I was a nun for Amaterasu before, but my prayers don't reach her now. She said, looking at Arad, abandoned by life and the gods, I've only got one person to pray to. You aren't running for demigod status, are you? Zeus gasped. What's that even? I'm not. They are just fooling around, Arad replied, and Iris acts as a mediator between them and Amaterasu. I don't know how they mixed me in the middle. This chapter is updated by Chapter 711, Invitations. Arad stared back at the guests now that the nuns and maids cleaned the table in front of him. As we finished discussing Zephyr's matter, do you have anything else to add? Arad looked at the gusts with a smile. Don't drink poison, Lucifer sighed. I can't do that, Arad replied. I'll keep at it to build my resistance, and alchemy is quite fun. The tea is delicious without poison, Tempo shouted. He then turned toward Arad. By the way, mind if I joined you? Joined in what? Drinking poison? No, that's disgusting, probably painful. I'm talking about the University of the Arts. Tempo stared at Arad with white, glowing eyes. A titan joining a human university. You're a dragon. I can't fault you then, do what you want, Arad smiled. I'm not going alone anyway. You have people to go with, Tempo smiled. My wives are joining as well, but I also invited two of my friends, and they accepted. Arad already sent some crows to rely on the message. Jack laughed, looking at the crow that sat on the window. That sounds fun. I'm sure a lot of rich ladies attend there. Clench. Lydia grasped him from the back. I'll cut it off, she said with a smile. Want to join? Jack turned toward her with a smile, sweating. Of course, I heard their religious section is quite good. She tapped Jack's shoulder, and I was joking. I don't really care about monogamy or polygamy. Amaterasu never said anything about that. But I'll cut any woman that tries to swindle you away. I'm counting on you. Sister want to come as well? Abel looked back at Sarah, who was working on some papers. The great University of the Arts? She looked at him. It's a good chance to snatch some young talents off there. She smiled. I'll have my work here handled by someone else. Abel smiled. I hear Jack is coming as well. We'll have a fun time hunting for hoes. Don't, Sarah sighed. Lydia would kill him and banish you back to the hells with one smite. You'll take her out of it, won't you? Abel giggled. I mean, she's now stuck like you. Unlike me, she's still pulling Amaterasu's holy magic through the lady. I can only reach the lady's holy magic. Her eyes glow with a golden light, and I can't access the lady's curse while she can. How horrifying could she get? Abel sighed. We'll try to sneak around her. I wonder if I can get Arad to join. I'm sure his wives are coming as well. Do you want Aela to pierce your skull with an arrow across the campus? Sarah put her pen down. Don't forget that Eris could use holy magic as well. Abel sighed. It's going to be hard to have fun. Flap, flap, a snow owl flew across the frozen tundra and landed in a man's arm. Hoot. Gojo smiled, his eyes glowing blue. I see. Brother wants to join the University of the Arts. He looked back at the growing city behind him. Things are going well. Time to spend some quality time with little brother. I'm sure it's been a long trip for you, being sent from Rurus capital to here, rest and eat. Gojo sent the owl flying as he walked toward his city. I'll set off immediately. So, we're studying together. Arad looked at Tempo. I hope you don't intend on attending the way you look now. Tempo's hair was a burning flame. His entire body was filled with red burning cracks similar to lava rivers. I still need to head back and have our wizard make me a human body, but it isn't a problem. Tempo laughed. Glad to be your classmate, Arad Orion. Don't call me Arad there, Arad replied, patting Aisha's head. What should I call you then? Uranus. Arad thought about it for a while. A name Yuwaku Kiyomu. He stared at Tempo. Call me Aran. Aran Kiyomu, got it. Tempo stood with a grin. Aran, see you at school. He disappeared in a burst of flames. Arad looked aside. That wasn't teleportation. With a worried face, he thought. I saw him run out of the room. He's that fast? Even I can't accelerate like that unless I use time slow. I'll keep in contact, Zeus stood. Feel free to visit us at any time. He looked at Arad. Arad smiled. Hopefully you have some food and less trouble than Rurus's capital. Our capital is safe, no need to worry. Zeus laughed as he disappeared in a lightning bolt. Arad turned toward the door, sweating. This old man is faster than Tempo. Don't worry. Jason smiled, pulling a blue crystal out of nowhere. I'm bad at moving on solid ground. I can't run as fast as those two. Is that a teleportation crystal? Homeward stone. It's a single use, but has a great range. Jason started clenching his hand on the crystal as Zeus said, My kingdom is open for you as well. Come visit. We have a lot of tasty food and fair mermaids. A dragon is bound to like that. Crack! He shattered the crystal, disappearing. Mermaids? Fish people? Arad mumbled. It might be interesting to visit later. If you want to visit our land, Lucifer smiled. Be sure to call me first. Half-angels can be a bit extreme to say the least. Your kingdom is a hornet nest to a vampire. I'll not be coming there unless I need to. Arad replied, I don't want to get murdered by a flock of homicidal half-angel priests. Don't listen to that white-winged good-for-nothing. Come to us instead. We have a lot of delicious food, strong drinks, and succubuses of all kinds. Don't worry about dying to them. We have regulations. Gabriel smiled. Then he and Lucifer disappeared in the blink of an eye. Want to come as well? Arad asked. Chris shook his head. No, I look like a kid and I have more important things to take care of. We'll probably work together later now that you're reaching the upper world. It would have been fun to have you there. I can't really attend with this mask on my face. He tapped the mask on his face. Can't you remove it? I know hell and all of that is a problem, but can't you do something about it with magic? Arad looked at him. I told you before that Zephyr made this mask. I doubt anyone would find a solution better than what she made, Chris replied. Anyway, It's better if I leave now. I still have to inform the spirits and all. Well then, see you later. Arad smiled, and Chris started walking toward the door. You aren't flying away like the rest? Arad asked. Why would I do that? Chris looked at Arad. There is no need to rush from here. I'll fly when we're outside. The two walked out. See you later? Arad waved his hand as Chris flew away at a blinding speed. It was a shorter meeting than I expected. Arad smiled, resting his fists on his hips. Did you have to flex on them with the poison?
What did you expect from a dragon? At the time, it seemed like the only that could impress them, Arad replied.
You horrified them. Arad? Iris called, walking out. Did they leave? Yeah, he turned toward her. Did everyone settle down? We're still working on it. Baltos and his family did, but Jin is still moving the civilians down to the village. Iris looked at Arad. Can't you sense that with your birds? The crows, I released them for now as they worked hard to find the land scammers in the village. He smiled. Find the what? Doesn't matter. I already took care of that. Arad turned toward the keep and walked inside with Eris walking behind him. What do you think about going to the University of the Arts? I never went to any school. I don't know how I'll do in there, she replied. Really? Arad stared at her. I saw your handwriting before and it looked nice. Handwriting isn't a measure, she turned toward him. Schools are expensive. Most people don't go. Only rich people or the talented go. Who did go? I don't know. But I'm sure Ayla and Merida got a home teacher at some point. Mera didn't go like me, and I bet that Isdis went to study, Eris said as they reached the hall's door. Arad pushed it open and walked into the massive living room, seeing Baltos and Alcott facing each other drinking tea. The meeting ended? Baltos stared at Arad. It was a quick one. I felt like they only came to see me and then left. They weren't that keep on discussing anything, just saying they'll work remotely together to help, Arad replied. That's how they work, Alcott sighed. They are enemies. Don't expect them to find it fun staying at the same place. I'm sure they wanted to kill each other. They didn't leave that impression on me. Arad shook his head. I could feel they didn't get along, but I find it hard to say they hate each other. Especially the Dragon Queens and that nine-tailed woman. You're talking about Lola, Mary, and Hati. They are older than history, and their relation spans thousands of years. Jack looked at Baltos. I read in some ancient text that they were married to the same man at one point. The white mage, Cain Lisworth, he lived 5,000 years ago in the War Age. Know that? Alcott shook his head. I'm talking about the Overgod. Is that even real? A god above gods? Baltos combed his beard. I heard that Lola gave birth to light dragons and Mary to time dragons from the Overgod, Arad added. And Tiamat to us void dragons. He sat beside them. I don't hear about Hati having any powerful offspring. Alcott scratched his head. But her eternity is quite the power. What's eternity? Centuries pass without change. No thousands of years go by without a single thing shifting. Her power remains still, and so does her life, rule, magic, and dominance. Alcott looked at Arad. You can't harm her. She doesn't consume mana to cast spells, and doesn't get tired. She's immortal, and can't even be injured or moved over her will. Her kingdom is fated to never fall. I read in a book once that she robbed an immortal being of his immortality and made other people immortal with a poke of her claws. Doma created a mouth on Arad's neck and spoke, Be careful, Arad. She's as close to a god as a mortal can go. I don't intend on fighting her or the Dragon Queens. I can't figure out a way to get around Mary's time magic or Lola's light speed. Now we have eternity. How strong are those old generation of the Age of War? He sighed. You're talking about several thousand years old people. Of course, they would have collected some busted skills in such a long time. You'll get that strong if you live long enough. The important part is to survive. Alcott looked at Arad. Eris stared at them. That's that. She sat beside Arad. What about going to school? Alcott smiled. I'll get you in there. The source of this content is Era Burt, Chapter 712, Alcott Strikes Again. I have some contacts there. I'll get you into the new year at the start of spring. Alcott smiled. But you'll have to keep a low profile. That means no killing or causing trouble. I already know that. It's the whole reason I'm trying to come up with a way to hide my identity, Arad replied. If they knew you're Arad Orion, most nobles would pull their kids out of the university. That'll cause the year to halt. Baltos looked at them. I doubt they can trust the safety of their children with a kingdom-blasting dragon around. Who do you intend to take? Alcott asked. Probably all of my wives, Arad replied. Isdis can't go with you. Baltos sighed. She has already been there once, and she's well known. She'll either expose your identity or cause herself several bad rumors to start. Alcott nodded. If people saw you with her and didn't recognize you as her husband, they might start rumors about her cheating. That isn't bad in itself. I doubt that such stories keep getting made about nobles and royalty all the time. The real problem is that people would be afraid that her husband would come raging to the university and blast it to ash, and the nobles would pull their children away. Alcott looked at Arad with a grin. It's always them afraid of me blasting the whole place. Arad scratched his head. Brother is coming as well. I also invited Jack and Abel. Of course, that means Lydia and Sarah are joining as well. They won't be a problem. If that all the ones going, it'll be quite easy. Alcott smiled. Before I forget, Tempo is coming as well. He said that he'll be coming on his own, Arad stated. What? Both Alcott and Baltos gasped. Tempo? You mean the volcanic titan's prince? Who else could it be? I mean, he's indeed known for his strong sense of justice, but he's loud and unpredictable. Think of a fire paladin on an adrenaline rush. Baltos rubbed his eyes. His skill with the sword is quite insane, and on top of that, his speed makes him a formidable opponent. Don't fight him, but if you did try to exploit his lack of regeneration or healing, and just like you, if pushed too hard in his humanoid form, he'll transform into his titan body that stands over several kilometers in the air. Alcott stared at Arad. Several kilometers? Arad gasped. He's a walking volcano. Those are the Titans. I should be able to win by blasting him with a Ho-White Nova in the mouth. He'll explode like that Abomination Queen did, Arad thought. But I don't want another feat of destruction to my name. It's already becoming hard to move around the world without scaring everyone. You should rest until the end of winter. I'll take that time to contact the university and get everything ready. Alcott looked at the room. You don't have a calendar here, do you? A calendar? No, Arad shook his head. Winter should have at least 1 month left, Baltos replied. It's usually a good time to start traveling to the university, as it's quite far away. But I doubt travel is a problem for Arad. Baltos smiled. You're quite fast. How far is it? Arad asked. 4 times the distance from here to the capital at least. But that includes some hard mountain passes and dangerous roads. You'll also have to fly by several dragons' territory to get there, which makes the trip dangerous. I could avoid that by flying above the clouds. Most dragons don't bother with what flies that high. Arad looked at the ceiling. Zon. At that moment, Gojo appeared standing in the middle of the room, wearing a large white fur jacket and a long scarf. It's been a while, Gojo, Arad smiled. I didn't sense getting into my domain. I teleported in. Gojo smiled, picking a seat facing Arad. Gojo Orion, Arad's brother. Baltos looked at him. How is she? She's doing well, studying and training, Gojo replied. Mar, I already flew past the university and checked it out. It's quite a nice place. I signed myself in for the next year, but I couldn't do that for Arad as I don't have any contact in there, and it's against the rules to register someone else without proof from them. Gojo looked at Arad. I hope you have a way of registering. I'll handle that, but under what name did you register? Alcott stared at him. You didn't use your real name, did you? Arad told me what fake name he'll be using, so I made mine to be close. Gojo smiled, pulling a clean ID card. I had my kingdom issue this. It's an official identification card similar to those of the guild. The card had the name Jogo Kiyomu. This isn't a fake identification. Baltos stared at the card. It's one of the benefits of having a kingdom. I can issue real fake stuff. I don't need to forge any documents. I'll just have them made however I like. Gojo giggled. It's quite nice. I even got the number 8. That means you're of the first ones to register for this year. Baltos smiled. But 8 people have already signed in this early. This year would be full. Does the numbers matter? Arad asked. Not really. They are just identification for the students other than their names. Alcott smiled. By the way, Arad looked at Alcott. Did you attend that university? You said you have contacts there. Well, it's a long story. Alcott looked away. This man was a menace. Baltos looked down with a tired and disappointed face. Come on. I was quite popular there. Popular in the wrong way? I won't call sleeping with over 20 students and several teachers there a good type of being popular. Baltos stared at him. It all started because of that woman. Don't blame me. Alcott stared back at him. What did happen? Arad sighed. She said I can't cut 4th-level spells with a sword, so I asked her to bet something. She then said that if I managed to cut one of her 4th-level spells, she'd spend a night with me. Alcott looked away. I was young and she was quite well endowed, so I didn't miss the chance. So you managed to cut the spell? How? It was a fireball, so I swung the blade reversed downward to create turbulence, and then up with the edge to part the fire. You should have seen her face. It was unheard of at that time for a fighter to cut a spell like that. Alcott laughed. It didn't help that almost a week later, a dragon went on a rampage near the university and attacked it. That was the first dragon Alcott slayed. Baltos looked at Gojo. You've seen them there, right? I saw several paintings depicting him splitting a red dragon's fire breath in half with a blade while protecting the students behind him. Gojo looked at Alcott. If they hailed you as a hero, why would they kick you? It was half them kicking me out, and half me just leaving. Seeing that Alcott was strong beyond belief, Baltos started talking with a tired face. Everyone wanted the powerful dragon slayer in their families, so nobles started urging their daughters to drag him back home. What made it worse is that Alcott was already popular among the ladies there due to his large build and toned body, which led to 10 nights with her than anyone else, Alcott stated. No wonder the case went unknown for months. You had the director under your belt as well? Baltos cried with a sad face. Gojo laughed his lungs out. Are you sure you don't have an incubus part in you? In fact, I did test that afterward, and I'm 100% a pure human. Alcott replied with a passive face. Gojo looked at Arad. We'll try to have a low profile there. We aren't going there to cause trouble. Arad nodded. Yeah, I do want to study some subjects. Me too. I wonder if they have any interesting spells. Gojo smiled. Please don't be like this idiot. Baltos sighed. This chapter is updated by Chapter 713, Green Inheritance. Chapter 713, Green Inheritance. Arad stood Baltos and the royal family would stay in this keep for protection. It's the safest place I can offer. Jin would handle all connection with the village or Alina, and I'll move the injured kin here to finish her recovery. And you? Baltos stared at Arad. I'll be staying in my house for what little remains of the winter, he replied, and I'll set off for the university afterward. I'm counting on you and Charlie to watch over the castle's building process, Arad replied, walking toward the door. I'll bring Isdis here later to see you. You can count on me. I guess I can keep doing my work from here? Baltos nodded. You can. I don't need the castle right now. Use it as a base. Arad walked out. Alcott smiled. So the kingdom's capital is in Arad's territory now. That's akin to saying the whole kingdom is a part of his treasure hoard. Void is fated to absorb everything, and Arad already took the kingdom. Merlin opened the door and walked in. It's not his power alone that's growing at an insane speed. His influence is stretching like wildfire. Zahn teleported to his house garden, landing outside the main door. Finally back, he lifted his hand, about to knock on the door. I wonder what Aola would say about Zephyr getting sealed. I told her with my crows, but she's bound to ask personally about the details. Reward. He swung his knuckle at the door, about to knock. Clack. The door burst open and Aola stood there. She opened it before he could even knock. Welcome home. Arid stared at her, noticing a faint twitch in her magic that he didn't recognize. You're angry about Zephyr. Sorry, I was late to save her. Aola smiled. I'm not angry. She pulled him inside by hand. I knew she was sealed the moment it happened. We are linked, remember? So you've felt it. Arad looked at Aola. But that doesn't change the fact I couldn't save her. He could still see the strange flicker in Aola's magic and know that something was up in her. You're looking at my magic, right? She giggled. How do you know that? Your eyes glow purple whenever you do so. It's obvious. Wait. I didn't know that. Arad rubbed his eyes. No wonder people get scared when I look at their magic. They get afraid thinking you're about to blast them with a spell. You probably should be careful when doing that. She sat on the couch and pulled Arad to sit beside her. So you aren't angry? Arad asked. It's not only emotions that can change one's magic. The magic itself can grow or shift, she pointed above her head. Zephyr knew she didn't have enough concentrated damage to penetrate the barrier from the inside and that she'd be locked in for a while anyway. The wind started rushing around her body, rising above her head and condensing into a glowing green crown. She only had enough time to send less than 100th of her power, so she gave me the title and key to her greatest magic. What thing is? Arad gasped. Crown of the Wind Spirit Queen, Aola smiled. It's a mere title, nothing more. She waved her hand. The whole world is engulfed in Zephyr's wind expansion. It's the air every living being breathes. Everything that ever lived and breathed is indebted to her. She smiled. She gave me the key to keep it active so the world won't suffocate and die. She looked at Arad. If she didn't give me this crown, the whole air of the world would have faded away and all living things would have suffocated to death. Even Vlad would have lost his life. Wait, the whole world relies on her to exist. Arad looked around. Zephyr never told anyone, and honestly, I doubt any great power of her caliber would speak of how important or vital they are. When she dies, the world dies with her. That's the spirit representing wind. You can't have living beings without air for them to breathe. Aola looked down with a sad face. She gave you the title, which is like a key to keep the expansion active. The expansion is called atmosphere. To keep the atmosphere active and some of her power in the form of magic. I won't call it magic. She's raised my affinity with wind magic, which would make my wind spells stronger. It's like a modifier that grows the stronger I grow. Aola waved her hand. I'm not stronger now, but my growth speed should be better now. Arad looked forward. Do you what this means? The other spirits are just like her. If the earth spirit went missing, Aola looked down, we should say goodbye to the ground. Zephyr wasted a lot of her power as she started herself and as she trashed the first layer of hell. I doubt the other spirits are as gentle as her. They'll be at full power all the time. Arad clenched his fist. No matter how big or strong someone grows, we can never shatter the earth. Let's hope they are friendly. Arad, you're back. Izdis walked into the room. Can you send me to Father? Of course, he stood. Kin woke up. She's the one who informed me. Izdis nodded. As she touched Arad's hand, I'll send her after you, Zon. He teleported Izdis to the keep. I'll go get Kin. Arad turned toward Aola. I'll inform the rest of your return. Not that, don't know. She smiled. As Arad walked into the hallway, he saw Merida walking toward him. You're back, the crows told me. She smiled. It's been one thing after another. Arad sighed. I don't seem to have a moment rest. A busy man is a good man. Merida giggled. Albeit, it's a bit frustrating for us both. Especially if you're self-employed like an adventurer or whatever a dragon does. You need to make vacations for yourself and set time limits. You've owned a shop with your father, Arad smiled. Is that how it works? Yeah, people keep coming minutes before I close, and if I don't reject them, I'll find myself working till midnight. Your mental and physical well-being is more important than anything else. She tapped his shoulder, and my nights are important as well. She stared at him with a judging glare. Keeping it in your example, aren't the customers important? Lila said that, Arad replied. It's quite a debate, but I'd say it's like everything else. It depends. She shook her head. Sometimes it's worth it, sometimes it isn't. I usually take someone's first order that comes at a late hour, but inform them that I won't take it next time. A hero can't save everyone, so don't stress over it, and try to have some time to relax and spend it at home. You're right, Arad smiled. I'm spending the rest of the winter here. We'll talk about it later. Wait, she grabbed his hand. It's my turn, right? Turn it what? Arad asked, and she pulled her sword. I'll slice you in half. It is... Aella poked her head out of the living room's door. I told you that we're the ones deciding. Merida stared at her. Are you sure? Shouldn't he have the last say? That won't do it. It's our job to decide on an order and rotation. You're up tonight, so get yourself ready. I mean, Merida gasped. About last time I can't just come in and... Arad doesn't care. I know that much. Aella turned toward Arad. She said she'll love flying around a forest slaying monsters. Find a suitable place and take her out. Ah, that's what you mean. It finally clicked in Arad's head. He turned toward Merida with a smile. No wonder you were about to get aggressive. He looked at her sword. We can do it that way as well. Fine by me, Merida replied. She doesn't care how she gets it, just wants to do it. Don't. Aella stared at them. She doesn't have Eris's regeneration, nor your speed and power. She'll end up too injured. Take it slow with her. She then went back inside. Aella, I can handle myself, Merida shouted at her. You'll end up crying. If his arms are thicker than your thighs, you can guess how the rest compare. Aella called from the kitchen. I'll punch her down, Merida said, rushing past Arad. I heard that. Come if you want. I'll smack you with this radish, Aella said as she got ready to fight Merida. Arad looked back, hearing the two scraping in the kitchen like cats. What are they going on about? Arad sighed. Wives banter. They aren't actually angry at each other or fighting seriously, so it's best to let them be. You're right, those two could unleash enough power to blast the house away, he thought, walking toward the dungeon's entrance to teleport Kin to the keep. Arad stopped at the entrance and looked back. Those two are agile, not even making a single sound while fighting around the kitchen. He mumbled, watching them through the eyes of a crow sitting at the window. None of them was able to hit the other, nor made any sound as they jumped everywhere from the walls to the ceiling, masterfully dodging anything that could be knocked over. Can I use the crow? Doma asked. Why? Go ahead, Doma giggled, taking control of the crow instead of Arad. Kiwa, Merida, don't forget to take a bath after this. Merida immediately hit the ground with a red face. Follow current novels on Merida. Chapter 714, An Explosive Challenge. Chapter 714, An Explosive Challenge. Arad walked toward the basement and went into the dungeon. The goblins moved out of the way as they saw him walk in. Our lord, one of them gasped. How are you doing? Arad asked as he walked between them, heading deeper into the dungeon. We're doing well. Nothing is lacking, and everything is abundant. Our numbers have been increasing lately, but Lady Miriam's children dug us larger nests. The goblin replied, How about food? Lady Ella has been hunting for us every now and then, but the majority of our food supply is from the mushroom and fungus farms we've built here alongside the kobolds and axles. The goblin replied, pointing toward a massive cavern with glowing blue mushrooms and axles swimming everywhere. They've been hard at work all this time. Arad smiled. This might be a dangerous part of the forest, but even it can't sustain all the monsters of the dungeon. He walked into the large room and squatted down beside the mushrooms. Great one? One of the axles looked up at Arad, climbing into his hand. You've been doing great. Thanks to you, the dungeon monsters are well fed. Arad patted the small axle. We eat drops, don't need hard parts. The axle looked back at the mushrooms. The glowing blue mushrooms looked like any other mushrooms that could be found on the surface. The two differences are that they glow blue and that they are covered with a dew-like layer of oil that axols feed on. That meant the axols only needed to eat the oil, and they left the meat of the mushroom to the monsters to feed upon. The goblin approached Arad. We provide them with water from the spring, clean the farm, and replant the mushrooms. The axols tend to it and help it grow safely by enchanting the water with their magic. They are like bees to it. Aren't there any other kind of mushrooms? I feel like eating only blue ones would get stale after a while. Arad looked at the goblin. Lady Ayela's hunters help break that for us, so it's not a problem. The goblin replied, but there are indeed other types of mushrooms. White, red, green, purple, and even long ones that glow with an even brighter blue color than those arid. Put the axol down and stood. I'll find more of them for you to plant here. I'm sure I spotted some around Rita. Please don't bother with us, it's not a priority. The goblin shook his head, and Arid patted him. Don't worry, it'll only take me a few hours at most. Arid then headed deeper into the dungeon until he reached the kobold's lair where Kin was recovering. I see you're doing well, Arid said with a smile as she lifted her head. Vlad's blood control damaged a lot of my veins. Human healing magic doesn't work on me that well, she replied, looking at him with glowing golden eyes. Vlad is dead now, Arid smiled, and I came to send you to see Baltos. You can shift into a humanoid form, can't you? Jin nodded as her body burst into a pure light. It's painful, but I can do it. She walked toward him in her usual maid uniform. But I doubt I can fly or walk all the way to Mountain Peak. Thud. Arad put his hand on her head. That's why I'm here. See you later, Zon. He teleported her to the keep. Now. Arad stretched, cracking his neck. Let's check on who this woman posted out in the forest. His eyes flashed purpled as his vision fused with the animals, seeing Celica, Senna's assistant, sitting on a stone right at the edge of the forest. Zon, Arad teleported outside immediately. Ha, Celica sighed. Lady Senna said to sit here and release faint magic. How could this be easier than walking to his house? She looked at the forest. It'll take about half an hour to walk to Arad's house from here, and the forest is riddled with vicious monsters. She looked at the shadow of a tree. About a quarter of an hour. I wonder if he'll really show up. Why would he even show up? Most monsters release magic. He couldn't possibly differentiate me from them. I won't if Lady Senna is just messing with me. It's too cold here. She licked her hands, blasting them with an explosion to heat them up. Nice skill. A voice came from the forest, and she jumped out, startled. Who's that? She immediately saw Arad creep his massive draconic head out of the forest, growing with a gust of steam gushing out between his leg-sized fangs. He really showed up. But why in his draconic form? No, this magic. He's ready to fight. Why? Celica gasped, taking a step back. No offense, but your magic is extremely weak. But I've been stung badly by a lot of seemingly weaker opponents. I'll take you as seriously as I can, Arad growled as his magic spiked. Celica took a few steps back. Take me seriously. Does he think I'm a challenge? Don't tell me void dragons act like chromatic dragons, Senna set me up. Arad opened his jaw and rushed at her with a bite. Senna rolled away, spitting on her arms as she tried to make a run for it. Shit! Shit, what's Lady Senna thinking about? Me sitting here in his land was akin to a mating call. I have no way of fending him off now that I rubbed him the wrong way. She turned to look back, seeing Arad's claw rushing at her. She rolled beneath the attack and turned back. He might be as intelligent as a human, if not more, but he's still a monster at the end of the day. He'll act like a dragon and shouldn't be treated as anything else. She put her hands together and pointed forward. Burst, baboom, a massive explosion rushed from her fists, engulfing Arad's head. This should allow me time to escape, or at least speak. She couldn't find an opening to talk with how fast Arad moved, and she doubted her words would get to his head before she got a deadly strike from his claws. From the explosion's smoke, Arad rushed toward her in his humanoid form, swinging a fist. He's fast, but I can keep up. Celica dodged Arad's punch and swung an uppercut at his chin. Bah! Boom! A massive explosion rushed out of her knuckles. A left hook followed by a right one, then a straight punch. Unlike what her frame might suggest, Senna was an expert punch with skills far beyond what most people could achieve between each strike and another. She'd spit forward, catch the spit with her fist, and smack it into Arad to release an explosion. After the quick barrage of hits, Celica spat on Arad's chest and kicked it as hard as she could, releasing a massive explosion that sent her flying back. Arad Orion, listen to me. She shouted, but quickly fell silent as she saw Arad standing there. Not a single scratch. Each of those explosions is strong enough to rip a hole in a 1-foot stone wall. She started sweating. It'll all or nothing. Arad tilted his head as he looked at her. Those explosions are interesting. Do they react to air or impact? Probably both. It's not only your spit that is explosive, it's almost all of your bodily fluids, including blood and sweat. He figured it out already. I'm finished. There is no escaping his claws now. So, why did Senna send you? Arad looked at her, and she gasped. Wait, you know? I can see her magic on you. I'm not that stupid, Arad replied. He did indeed think she was a Dracena that posted in his land as a mating call and got excited for a moment, even for how weak the magic seemed, but he immediately noticed that it wasn't the case. Then why are you fighting me? Celica asked with a worried face. Arad mimicked Celica's stance, throwing a few punches. I just wanted to see how you fight. Efficient movements without any wasted effort. He looked at her. You can't develop such a fighting style without being always pushed to the edge. Not all of us are as powerful as you or have the regeneration to tank fatal hits. A broken rib should be enough to drop me down. Celica sighed. I can't risk any damage. She approached him. Lady Senna wanted me to tell you something. She's coming to visit tomorrow or the day after to discuss something. She could have just come on her own.
Why did she send you?
Arad sighed. Probably related to why she told me to sit here and release magic. Celica scratched her chin. I don't know what she's planning, but I don't like it. That I can't guess. Arad looked around. Should I teleport you to her office? No need. I'll go back on my own. Celica stared at him, but I didn't expect to be able to stand my ground for even a second. I never tried to begin with, Arad replied, staring at her. How big the gap of strength is, mine's showing me. She clenched her fist. Even if he got faster or stronger, I can guess how his attacks work. Even magic shouldn't pose that much of a... Suddenly, Celica found her nose touching Arad's massive chest. He appeared in front of her face before she even realized it, and as quickly as that, her vision turned back. Celica opened her eyes in Senna's office, asleep on a couch as she stared at the ceiling. Where am I? Arad brought you here, Senna replied, sitting beside her. Wait, what did he? Celica cried. Calm down. He did nothing to you. It only took one wave of his magic to knock you out. Senna stared at her. He didn't even need to hit you to win. Celica took a deep breath. Why did you send me to him? So he can learn how to punch. He trained with swords but not fists. Senna stared at her. That small encounter with you should get him a bit intrigued in martial arts, besides the barbaric fist-fighting that Nina taught him. So I'm a training dummy, Celica laid down, exhausted. Oh, we have more work to do, Senna smiled. I already spoke with Arad when he brought you here. We're going with him to the University of the Arts. New novel chapters are published on Reeler Kyo Chapter 715. The Scentless Dragon Gets a Scent. Jean, Arad, landed in front of his house and walked inside. I'm back, he called. I felt you teleport in. Aella poked her head out of the kitchen. Weren't you in the dungeon? I had to teleport out. Sina sent her helper to inform me she'll come to visit soon. Arad replied as he took his shoe off, finally settling down and walking inside, not intending to leave. I'm exhausted. He dropped himself on the couch, causing it to make a painful crack. Don't break it. Mira glared at him from the kitchen. Sorry. Arad immediately stood back up, lifting the couch from the front to look beneath it. I don't think it broke, he said, seeing a shattered beam in the middle. I know the sound of wood when it shatters, Mira walked out of the kitchen. It can carry your weight, but it's not designed to withstand a 200-kilogram man falling on it. She pushed his face aside and stared beneath the couch. It's broken. She glared at him, and he looked away. Thud, Mira grabbed him by the head. Look at me. I told you not to drop on it like that. I forgot, he replied, still looking away. Mira sighed. It doesn't matter, does it? She extended her hand to him. Give me a 10th plank and 6 small nails. We can patch it. Really sorry. Arad pulled what she asked for from his stomach. Mira pointed beneath the couch at the shattered beam. Look, it's broken in the middle. Use that plank to patch it. Put 3 nails on each side in a triangular shape. Arad put the plank in place and pushed the nails with his thumb. You made that look easy, Mira said with a worried face. How strong is your grip? Enough to bend steel. Arad pulled a thick steel bat from his stomach. That was supposed to be a club. He clenched his palm on the shaft, squeezing it like dough. That's terrifying, Mira replied, pointing at the sticking part of the nails above the beam. Then can you bend those without any tool? I don't want them sticking out without a need. Arad extended his hand and bent the tips of the nails sideways. Can they slip out? They usually don't, but it's good practice to always bend them. Mira replied as she sat up. You can put it down. Arad slowly lowered the couch. So it's fixed. Temporary repair. I'll change that beam when I get enough time. She looked at him. Please sit gently on it from now on. That works the same for everything else. I'll do my best to remember that. Arad sat on the couch as Mira headed back to the kitchen to help Ayala. Click. The main door opened and Eris walked in. Ayala, I'm back, she called, waving to Arad, who stared at her from the living room. Elvish tea. It's already ready, wash first. And I'll get you a large mug, Ayala replied. As Eris walked into the living room, she stared at Arad. Those are the same clothes. You didn't change or wash. I did clean myself with my void, Arad replied. Eris approached and grabbed him by the arm. Come with me. She dragged him out of the living room. Nothing beats water and soap. I'm sure my void works better, Arad cried. That's the problem. The void burns everything and leaves you scentless. It's really unnerving to people with a strong sense of smell when they see you, but can't smell you. We have lemon soap, so use that. It'll at least leave something on your scales. She reached the bath's door and pushed it open, walking into the changing room. Who's there? Merida called from inside the bath. It's me and Arad, Eris replied. We're going to the sink, don't worry about us. The changing room was linked to the bath, the toilet, and the washing room, each separated by a solid door. Eris dragged Arad into the washing room and threw him a bar of soap. This for you. Get used to it. Arad held the soap bar with a worried and sad face. It smells weird. It smells like soap and lemon. It's not weird. It's nice. Eris glared at him. No, Arad shook his head. You don't get it. It smells strange, really strange. I can pick the soap and lemon smells, but there's a third one mixed in there. What kind of smell? Eris sniffed the soap. I can't pick anything. I'm sure my sense of smell is stronger than yours, Arad replied. I'm a wormwolf after all. Even if there is a smell, would it even matter to you? She stared at him, confused. Why is he so keen on not using that soap? It smells, Arad sniffed the soap again. I can't pinpoint it, but it reminds me of Clog. She didn't use that soap, Eris sighed. She can't. She's a massive Draconet that can't take a humanoid form. Arad shook his head. It's not Clog's smell. It's similar to her. It's also similar to Ignis's smell. He started thinking about it. It just smells weird to me. A mouth appeared on Arad's neck. It's the scent of a Dracana, a female dragon in general. If he used it, other dragons might mistake him for a Dracana. That's it, Arad gasped, pointing at the mouth on his neck. She's right now that she mentioned it. How in the hell? Eris sniffed the bar of soap. I can't smell anything. It's faint, but it's there, Doma added. Soap is mostly made by pink dragons as it's their element. This bar of soap is made by a Dracaena. It's of a lower quality as it retains a bit of her scent, she explained. So it's not pure. Eris looked at the soap. Can't we find him another one that is pure? That'll be hard. Pink dragons sell low-quality soap in bulk to humanoids as they can't tell the difference while selling the higher-quality ones to dragons. Keep in mind that if a human uses a pink dragon's high-quality soap, they can wash their skin out. It's that strong and harsh. So, it's designed for dragons, Arad said. Where do I find it? I don't know. I'm not a merchant. But I suspect it's bought by the bulk from the dragon directly and then resold through several merchants until it reaches the end user, and I never heard of a pink dragon living around this area. We should ask Sarah or Lila. I'm sure those two can give us a lead. Eris nodded, putting the soap back at the sink's edge, and pulled a large water jug. I'll wash. What about you? Arad looked at his hands with a passive face, thinking about it. Give me a second. Zon. He teleported to the main door and put on his shoes. Where are you going? Ayla asked. To get something important. He walked outside and teleported into the sky. Where were they? He looked around the forest, shifting into his draconic form and slowly flying all over the place, sniffing the cold air. It only took him a few seconds to find them, a large patch of pine trees. Found them, he said with a smile, landing beside the trees. He sat on his hind legs and extended his claws forward, pulling a large tree from its roots. Those smell nice, I know. Arad crushed the tree between his claws, grinding it into a paste. Mixed them with some water or oil to act as a binder, Doma suggested, and Arad pulled Aisha out of his stomach as she wanted to get out. She sat on his head and looked down. Water is bad, and don't you dare use olive oil. You'll mess it up. She tapped Arad's head. What should I use, then? Arad looked up, but he almost made her fall from his head. Careful, she grabbed onto his scales. You need binding oil. Find a herbalist or an alchemist and buy it. That's faster and easier than making it. Arad nodded with a smile. Got it. Gemini, a clone of him, appeared out of his side. Get the oil, Arad said. You crush the trees. The clone replied as he started flying. Arad nodded as he used his wing as a bowl to crush the trees. The clone flew to Alina and shifted into a humanoid form right before reaching it. Is anyone here? Arad called as he walked into Kane's shop. Old man Kane, do you have binding oil? Kane walked from the back room wearing a thick coat and a scarf. It's cold outside. What brought you today? Arad's clone took a few steps toward Kane and screamed into his ear, Binding oil, do you have it? Ha! Kane put his hand beside his ear and looked at Arad's clone. Butting oil? What's that? You're messing with me? Arad clone stared at him. Kane laughed. I heard from the start. How much do you want? Where room? That depends on how much you have, Arad's clone replied. Come on, tell me. Don't worry, my supply is bigger than you expect. Arad's clone stared at Kane with a suspicious glare. Let's scare him a bit. 100-100-liter barrels, he said, waiting for Kane to say that he didn't have it. That's all. Kane waved his hand. It's in the backyard. Follow me. Arad's clone blinked twice. He must be joking. But soon they reached the backyard, and he fought the whole 100 barrels waiting for him. How in the hell did you get those? Arad's clone gasped. When you're as old as me, you'll have a lot of reliable suppliers. Kane giggled, pointing at the barrels with his cane. You can take them and pay me later if you don't have the money. I'm not pressed for it. How much are they? Arad's clone asked. 1 gold coin per barrel. It's 1 silver coin per liter. Kane looked at Arad. This would be 100 gold coins. Isn't that expensive? It's cheap. 1 liter is a silver coin, but it can make 20 0.05-liter bottles of perfume that could sell at an upward of 50 silver coins. You won't find such a price anywhere else. Kane looked at Arad. Arad's clone sighed and pulled a bag of 100 gold coins. My mouth dragged me. Thank for you your patronage. Kane smiled as he took the bag. The sound of clinging coins, it never gets old. Arad's clone sucked the barrels into its stomach and turned toward Kane. "Thank you. I'll be back later." He immediately teleported back to Arad. Kane tapped his back as he walked inside. "It's cold." "Got the oil?" Aisha asked, staring at Arad's clone. Arad clone smiled in his draconic form, pulling one of the barrels. "Got 100 of those." He reached forward and showed her the content of the barrel. She stared back at him. "You didn't have the money for this. Did you steal it?" "No, I bought 1 gold coin for a barrel." "Is the seller an idiot? 1 barrel of this could very well go for over 500 gold coins if not for 1 platinum coin." She scratched her head. "How did they even manage to get such a large quantity made?" "Does it matter?" Arad replied as he extended his wing forward to use as a mortar. He then filled it with the crushed trees. He and his clone then started using their front claws to mix the trees while pouring the oil from the barrels, using their tails as extra pair of hands as per Aisha's instructions. "Arad, do you have some dwarven fire wine?" Aisha asked. "I do have some barrels." "Good. Pour that in." "Really?" "Just do it." Arad pulled several barrels and started adding them with his clone. Several minutes later, clack, Arad opened the door and walked inside. "I'm back. Why do you smell like pine?" Ayala stared at him. "I made this." He pulled a small potion filled with his green cloudy perfume. "It isn't that well made, but gets the job done." Eris stared at him as she walked into the living room from the hallway. "As thick as a pine tree, and now smells like it." She stared at him with a passive face, updated from Ypres, from Harem AudioBook. Chapter 716, The Dragon's House. Chapter 716, The Dragon's House. "Did you make that?" Eris stared at Arad with a smile. "You asked for it," Arad replied as he approached the couch and looked at it. He then slowly sat down in fear of breaking it again. Eris sighed. "I didn't ask for you to go make the whole thing from scratch. Did Aisha help?" Arad waved his hand, and Aisha appeared in his hand. "She did. Alchemy is used for more than poisons." He patted Aisha's head. "Making those and perfume is probably just the tip of the art." "It is indeed," Aisha growled, her head fully encased in Arad's massive palm. "Can you not break my neck?" "It won't break," Arad replied with a smile. "Can't you teach me how to make soap?" "I don't know how to make it. Since pink dragons are supplying all demand at cheap, there was never a need for alchemists to bother thinking about soap," Aisha explained. "I'm sure there is a way to make it, but it'll require some research and experiments, and I don't have the tools for that." "So you'll try if I brought you all the equipment you need?" Arad lifted her, looking at her face with a smile. "We can research that in the university when we get there. But you'll have to help and learn," Aisha replied. "Good, good," Arad patted her head again. "You're teaching me too much. Alchemy might be the best thing I've learned." "I said," Aisha growled. "Stop patting my head like that. You'll break my delicate wooden neck." You returned. Merida walked into the living room with a smile. "I thought you'd take longer. I barely finished doing my hair." Arad turned toward her. "Ah, but you aren't ready, are you?" he asked with a smile. "It's cold outside. You better wear a heavy coat." Merida gasped, "We're going out." "Really?" "Told you." Ayala stared at her from the kitchen. "Don't forget the soft padding for the leather saddle. He's a rough ride, both ways." She smiled at her. "Keep this at hand." Eris threw her a healing potion. "I don't know how much that fungus holds your body, but it'll be nothing, believe me." "Hold what?" As Merida gasped in confusion, Eris approached Arad. "Jinn sent a letter. We'll be holding the royal family funeral tomorrow. We're burying them here in the graveyard." Arad looked at her. "Don't they have a royal graveyard or something, tradition? To avoid their bodies being used in witchcraft or resurrected as zombie dummies for stunts. All the deceased royal family members are cremated and held at the current ruler's residence." Eris approached the door and put on her coat. "I'm going to prepare for the cremation now. Baltos asked if you could provide me with certain nobles who are related to the royal family, so those can be embalmed and buried regularly tomorrow." The commoners would follow later. She looked at Arad. Arad stood, "Isn't that too much work?" "It's nothing. I'm used to it. In Rita, I sometimes get orders in the hundreds when a massive gang of bandits or mafia get destroyed." She smiled. Aella looked at her. "Even criminals can't let corpses lying around. It'll attract diseases. And due to the lack of land to bury them in, my business soared through the roof." Eris patted her chest. "And we had a lot of necromancers, so it was quite a bad idea to bury someone intact, unless you wanted to see them as zombie fodder. I'll give the corpses I have stored to them. Get ready before then?" Arad teleported away with Eris. Merida stared at Aella. "Is it going to be that hard?" "Depends, but I can say it won't be easy." Aella shook her head. "Arad Mira walked into the room right after Arad left. He's gone." "You're a few seconds late," Aella replied. "Did you want something from him?" "Brrk." "Oh, I wanted to ask him if he can move some logs that we cut in the forest." She looked at them. "I asked Sebas if he can do it, but it seems that Arad asked him to guard some noble prisoners or something." Even if he wasn't busy. Ray walked from behind Mira. "Sebas's ape form isn't large enough to move those massive trees." "Sister," Ray walked in. "I'm sure he's stronger than his side. All monsters are. We'll need those cut to make the castle's bridge and build the siege weapons for towers. It doesn't matter who moves them, but Arad would be the fastest." Mira stared at the twin maids. "He'll be back soon." Ray looked at Aella. Aella nodded. Ray pulled Mira by the arm. "Let's go. That bed frame still needs some work. I'm exhausted. Can't we make them out of steel?" Mira cried as the two maids dragged her away. "You've been the one who said it'll be hard and expensive to get a supply of iron and coal for steel at this time of the year." Ray stared at her. "We should use it for weapons even if we got it. Don't waste resources on beds," Ray added. "But Arad keeps breaking the beds. He'll be too heavy for wood." Aella and Merida stared at each other. "It's that bad?" Merida asked with a worried face. "Arad weighs over 400 pounds of raw muscles. That's 400 priestesses gone in 1 pound. She stared at Merida with a grin. "Be ready." He's 200 kilos, if I remember. I bet the bed breaks as the force shifts to them." She stared at Aella with a suspicious stare. "I'm sure Arad can exert more than 400 pounds of force, tap." Ella patted Merida's back. "Go and change before he comes back. You'll understand by tomorrow." Merida walked to her room to change, worried about the coming night. Ella closed her nose with a cloth peg and turned toward the large boiling pot. Now, time to add the meat. She looked at the large cow leg that was on the table. This one for Arad, and the others would have some ribs. She lifted the cow leg and slowly lowered it into the pot. "Zephyr, get me thee," she called, but then remembered that Zephyr wasn't there anymore and looked back with a sad face. "I miss her already." She extended her hand and pulled the large ladle with a gust of wind, remembering how Zephyr would have been buzzing around the kitchen and helping her. Knock, knock. Aella heard knocking on the door, so she looked out of the window and saw Roberta standing outside. "It's open. Hurry in. Ah!" Roberta gasped. "Thanks." She pushed the door open and walked inside. Aella stirred the pot for a few seconds, then let it slowly cook. She washed her hands and walked to the living room as she dried them, trying to get the faint smell of meat out of them. "It's been a while. How is your father doing?" she asked. "He got better," Roberta replied as she sat on the couch. "I heard that Arad returned. That was fast." "How did you know?" Aella sat facing her. "I met Grandma Shear in the village, and she told me that she saw Arad flying around. I've also seen Nina on my way here," Roberta replied. "I came to deliver the payment. Is he in the house?" "Sadly, he just left." Aella shook her head. "He should come back in a few minutes, though." She turned around. "Merida, tell Arad to come down if he teleported to you directly," she shouted. "Got it," Merida replied. "But really," Roberta stared at her. "Can't you accept the payment for him? You're his wife and the first one. I'd rather not accept such a large amount without him being present. I'll happily accept a few gold coins for him, but not what you have." Aella shook her head. It includes Sarah's part, Roberta scratched her head. The black market pulls in a lot of money. Who would have expected it to sell like that? Ayla poured 2 cups of tea, one for herself and one for Roberta. I did tell you, Roberta replied. No matter how much Arad has, that jewelry will sell out, and since there are strict laws about reselling gold and precious gems, the black market is where people who didn't get them a piece would flood into. And you kept 20% of Arad's jewelry stock to sell in the black market's auction for massive profit. Ayla stared at her. To be fair, I put the restriction that it's only 1 piece of jewelry per person to make sure everyone gets some. Most of those I saw in the auctions were nobles wanting to buy extra, and those seeking to resell theirs for profit. Roberta smiled. I'm not the one to say, but Arad is spending a lot on building, right? Izdis is putting a lot of her money into the castle to help, Ella replied. But Arad is also putting a lot, and he's also prone to spend a lot. I wish he becomes a bit reserved, she sighed. He just spent 100 gold coins on binding oil. Roberta coughed, almost spitting her drink. 100 coin? What will he do with a whole barrel? He made pine perfume for himself, and he bought 100 barrels, not 1. That can't be. Did he get scammed? No, the binding oil worked, so it's not fake. Ayla shook her head. I gotta learn some of his ways, Roberta sighed. He keeps finding rare opportunities like that. Where did he even buy the oil? Ask him when he gets back. I was told to never ask someone directly about their sources. Zahn in the background. Can you ask him for me? Roberta sighed. Ayla pointed toward the door. Ask me about what? Arad said, standing at the entrance. This content is taken from Bredbrecht, Chapter 717. The Daring Woman. Chapter gasped, seeing him standing at the door. Arad! Arad took a step forward, teleporting to their side and standing beside Ayla. If it's you here, then it's about the payment or a second shipment. It's about payment? Ayla looked at him with a smile. Apparently it's too large, and I want you to receive it. It's 2 platinum coins and 35 gold coins. Roberta stared at him. It's a massive amount of money. Arad smiled. That'll be 235 gold coins. It's kept in Sarah's care underground. I don't dare move such a sum of gold. You'll have to collect it yourself lately. I'll do that. Arad looked toward the hallway, seeing Mira staring at him. Arad, there are some massive trees that we cut deep in the forest to use for building, but couldn't move due to the snow. Can you bring them later? Of course, Arad replied. They must be quite heavy. They are of the largest in the forest, Mira replied, and a flower grew in the middle of the room. I showed them the trees. Losi added, they were perfect for building large structures like bridges. I'm not a craftsman, so I'll have to trust Mira's judgment on that. Arad smiled as he looked at the ceiling. Merida is ready. He stood. I'll come later to collect the money. For now, you can rest here for a while, before going back. Of course, she'll stay for a bit. Ayla stared at him with a grin. Do you think I'll let a guest leave in the middle of the snow? Arad, I'm ready. Merida walked into the living room wearing a thick white fur coat, a large leather hat, and a scarf. She knew that it was freezing cold outside and flying on Arad would make it worse. Arad stood. Let's leave then. He and Merida walked outside. Merida stared at the sky. So where are we going? She then turned to Arad, who stood beside her. Outside my domain to the west, there is a large jungle that houses some powerful monsters. Want to go there? He pointed to the west with his thumb. You meant the death jungle. Only A-rank monster roams there, and it's infamous for having several S-rank monsters come out of it. She sighed. I'm glad that I'm bringing my sword with me. That's a dangerous place. Even more than this forest, Arad's forest was dangerous in the fact it housed a lot of B-rank monsters and had several infamous A-rank monsters. The jungle was a step above that. S-rank monsters are creatures that no one wants to face, disaster-level harbingers of destruction. A-rank monsters are the mess-around and get-killed danger. They are monsters that the guild keeps track of and form powerful hunting parties and expeditions to take down. The natural boss-level monsters of the wilds, B-rank monsters, are the menaces of the monster world. They are extremely deadly monsters that could even travel in hordes and spell doom on cities if left unchecked. Arid shifted into his draconic form, and Merida jumped on his back. Like other adult dragons, Arid is classed at least as an S-rank monster. Such a dangerous jungle won't pose a threat to him. Arid expanded his wings and flew with Merida on his back, slowly accelerating as he soared through the sky. Merida gasped, looking around at Arad's wings, spanning several meters around, the clouds parting as he flew, and the quiet rumbling coming out of his engine-like heart that she could feel through his massive neck which she sat on. Merid's eyes turned up as he stared at Merida, zooming out as she stared at the far ground. She had probably never flown this high in her life. She's different. Something about her doesn't align with humans, Arad thought, remembering that one night. Merida, unlike the others, is vicious by nature. That night, I was too young to understand her intentions. With the pride and arrogance that comes with such a mentality, she's closer in actions to a Drachyna than a human. Arid could feel his blood boiling through his veins. That night, I failed to realize the need. I failed to notice she was seeking shelter, depending on what I'm seeing in your memories. What she did could be considered a crime to humans, Doma said in his head. But to a dragon, her stepping over her own pride and vicious nature to do such a thing is lower than begging. I should have guessed she sought help if I had. Her father wouldn't have died. It wasn't your problem. I might have not cared if I noticed her need and refused. But what I hate is that I failed to even notice she needed help, and that won't happen again. As much as I could, I'll keep my eyes peeled off toward those around me. Arad, Merida shouted above his neck. I can't feel the wind. Is that normal? Of course, my gravity magic keeps you attached to my neck, and the shape of my head and horns act as a shield that deflects the wind, Arad replied. But don't trust them. You might still fall off. Isn't that the remains of Riverside? She pointed toward the horizon, seeing the massive river and abandoned city beside it. It is, Arad replied, and the mountains beside it are where the demonic infestation started. He stopped flying and started hovering in place. Look there, it's the jungle. Why did you choose such a flying wooden spear the size of a large tree flew toward Arad at a blinding speed? With a smile, Arad flapped his right wing, smacking the spear away. What was that? Merida gasped. A sharpened tree trunk thrown by the reason I chose this place. He stared down, seeing a 30-meter-tall fungus-infested ape standing in the middle of the jungle, glaring up at them with glowing blue eyes. The last of the demonic fungus, it infected the S-rank monster of this jungle and took control. I sensed this a while ago, but I expected them to just die, but they are growing stronger. Arad looked at Merida. He's like you, but the fungus is the dominant one, and he's been slowly advancing toward my land. Weren't we supposed to do it? Merida stared at him, confused. Did you bring me here to fight that thing? No way. I'm not that insensitive. Arad looked at the ape getting ready to throw another spear. I do not turn those who ask for my help. I have the power to help them, and it'll hurt my pride to fail to do so. If I can't lend them a hand, that means I'm just as weak as they are. Arad smacked the ape's second spear with a wing slam. What are you talking about? Merida got even more confused with each word. This ape's control of the jungle is bound to his fungus, so taking them down would leave the spot open. Merida blinked twice. Doma, I know you're here. Explain what this idiot is talking about. Make it simple enough for me to understand. A mouth appeared on the back of Arad's neck. So, if I understand him right, you offered your body to him once, but he didn't get the hint and regretted being that dense. Once he realized that, he went on and blasted the demon lord of fungus and pulled you out of that mess. In the meantime, he liked seeing you challenge a demon lord alone, and that, coupled with the fact that he thought you should finish what you started. Ayla ended up picking up on it and agreed to let you marry him. Simpler. Humanoids rarely interest Arad, as most of them are weak, both physically and mentally. He fell in love with you, since women like you, who dare to challenge a demon lord alone, are rare, and he isn't letting you away. Doma giggled, and since strength is beauty to dragons, he's trying to make you stronger, like gifting a woman a ring or a necklace to wear. Arad flew down, protecting his body with a barrier against the ape's spears. As he landed, hundreds of fungus-infected monsters surrounded him, trying to prevent him from reaching the giant ape. "Demon, the power in this land shall belong to my wife. Begone!" Arad lifted his claw, pointing at the infected ape. The ape roared, pounding his chest as he roared. Merida could feel the fungus in the ground resonating with the one in her body. This was a fragment of the previous demon lord's power that got separated once the gates to the abyss closed. Merida pulled her sword. "So we have to kill him?" "It's my job," Arad said, a black orb emerging in front of his claw. "It's been a while since I did this." The last time was against the ancient wood roots. A beam of darkness flashed out of the claw, hitting the ape and only erasing the fungus in his body, ending the fight before it could even start. "It can't be," Merida gasped. "That was an S-rank monster." Arad walked toward the ape's corpse and stared at it. His body relied on the fungus to survive. He kicked the corpse away and lowered Merida to the ground. "What do you say?" As Merida set her foot on the ground, she could feel the fungus in her body seeping down and taking control of the network built in the forest. Such powerful magic. She clenched her fist, and the fungus threads in her muscles and bones grew stronger, increasing her durability, strength, and speed by almost double. Arad shifted into his humanoid form. Did it work? Doma said it should work without a problem. It did, just like that. "I'm almost twice as strong," she stared at him. But Doma's mouth appeared on Arad's neck. "It's a risky move for a dragon to make their partner stronger. They can fight for domination or leave. The fact he made you stronger means that he trusts you a lot. It's your choice now. Fight for domination like Eris usually does, or try to escape. What will you do?" Merida looked at Arad. "Doma, do you mind leaving for a while?" "Why?" "I'll choose the option you didn't state. I am still nowhere near Arad's strength, and even if I were, I won't dare lift my sword against him." She approached Arad. "I rather bend down and submit. Taking responsibility for that night is the best I could do. Then I'll be leaving you to enjoy." Doma faded away. The most up-to-date novels are published on Chapter 7118. "It's never safe. They're late." Ella sighed, staring at the pot simmering over the fading flames. "We should probably eat." Mira walked into the kitchen with Ray and Ray behind her. "I'm sure Master would spend the night with Merida," Ray added, and Ray nodded after her. "Isdis and Eris aren't here, and Roberta already left a while ago." Aella turned toward the pot. "You might be right." Waiting for Arad and Merida's return didn't make sense, so they decided to eat first. The night is still long, but they still have a ton of work tomorrow. They quickly set the dinner table and started eating. "I hope Arad doesn't forget about the logs. We need them." Mira sighed, stirring her bowl and feeling exhausted just by thinking about how much work awaits her. "I don't want to work on it. It's boring." Lady Mira hates any stale work. Ray looked at her. "You can't play with things that are normalized," Mira replied with a sad face. The making of siege weapons or the castle's main drawbridge wasn't something she could put a flair on. They are repetitive, boring jobs for a craftsman, but it's important. Aella looked at her. "You won't be working alone either. You'll be directing a group of carpenters. That's the boring part to me." Mira stared at her with a sad face. "I'll have my hands full giving orders to everyone that I would barely get time to lift a hammer and work. It can't be helped." Ray looked at Mira. "Lady Mira, you're the most talented carpenter we could find. It'll be faster and more efficient to have you in a leading role, directing everyone and making full use of your talent and knowledge." "Talent, you say?" Mira lifted a spoonful of soup and stared at it. "I'm sure my talent isn't in directing people. Look around." Aella smiled, tapping a finger on the table. "You almost made this entire house, and you didn't do it alone. You were directing Bob and the other builders. Lady Aella is right. Ray nodded. Don't stress it out and get it done. It'll only be a few days of work at most. You're going to the University of the Arts in a few weeks? You won't be staying for long anyway. Ray added, The University of the Arts, do they teach creation magic? Spells to help with working wood or still? Mira stared at the twins. You must know elemental creation magic is a thing. But I've never heard of any magic that directly manipulates wood. Ray started thinking. Plant magic is a thing. But that isn't wood. It's living veins and roots. Ray scratched her head. There are spells that control objects like telekinesis. You might be able to learn and cast them to use more than one tool at a time. Aella stared at Mira with a grin. Just imagine. 4 hammers swinging at the same time as you cut wood with a saw, all using your mind and magic. It'll be fun. Mira smiled. Fine. It's 2 weeks that'll end quickly. But Ray looked at the door. Master is taking his time with Merida. I hope she doesn't get hurt. He can be a bit rough. Ray looked at Aella. What do you think? I don't know. Beside Eris, she's the most durable of us. Aella started thinking, I say she'll last for an hour at most. We've watched Master with Her Highness Isdis. We can say she starts getting tired in a quarter hour at most. Ray and Ray nodded as they looked at each other. You two are watching her, then? Mira stared at them with a tired face. You don't watch us, do you? We only guard Lady Isdis as her personal maids, even though she keeps kicking us out, Ray mumbled. Master locked the keyholes on the doors, but we found a crack that we can peep through. Ray looked at Mira. You know how massive Master is. We can't risk her getting harmed even by mistake. She's a fragile bard after all. She's nowhere near as flexible as Lady Aella or durable as Eris. It isn't that bad, Mira sighed. But I can't be the one to speak. I've got pregnant pretty quick, so he's been far gentler with me. And we aren't having that many sessions either. She looked at the maids with a smile. Show me that peeping crack later, she thought. I'll block it with a wooden plank so they can't keep looking. It's not a problem with Arad. Aella looked at them. It's a problem with us. He's too strong for us. The stronger someone gets, the harder it becomes to control their strength at lower levels. Mira remembered how many pieces of furniture and utensils Arad destroyed by mistake. If Eris and Merida could both withstand his strength, we might spend less morning barely able to walk. Aella looked at them with a serious face. As we told Lady Isdis, Ray looked at Aella. We are always here to help. You just want a turn, don't you? Forget it. Aella stared at them. Tina also suggested it. Mira stared at them. But we agreed on a no, Lady Aella. Tina walked downstairs. You started eating without me? Ray stared at her. We maids don't complain. Why? Tina cried. She isn't a maid. Mira smacked Ray on the head with a chop. Don't tease her, Tina giggled. I finished cleaning. Tomorrow it's your turn. She stared at Ray with a grin. No, it's Sister's turn. Ray pointed at Ray. I cleaned yesterday. It matters no you cook, and I'll clean. Aella stared at them. This isn't a big house, but it'll get bigger in the future. She turned and stared at the window. Time flies by. Now with Zephyr gone, I doubt we can live longer in this house without any magical protection. The great wind spirit, I bet a lot of rogue spirits would come after me for the title of the Queen. Aella looked at them, and those who never considered attacking us due to Zephyr's presence would get bold. Arad can't be with us all the time. Merida now fulfills that role. The demon lord of fungus, Mira mumbled. No monster would dare attack us directly while she's around. It was proven with Aloni's attack. Demon lord? Ray looked at Aella. Wasn't she a queen of fungus? We don't know. It's a fungus. Queen, king, or lord, it doesn't matter. What matters is that it considers Merida like its mother. Aella looked at the ceiling. I need to master Zephyr's power as soon as possible to protect the house in Arad's absence. You're late. A deep voice came from behind Mira as a large hand landed on her head. This one is pregnant with Arad's child, isn't she? A massive muscular man stood behind her, oozing enough magic to paralyze everyone. "Move! Move!" Aela growled, circulating her magic around her body as fast as she could, trying to break free of the time-binding spell the man was emitting. "I'm a silver dragon who has a tiny problem with your husband, Arad. Mind coming with me for a while?" The man asked. He's the one who attacked Arad in the capital. Zahn? Me... The silver dragon blinked, and so did Ayla. She could feel someone standing behind her, and judging by the sound, it must be Arad. Mira's eyes opened wide as she saw the old man with a mustache. "Who are you?" The silver dragon gasped. "Hemph, it's my question," Sebas replied, his shirt ripping apart as his muscles expanded. "I'm Lord Arad's butler, and was specifically instructed to rip and tear anyone who dared step in the house uninvited." Thud, a hand landed on the silver dragon's head, and Ayla could see him, Ghosh standing behind the silver dragon. "Touching my brother's wife? You don't seem to value your life, do you?" Gojo put even more strength into his palm, squeezing the dragon's head. The silver dragon has frozen the girls with a faint application of time-stop magic, but Gojo and Sebaswait, one of Arad's scales, were unaffected, and it only took them a fraction of a second to respond. "You're Master's brother, so I'll allow your uninvited entry to the house." Sebas stared at Gojo. "I saved your life, remember, wormling-eater monkey. I'm sure I took a slap from Mother for doing that." Gojo sighed as he grabbed the silver dragon's wrist, pulling his hand away from Mira. "That's my brother's wife and nephew," while still holding a casual conversation with Sebas. "You got what you deserved. We're dangerous to dragons, more than you think," Sebas replied. "For real, I felt like a kid bringing a raccoon home. Don't compare me to those trash pandas." "D," the silver dragon shouted, spinning around with a fist toward Gojo's face. Zan, the silver dragon found himself standing in an empty wasteland of stone and dust. The southern desert? Gojo sat on a stone peak as he watched Sebas approach the silver dragon. "Sebas, I'll sit here and watch. You're supposed to be Arad's butler. Show us what you can do." This chapter is updated by, in Chapter 719, The Dragon-Eating Ape. Chapter 719, The Dragon-Eating Ape. The giant apes that prey on young dragons. By eating dragons' flesh, scales, and horns, they can temporarily gain elemental powers and use those to hunt. Gojo sat on the stone peak looking down with a smile. His blue eyes faintly sparked as he observed every drop of magic flowing in the air. Sebas's muscles expanded a bit and his gray hair spiked, flashing with blue mana sparks. The ground around his feet cracked as two ox-like horns emerged on his head and a long ape tail swung from his back. The silver dragon smiled. "I'm not interested in you, monkey. That one is Arad's brother. Seems like an accomplishment for me to smite." "Really? I don't think so," Gojo said. With a mocking voice, "The one you call monkey is more than enough to deal with the likes of you." The silver dragon snorted. "I'll smack you down with his core." Time stop. He flew forward and swung his fist at Sebas's head. "It's over." Sebas dodged and the dragon gasped. Time was still stopped. He swung again, but Sebas still dodged with ease. Even the barrage of fists that followed failed to hit the old man. "What are you?" The silver dragon screamed as Sebas caught his hand and kicked him in the guts, sending him flying into a massive boulder. An old, decrepit hunter. At the peak of the stone peak, Gojo burst laughing. "You're a dragon. Do you think hunting wormlings and young dragons is easy? An angry parent is always around." The silver dragon stood from the rubble. "I see. Your kind needs some warriors to keep the parents at bay. You're that monster. What a pain. And it doesn't explain why you could move in the stopped time." Sebas can't move in the stopped time. "This place is under my barrier, so time and space spells would activate but never take effect." Gojo's two glowing blue eyes glared down at the ground, keeping the two under his gaze. Each fist exchanged between the two exploded in a shockwave as they lunged from one corner to another, shattering the ground with each impact. Sebas's martial skills soared beyond what Gojo and the Silver Dragon expected. He had spent the better part of his life facing dragons, sometimes facing multiple enraged parents at once to allow the young hunters to escape with their prey. Most dragons plan their attacks before committing to them, which means when they are about to unleash a move, it's rare that they can switch mid-action. A dragon's heartbeat is a good indicator of the amount of strength they intend to use. The louder it rumbles, the more dangerous their attack is. Dragons have excellent vision and motion tracking, but they're extremely bad at avoiding slow attacks as their minds think it's weak and leave it for the scales to tank punches to the dragon scales. Rarely do any damage, especially those aiming at large muscles. It's usually better to aim at joints and ligaments while the dragon is gearing up for a powerful swing that way. You can use their own strength to rip their tendons apart. The silver dragon fell on his knees, puking blood as Sebas approached him with glowing purple eyes. Stand, old and tough meat. Even boiling you for hours won't get you tender enough for the youngins. Hee, you remind me of Alcott. That bastard's moves are so unnatural that we can barely manage to predict or adjust to his attacks. No, he moves in a way that makes it harder for us to fight him. He does it intentionally. Silver scales spread through his body as the ground around him froze, but overwhelming power should be enough to drop the likes of you. He shifted into his massive silver dragon form, roaring loud enough to shatter the ground. Ooh! Ooh! Sebas's body started expanding as he pounded his chest, growing larger and larger until he took the form of a massive adult gorilla with ox horns. A silverback. The void dragon, watching from above, smiled. He's not even trying yet. He avoided the massive freezing claw rushing forth and grasped into the dragon's wrist with his foot, swinging a punch at its neck, jolting his head left and right. The ground shattered as the dragon's body dropped, only to explode once again as Sebas lost it, beating the dragon's chest with a barrage of crazed swings of his massive arms. With one smack of the dragon's massive silver tail, Sebas's body flew through several boulders' bleeding rivers as he rolled on the ground. And before he could stop, the dragon's massive jaw caught him in the chest, pushing him to the ground. Sebas struggled to move, but the dragon swung his massive neck, lifting Sebas and slamming him to the ground with a massive impact, cracking the ground all the way to where Gojo sat. As the dragon noticed that the ape in his jaw was still alive, he lifted his head up, charging a breath to blast him into the sky. Now that he was in his draconic form, he could sense Gojo's barrier and had already begun planning for his escape. Sebas wasn't done yet. Thanks to the impact, he managed to wiggle a bit, pushing his feet on the dragon's upper and lower jaw. Managed to force its maw open with zeal. He clenched a fist, engulfed in the void as his fur turned purple. Arad already fed him some of his scales, and thus she could temporarily use the void element. It isn't just elemental energy. They take upon powers akin to the dragon they eat, even the physical traits. Gojo smiled as the muscles on Sebas's back grew larger. The silver dragon gasped as he could see Arad's power in Sebas's glare. Sebas swung his fist down, hitting the dragon on the nose, caving his skull in with a powerful burst as he drilled his head back to the ground. The ground shattered as the dragon's head got buried in it beneath Sebas's fist end. Gojo giggled. His main power and strength was time manipulation. Cutting that was enough to bathe him. He jumped down, landing beside Sebas and the twitching silver dragon. Your power depends on the dragon you eat. No wonder Mother wanted you dead. I never thought I lived to see a monkey punch a dragon down like that. Gojo looked at Sebas. You're dangerous. You want to kill me like your mother now? Sebas replied. I won't blame you. R and your race are constantly struggling between prey and predator. I don't hold racial grudges. I hold personal ones. You showed to protect brothers' wives, and I respect that. Gojo smiled. Good job, monkey. He lifted his hand, and the silver dragon's body got covered in a dark haze. I'll take care of this one. You can return? Sebas shifted back into his humanoid form. Thanks for your help. I would have lost if this dragon's time magic worked. Don't thank me, it's me duty to help brother. Gojo tapped Cebus's back. We're counting on you to protect the forest and his when we're going to school. The silver dragon's body disappeared into a golden mist, and Gojo gasped, a clone? A holy double, this bastard tricked us. He glared into the distance. He never came with his real body at all. The silver dragon's real body rested far away in his lair, watching the fight with intrigue, an all-powerful void dragon and vicious ape, Thesis troublesome. Weeks and days flew by without a second attack or anything major happening. Each day Arad woke up and helped Mira with moving resources to work on the construction of the castle until the promised day. Arad stood between the students, towering over them as he carried Aisha in one hand with a passive face. Everyone, I welcome you to the University of the Arts. A teacher shouted into a voice amplification stone. The source of this content is Ibrid, Chapter 720 Merida's Night Eye Breakdown, near R18. Merida, how are you feeling today? Aela turned around looking back at Merida, who stood behind her in the line. With her wind magic and Merida's sharp hearing, the two could whisper, and no one would hear their conversation unless he had extreme senses. Nothing changed. Merida shook her head. Lydia must be right. Something is off with my body. Each of Arad's wives had something special. Aela was an elf, and no one knew how long it would take for her to get pregnant, or how long it would take for them to notice that she was pregnant. Just like how humans can't know on the first day and usually take days or weeks to show signs, elves take months to years for signs to start showing. Iris was half elf, half dragon vampire. It was unknown if she could even get pregnant, and with how hot her body could get, such biological possibilities were outside the normal range for humans to understand. Isdis, being the princess, couldn't simply get pregnant like that, and she was actively trying to wait until the kingdom's affair settled down. That is simply to avoid unnecessary conflict that might arise with a new possible heir. Mira is already pregnant and has to either stay close to Arad to feed off his magic or live on a dye rich of mana potions. Her human body can't provide enough mana to nourish the egg inside her. That has left a lot of stress on Merida, the only human seemingly with enough mana and endurance to withstand a dragon's egg, and that doesn't have any reason to avoid getting pregnant. But it wasn't that easy. Based on Lydia and Merlin's observation, Merida's body is growing stronger by mixing and adapting to the crimson rot already inside her body. Her physical and magical capabilities are growing at an accelerating rate, and that seems to be affecting her natural capabilities. The rapid shifts in her biology and mana made it extremely hard for her to get pregnant. But as Merlin has theorized, this hindrance will only last for the time she's evolving, and her body would regain its fertility afterward. She just isn't stable enough for that. Merida stared at her hand, sensing the rushing power through it. It only got worse as an experiment. The wives have agreed to let Merida get more sessions with Arad than them in the hope she gets pregnant early. Ayla and the rest expected that she'd be sore after a day or two, but to their surprise, she spent each night with Arad without batting an eye. She showed no sign of getting pregnant, and the instabilities in her body have only accelerated. As if my body is feeding on him. It all started that night. Merida's mind panned back to when she went out with Arad for the first time. This feeling, Merida walked away from Arad and sat on a fallen tree. I'm a bit. Do you have some water? She asked, and he pulled a jug of water out of his stomach. Are you okay? Yeah, she replied after drinking half of the jug. It's just thirst. She smiled. Thirst? Is it the fungus? Yeah, but it shouldn't be a problem as long as I drink enough water. The scarlet rot prefers to die than let me get harmed. This lightheadedness is a signal that some of the scarlet rot would die if I don't drink water, losing me some power. She smiled, tapping the log beside her. Sit, don't just stand there. Arad sat beside her. Don't push yourself too much. We can go back home if you want. She shook her head. I told you, I only needed some water. She finished the whole jug, and I'm not backing away after telling Doma to leave us alone. She'll make a clown out of me. What is a clown? A jester that wears makeup and pretends to be stupid for fun. She giggled. They make people laugh at them? Arad tilted his head. People laugh at them until the bastards pull a saw or a hammer and start a massacre. I've read so many horror stories about them. She swung her arm. I might end up attacking her if she made fun of me. That means you'll fight me. Arad smiled, pulling her closer. You love women who fight back, don't you? She tried to wrap her arm around his neck, but she couldn't. He's too tall, and his shoulders are too wide for that to be possible. How are you this wide? Large bones and muscles, Arad replied, flexing his right arm and tapping his biceps. In this crazed world of monsters, this is the only thing that would protect us. Or this is what Alcott told me. I have to agree on that. She smiled, running her hand on Arad's arm. But I can't help but find it. This one is larger than my thigh. She tapped her thigh. I can't make them thinner. He smiled, but you might be able to make your thighs thicker. Merida giggled for a second. She misunderstood Arad, but quickly realized what he actually meant. At the start, she thought he was saying he likes thicker thighs, but immediately remembered that he probably meant her training and getting more muscles on her thighs. How do you like them? She stared at him. Thick or thin? Leave strength out. Arad blinked twice, racking his head for what she meant. If we left strength out, then it won't matter that much to me. He stared at her. As long as you can live perfectly fine with it, don't be like Merlin. Merida sighed. You're really dense, but what should I have expected? Ayla and Mira are inexperienced. I'm sure Eris is as well. She stared at him, but didn't Isdis say anything? Say what? She sighed again. Just relax and let me take the lead. I'm inexperienced as well, but I've read a lot. I might be a bit sloppy, but it's at least better than leaving you without any knowledge. I'm listening. Arad stared at her, awaiting what she had. He could feel a slight shiver in her legs as she gently panned back, standing in front of him. I'm both scared and embarrassed. I'm finding it hard to even speak, so please ignore any shaking in my voice. You're afraid of my reaction, he said, but know that it'll take more than just words to get me angry, especially on you or any of my wives. You could spit on my face and I'll not get bothered. You could fight and slap one of the others, and I'll still try to take a neutral state and understand what happens. You won't believe how much I understand that, she replied, her voice shaking more than ever. You got even more scared of me. Am I doing something wrong? Now even Arad started getting confused. His mind raced left and right, trying to figure out what could be troubling her this much. He eventually reached a point of confusion where he decided to place limitations upon his own powers by shutting off his magic to not be able to harm her even if he snapped. It's my fault. Merida clenched her fist, and he could hear her heart pounding in her chest. Whatever she wants to say is refusing to leave her throat. Merida clenched her fist tighter and suddenly swung it, hitting herself on the cheek. What are you doing? Arad gasped. Getting myself to move. She growled, going on her knees and then putting her face to the ground. That night, it was my fault. I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have even thought about it. She cried as Arad was about to stand, thinking that she collapsed. It was an assault completely on me. Begging for help would have been a saner option. I was a fool. I tried apologizing to Ayla first, but her answer was anything but what I expected. Merida thought before I could even speak. She picked up on what I was about to say and rejected it. You shouldn't apologize to me. It's Arad who was harmed. Ayla turned toward Merida with glowing green eyes, but I doubt he himself would see it as a harm. Even I fail to understand how his mind works at times. It's not just ignorance on his part. It's like a greater power stirs within him, granting him the will to withstand such a moment without batting an eye. What? Merida gasped, stumbling at Ayla's statement. I know that you fear confronting him. Apologizing to me first, then having me slowly work things between you and him to lead to a smooth apology is a decent plan to go about it, but I think it's better and safer for you to not dance around and jump straight into it. I'll get him to take you into an isolated place where you can have some privacy. Whatever happens to you there is between you two. Merida was sweating buckets. The bath she took had already become obsolete. Rubbing salt on a dragon's wound, with her head being so low, she only awaited a kick to fall on her skull. Arad's answer was both the best and worst. He stared at her silently for a second. "Does it really matters now?" he said, and she felt her whole body dry out. Even I failed to understand how his mind works. Aella's words kept ringing in her head. Arad grabbed her by the shoulder and helped her sit upright. "I care about meanings, motives, and intentions more than what you did." He then scratched his head. "But I doubt you'll accept this as an answer, since you went through the trouble of apologizing." He mumbled, racking his head to find a way out of this situation. "She probably won't feel better without me doing something." He stared at her for a moment, then lifted her from the sides, sitting back on the log with her on his hips, facing him as she was before. "You were about to teach me something," he said, and she could feel his hand clenching tight on her butt.